Summer Michael Mizrachi with 80% of the chips in the 10K PLO Championship. Who's this?
Good luck, Natalie. You'll crush it. Rein in these schools, though, okay?
And with that, we welcome you back to the 2026 World Series of Poker from the Horseshoe in Paris here in Las Vegas, Nevada. This is WSOP Countdown, coming to you almost live from the Paris Ballroom. Pleasure to be here with you. Hey, everybody, I'm Natalie Bodie alongside Norman Chad, David Williams, and Joe Stapleton. And we all saw that Jeff's playing hooky, so I get to warm the seat a little bit.
Well, thank you so much. So tired of looking at Platt day out.
If only they had told you to give room for my hello, my babies. I'm already not liking this.
Did I get that, Stapes? Yeah, we can't run it back. Sorry about that.
By the way, Jeff is sitting right there. Like, he could not be any closer to his usual seat.
He was waving, and it did make me a little uncomfortable. If you're going to be in the room, just work, but that's okay. I mean, that's Jeff for you if you're at home and you don't know. But we do have a quick little tease here because later in the show, I'm going to have an update on the winner of our WSOP YouTube channel subscribers 10K main event seat giveaway. But now, let's talk some poker, because it's time to get caught up on the action from last night. We did crown one more bracelet winner, and that race to give out 100 this summer, and Stapes, you're on the call.
Buckle up, Buckaroos, because it's time for the tight laydown. Day 2 of the 10K PLO brought out all the same bracelet-chasing jackals as any other 10K, but my pot has reached its limit, and I'm sick of looking at him. Anyway, Jesse Lonis flopped a wheel draw with this junk, which wouldn't even be great in high-low, but he's still 36% against aces because Omaha. A dirty river makes Patakis the second nuts, while Lonis is, you guessed it, nutrific. After a long time in the Matankas, Ian eventually makes the tight laydown. The ladies' event started six-handed, but didn't really ramp up until this happened.
You just got to hit a 4. That was the advice you received.
Caitlin Kabeski all in against Lisa Tabaji, 4s versus aces. There's a 4. Caitlin falls to the floor at the 4 in the back door.
Man.
What that idiot commentator didn't mention is that there were 2 clubs on the flop and another on the turn, bringing a flush draw for the aces. And in the curve, we are not all fam. It's a club.
Oh, Joe! Can you believe it? I'm kidding. A set on that block. You think you've got it locked up.
Caitlin Kameski out in 4. 3-handed took a minute, and in another banger choice of GG mystery hand, Aubrey Williams misses or miss, whichever she prefers, this flop with ace-king. Check. Everybody makes a pair of 10s on the turn. Chen bets. Aubrey calls. The river drops a deuce, and Sky Chen in the world of tomorrow drops a bomb about as big as Sky Captain in the world of tomorrow. Williams heroes.
Oh.
Aubrey makes the call.
Oh, look at that, Joe.
Was bluffing. All right, calm down, commentator guy. Lisa Tabaji would eventually get it in flipping king 10 of diamonds versus the speed limit. Tabaji flops 17 outs, but comes to a screeching halt on the turn. Always awkward when you go broke during a massage. 55 saves lives, but not Lisa Tabaji's in this case as she exits this freeway at mile marker number 3. Only 2 players and 1 hug still remaining. You know how your lady says she's going to be ready in 5 minutes, but it's actually 2 hours? That's what this heads-up match would become. And much like me when I was in 8th grade, this GTO Wizard optical play hand is going to break the computer. By betting on the come and clicking the mouse a little too hard, the computer says fold, but Chen heroes, and Williams is forced to start booting up in safe mode. Later, she would double 3 times, but not quite have the chip lead when this happened. Williams commits the chips. 4s are holding on this flop, but Chen has got StubHub levels of counterfeits to fade. Somehow, her tickets clear the scanners. She makes it into the Coldplay concert, and it's a sky full of stars as Sky Chen wins the 2026 ladies event and one last hug for the road. And that was the tight laydown.
In many ways, Sky Chen is Chris Moneymaker 2.0. She got into poker after watching Moneymaker win it all in '03. He was an accountant. She is a software engineer. He was in Las Vegas to play the World Series for the first time. She was only in Las Vegas because friends were in a Mahjong tournament, and she decided to play the ladies event for the first time. And like Chris Moneymaker, Sky Chan proved an amateur still can probably win, in this case against the largest field in the ladies' championship history.
And I was there at the end of that event. Here is what Sky had to say. I don't know how many people can say that their first World Series of Poker cash is also a win that gets them their first bracelet. Could you imagine that your first cash would come like this?
No. I mean, it's always been a dream of mine as a poker player to get a bracelet, but I absolutely did not expect this on the second try ever. So it's dream come true, really.
Now the bracelet is right here. It's a special one with those pink diamonds. How would you describe what this World Series of Poker bracelet means to you?
It really does mean a lot. Like, this has been a game that I've played on and off for, many years, but I've mostly just played in, like, local cash games, started with 1-3, and now I kind of do 2-5 and 5-10 sometimes, but I could never have imagined I would have gotten a bracelet.
Well, you did, and now I'm going to present you with that very bracelet. It is my honor, on behalf of the World Series of Poker, to give you your very first World Series of Poker bracelet. Go ahead and hold it up to that camera. That is Sky Chin, the winner of the Ladies Championship. I think my favorite part of the whole thing is she said, well, I'm going to ditch my friends. I'm going to spend $400 more and go play poker instead of Mahjong. Good move.
It really is a great story, and I wish I could be as happy for Sky as I should be, but unfortunately, because of idiots, I have to do an ill-advised soapbox bit right now. This was by far the toughest day I've ever had in the commentary booth, and it was because of all the toxicity. Now, look, I actually think it's pretty reasonable for folks to be confused or uncomfortable over stuff that they don't understand, but it's how you choose to react to those things that was really, really disappointing last night in the booth. Poker's a mental game, and acting like someone else doesn't belong isn't standing up for women. It's actually insulting to them. It's showing your mental weakness. And this opinion brought me a ton of hate last night. My inbox was full of hateful messages, but I did get one DM from someone named Paul that I would like to share right now. Paul said, last night you all became heroes in our home. The poker community showed my transgender daughter what I had been telling her for years. The real poker community welcomes all. I'm 55 years old, married to my wife for 29 years, and mostly conservative. When our daughter Luna, now 20, became Luna 5 years ago, it was a world I knew nothing about. But Jenny and I know about love, and Luna is one of the most loving people on the planet. I also have a passion for poker. Luna does not yet play poker outside our home, but she does watch the World Series of Poker with me. Last night, we watched every hand, and more importantly, at least in our family, we watched the reactions of those at the event. We heard the support for Aubrey. We witnessed that support, not only in the room, but also in the broadcast booth. Luna is a great mathematician. I believe she would be great at the game. I would hope she now has a better understanding of the poker community as well. And now Luna got to see, even at the biggest stages of poker, and nothing is bigger than the World Series of Poker, everyone is welcome. Thank you, Paul. And while this isn't about me, I really needed that message, and I bet a lot of other people did too.
I'm grateful to see some positivity shared by him because poker is for everyone. So I appreciate you reading that as well, Stapes. But now let's focus on tonight, where we will see a winner crowned in an event that is said to have one of the toughest final tables of the summer ending. Now it's down to just 3.
Yeah, let's take a look at those $1,000 buy-in pile in the Omaha event. Little interesting here, 9 names on the list, but only 3 remain, which we'll get to. Michael Hahn and Zarvan Tomboli, not with a lot of chips, but the chip leader, Michael Mizrahi, 40 million chips, 161 big blinds, 3-handed for the bracelet in the 10K.
Anybody? Anybody?
Let's see what they're playing for. Although somebody can play chips pretty fast, so that pick might not be too safe. But I'm rooting for my man Grinder. I think he can get it done. But anyways, they're all guaranteed $627,000, playing for $1.3 million in a WSOP gold bracelet. So I went to bed and I saw them. I think at a final table, and I expected to wake up and get to watch. It would have been Grinder, Jesse, some big names there. And then when I looked this morning, I saw 3 names left. I'm like, what the hell happened? Why would they do that? Why wouldn't they stop it? And what I'm gathering is they did something they usually do at the end of the night. Is they said, let's finish out the level, right? Let's just play out the level so it's a clean start, level whatever, 25 or what number, and we'll start that. When Michael Mizrachi is at that table and has chips, you always run a risk of something like this happening. I've told this story many times, but years ago when the WSOP was at the Rio, the shootout format, where you have to win your table. You start with 10 players, one guy has all the chips, and they combine. I once saw Grinder win the shootout before the first break. Within the first 2 levels, he eliminated all 9 players. So I'm not surprised to see only 3 left after they decided to finish out that level. So we're going to get to watch those 3, but hopefully he makes a show of it.
Well, no level is Grinder proof, as you have just told us. Here's some cold hard facts on Grinder 1. He's got 80% of the chips three-handed. Game over. 2. He is 8-2 heads up at the World Series. He always closes it out. 3. This will be bracelet number 9, tying him with Benny Glaser for 6th all time. 4. He is never behind. His opponent is just temporarily ahead. And 5. If Grinder went to Vatican this Saturday, he would be the Pope by Sunday.
After one day at the Vatican, Grinder has 80% of the communion wafers in play.
Oh no, okay. We also want to shine a light on some of our online WSOP gold bracelet winners. Let's go with that list because there's some people on here that are pretty impressive. So Simeon Spassoff, 3rd WSOP gold bracelet for him. Then Joshua McCulley, a 2nd World Series of Poker bracelet. Travis Pearson, he previously had 2 runner-up finishes, so now he wins his first bracelet. Shout out to Travis. But how about this guy's Guy Dunlap? He 105th online bracelet, all online since 2020. He's a 5-time bracelet winner, and I didn't know the name.
Yeah, I don't think any of us knew the name.
I also heard, look him up, his live winnings are 100,000 or less total, which is pretty impressive. Guy's an online specialist and has 5 bracelets, so that's wow.
It finally happened. I'm joking on the air, and not just in the usual way I do. There's also a hybrid. Okay, someone else take this.
You know, I'll pick up for you since you want a water. I got one right here. There's also
I
a
have one.
hybrid.
It's whiskey, though. There we go.
Okay.
Hey, there's also a hybrid event. It's a 5K hybrid. Started off online. It's going to finish off live today, and I was shocked to see who is on this final table.
Yeah, we may not have much PLO to show you tonight. I know I wanted to see that one, but when I saw the names of this 5K hybrid on the table, we have a show for you. Pedro Neves, Dejan, DK, Hala Gurdjovic, I think I got that right, Adrian Mateos, Shannon Shore, Ethan Rampage Yao, and Nick Schulman. It's been the summer of Nick with the chip lead, 1.2.
Nick Schulman again?
Nick Schulman plays online. I cannot picture him sitting at a computer for any length of time. He's the sort of guy I would imagine doesn't even own a computer.
Well, we'll get back to that because he is actually first started online. The Takeover was his name, but they're all playing for $228,000 over here. But when I first met Nick Schulman, he wasn't quite 21. I met him in New York. I knew of him from playing online. He was the Takeover. I met him in a private game there. Someone's like, "Yeah, look at this kid. That's the Takeover." I'm like, "You're the Takeover? You're like 19 years old. You're, no hair on his chin." So he actually did start playing online. It was quite the beast back then. The legend of the Takeover reached strong.
Was he at least a dork?
No, he had a lot of swag at night.
Dang it.
It's pretty damn cool.
Always been cool. That would add up. Norman, I gotta ask you, is this a format that you approve of? Starting online, putting in person?
Of course not. I approve of nothing. This is the equivalent of dating someone exclusively online, then sleeping with them for the first time on your wedding night.
Well, some people just call it saving themselves for marriage, but I digress because on yesterday's show, the winner of the WSOP YouTube channel subscribers 10K main event seat giveaway was announced. The winner also set to receive $1,500 in Caesars gift cards. They can use that towards hotels, food, or anything at Caesars properties. But here's the problem. Brent Corey Tharrington, our winner, he has yet to come and claim his prize.
Where are you?
So we had over 30,000 entries in this contest. So if anybody out there knows Grant Corey Tharrington, please tell him to check his email, because if not, he probably won't get his prize.
I mean, he is on the clock. There's an expiration on this, right?
Yeah, there sure is. I feel like this is turning into a true crime documentary right now. Like, where are you? Especially with the 3 names, like, it's definitely a true crime name. You have 24 hours to get in touch with us. Otherwise, we're going to have to move on. And I know that sounds threatening, but that's it.
Well, put me in, coach. When you say move on, somebody else gets it.
Well, yes, someone else from the 30,000 entries will be drawn at random. Yes, it could be you, Norman. Although I doubt you're subscribed.
I'm not subscribed.
Speaking of mysteries, the Mystery Millions had 22,811 entries for the fourth largest event in history. That event wraps up today, I believe, right? We got a final table there. So let's.
No final table, but we do have footage of someone pulling an excellent bounty in that event. There we go.
All right.
And it's over. That's it. It was brief but meaningful.
So here's what gets me. I like the initial reaction. He's going nuts, but he deadpanned so quickly. How did that happen? I think I read off the I mean, does he just cool off and okay, I won $1 million?
I can relate to this because I actually hit the lottery once. Now we hit 5 out of 6 numbers. All right, so the total prize in this thing was $180 million. We hit 5 out of 6, which I buried the lead a little bit here. It was only $12,000. But I will say that I freaked out in that moment, but I spent immediately the whole rest of the day wondering if it was real. Did I get this right? Did I see the right number? I double-checked it a bunch of times. So although we have like a little mini freak out, I can totally relate to that because the reality of it hasn't set in. You get that initial reaction, and then you're like, did this just really happen?
What was your bank account at the time that you were winning?
Zero.
12,000. Oh, okay.
Zero,
Zero?
Norman.
Okay. See, but that still was $12,000 versus $1 million. I mean, I can kind of see your point, I guess.
Yeah, just take whatever my reaction was and multiply that by whatever it takes to get to $1 million.
As someone who had a windfall of 7 figures happen to me 26 years ago, or whatever it was, I think it doesn't actually hit you until it's either in your hands or hits your bank account. Because like mine wasn't like a lotto pool like that. You knew you were getting at least second place money when I got heads up. But even still, I didn't feel that until I went to the bank and deposited and then logged in, and I was like, oh wow. And then I couldn't stop.
0, 0, 0, comma, 0, 0, comma, 0.
So I imagine he'll once he gets either if he gets cash and takes it back with him in a briefcase, or if he gets a check. Once he has it in his hand, then I think he won't give us that smiling.
I can understand that. Now, would you play in a Mystery Millions bounty event if it was Raz?
Well, the problem is, if it were Raz, all the bounty prizes pulled would be for enlarged prostate medication. Not as big as
Okay, that's not a term that I'm familiar with, but that's okay.
That's why Norman can't drink water during the show because otherwise he'd have to go to the bathroom.
Before we go, I do want to ask one last question. Why so bad with the giant?
Why am I? Okay, if they're bad to us, we have to be bad to them. Mark Cabral or Will Kassouf often abuse the public space we all share. When the rules are enforced, players can receive one-round penalties or more. But that's not enough. No. They must do hard time for their card crime. Because right now, if someone's penalized and sidelined for playing order two, they get to wander around, eat, drink, relax, maybe get some coaching or even a massage. What type of punishment is that? What we need in poker is a penalty box, kind of similar to hockey. But in this case, we stick the miscreants in a 4-walled, all-glass booth. They got to stand there for the entirety of the timeout. Spectators can come by and stare at them, or heckle them, or even tap the glass like at the zoo. Maybe they have to listen to an endless loop of my commentary from the 2012 main event. The poker penalty box, my friends. This idea is so good, I'm not even mad anymore.
It is quite an idea, I will say. Well, tonight on the live stream, we are going to be featuring the final table of the 10K PLO Championship and some of that All-Star Hybrid table, too. It's Ali Najad and Jesse Sylvia on the call. I'll be around as well. And folks, that sound means that the blinds are going up, and it's time for us to make our move and pray. So until next time, we leave you with these sweet, sweet moments from right here at the World Series of Poker.
Out, and you couldn't see it at the chop, so you were using your fingers.
think both on the Bonfire and Legion of Skanks. We have a few clips from Legion of Skanks of Big J Okerson responding to Naeem J. I think I said, I keep saying Naeem Ali when I refer to him, because Naeem Ali is the comedian I know. I did not know Naeem Lynn before the roast of Kevin Hart. But I thought he did very well on the roast. Seemed like a good opportunity for him. I guess he's been opening for Kevin. He's one of the Plastic Cup boys who's been around Kevin for forever. And he's been doing a press tour where he's tried to kind of get attention. He was talking about the white writing staff. And then he took aim at Big J. And so Big J Okerson's always hated Kevin Hart. Now, as a listener, I don't know Jay personally, of course, but as a listener, that seemed off base from how you hear Jay talk about Kevin. We were like, maybe, I'm sure there were people jealous of Kevin, but hate, had an actual hate for him. Didn't seem to line up, so we were curious to hear Big J's response, and he gave it to us on the Legion of Skanks. And by the way, yes, Tristan Bowling is the new co-host of Legion of Skanks. I'm not playing this game with you anymore, Lewis. Either announce a co-host or don't. I'm done with it.
Yeah, it's the new co-host weekly. It looks like is going to be the thing.
But yeah, let's hear from Big J.
It's called lazy.
You know, what's interesting about this clip is he says something that's about he tells the thing that I didn't want to come to New York for a while, and so I kind of bailed on New York. What's going on about this is Naeem has been the person in Kev's crew who I think was, gets a little lazy sometimes, as did I. Early on when I was coming to New York, I was like, this sucks. Yeah. Coming up here, and we're having fun hanging with Patrice and Colin Quinn. But I go, I'm not getting on stage at all. Right. And it's kind of like funny. So I would not come a lot. And then Keith at one point, I think, told Kev, hey, I'm going to stop pulling for Jay because, he's not putting the effort in. And so he called me and said that. And then I was like, all right, I'm going to put the effort in. And then I literally turned it around and started coming every day. I think he's used that story to get Naeem motivated at times. Mm. So he kind of tells like a half story of that.
So I think it makes sense, and good of Jay to like admit that, to be like, I've been lazy throughout my career, and Kevin's been, I guess, based on context, told Naeem that story, and Naeem misinterpreted it as Jay hated Kev for dragging him up to New York all the time. And like I believe Jay because of how he backs up a lot of this stuff. Like I said, Jay's explanation just seems more realistic to me, and Naeem seemed way off base. I don't know any of these guys off whatever they do on podcast, but it just seemed like more accurate to the person we've heard on podcasts for many years, Big J Okerson. His story lined up more. He talks about talking to Kevin Hart about it, which we'll get to, but it just seemed like Naeem's making stuff up for attention a little bit, and I guess it worked. But let's hear a little more from Jay.
I've never just complained ever openly and shit on Kevin. This just never happened.
He hated him. And plus, let me just say this as well, because I do want to keep it going, but like, you've never shit on Kevin Hart.
No.
You've shit on everybody to me. We've been in car rides for 7-8 hours at a time, and all you do is you talk shit about comedians with your friends.
Super close friends. Other super close friends.
Yeah. No, people that you love and consider friends. People that are sitting at this table right now.
Possibly.
Good.
Wait, who?
But the point is true. It's like I don't have any problem.
Yeah,
anything I never talked about Kev from the get go, I knew right away.
I mean, look, there's always been like
confused. I wasn't confused about it when it was like envy. I was like,
there was an envious thing there for sure. But you were honest about that. You told the story before about having to leave this hotel room because you're like, I'm having a hard time accepting.
Yeah, he showed me him like coming shot on the floor, and then I said the thing that got me was I go, some things don't change though, dude. I still bring the PlayStation 360 with me everywhere to play NBA too. And he goes, oh no, he goes, we have a runner go grab one when we land, and then
You want it?
he goes, no, he goes, we leave it for housekeeping when they leave, and I was like, all right, I gotta go get ready for my. That was the thing. I was like,
I'm going to apply to get a housekeeping job here.
Jay's showing his age there, calling it a PlayStation 360. But yeah, he goes on to talk about like how it was. They did lose touch, and he said, Kev just stopped reaching out at a certain point, but also he said he stopped reaching out because he was just kind of getting sick of reaching out to Kev, being like, yeah, I'm not getting this opportunity or that opportunity, or I'm struggling here, and Kevin going, okay, well, I got this pilot, and I'm booked on a movie, and I'm starting to work with The Rock, and like it was just tough for Jay to hear all that, and he admits, he goes, there was a lot of jealousy involved. I never hated him for that. There was never this thing where like, oh, Naeem accused him of saying he's not funny, he's just short and black, which Jay is like, I can't even think of a context where I would have said that. And they also both kind of say, because Naeem said he wasn't that close with Jay, and Jay is always he goes, I'm not that close to Naeem. He said that before any of this started. So how Naeem would know any of this, that Jay secretly hated Kevin Hart, how it's something that Naeem didn't know.
Okay, it wasn't from lack of effort, that's for sure. Got short stack there. Doubled up on the under the gun.
So now he did a thing. He went on the Breakfast Club before this, and he made a big thing about the white writers didn't catch any legs. He's the only person on the thing that did. TMZ came to him in an airport, and he stopped and talked for 20 fucking minutes, and gives him everything that. And now he's doing it. So he's just great. And so it's funny you use the term opportunistic. Right. Everyone did it as an opportunity. I don't like doing this. I don't want to do the work. The work. You know what I mean? But it's like it's Kev. It made sense. It was. It made sense for me to do. So it's like, I don't know.
He's going around doing a press tour about how other people did it to be opportunistic. It's like,
I mean, literally, by the way, I was asked by so many podcasts to come on and talk about the roast, and I was like, well, I have my own, I have BJ Snacks, I have Bonfire, so I'll talk about it. Well, my own thing, it's like, this is just like a weird, like, that's definitely opportunistic. Well,
yeah, people get very hung up on, and maybe we'll talk about some of the other subjects we have later, but people get very hung up on, like, well, this was an opportunity for you, so that makes it shitty of you. Well, no, but they asked, if Kevin didn't want Jay on, and Jay lobbied, and then it was like, well, you were a friend, what, you're not going to have your friends from early on? Like, if he was lobbying in that way, then you could view it as opportunistic. Jay was invited on and said yes, because it was a thing that made sense. Like, he wasn't painting himself in a light that he wasn't. It didn't seem like he was pouring himself out, going on every. I didn't even hear Jay weigh in on a lot of this stuff, like the backlash about Shane and Tony. I didn't hear him mention that anywhere outside of Legion of Skanks and the Bonfire, which they would have done anyways. So it did not seem like an opportunistic thing. And then it's very funny that he points out that Naeem, and those TMZ things, you see those videos all the time, where it's like, them asking, you saw with Shane Gillis a couple weeks ago, where they're asking about like the UFC stuff or whatever, and they try to get you in a quick gotcha moment. Naeem stopped and talked with them for 25 minutes. So this is kind of his moment, and it's interesting to watch people of all levels, because we saw this with Chelsea Handler, where Chelsea Handler is in a different situation than Naeem. She was extremely popular. Like Chelsea lately was a massive thing. She was extremely popular, 15 years ago. And now she's not anymore, kind of irrelevant, and this was her moment. This is a big thing for her, and so she decided to make it about how, Shane Gillis and Tony Hinchcliffe were Nazis and they victimized Cheryl Underwood and all that ridiculous nonsense she was spewing because it got her traction. And then there are some people, some loons out there that are like, she's right, fuck these guys, and now they'll go to Chelsea Handler shows and support her as this beacon of womanhood and equality. That is just fake. That's just not like Chelsea Handler's made racial jokes forever. That was this entire groundwork for her career was Tony Hinchcliffe style roast jokes on that late night show. So it is interesting to see the people using that as an opportunity who are accusing other people of using it as an opportunity. It's very funny. They kind of show their true colors and they make these accusations. And I thought Naeem was very funny. And I was like, oh, maybe I'll check out more of this guy's stuff. He did a very good job on the roast, I thought. And this just kind of leaves like, never mind. I guess I'm not. That's not anything he does,
The opposite Cheryl Underwood feeling. Like, you want to go check out her stuff.
They're looking at, and I think maybe there's some jealousy involved. They're looking at Cheryl, who got a Netflix special the next day or whatever it was.
Yes.
She just blew up and now has it was a real opportunity opportunity for her. But Cheryl Underwood won the roast. Compared to anyone else, she gained more fans off of that, more notoriety than anybody. And I think some of these people, like Naomi and Chelsea, probably look at that and go, well, that should be me. I'm doing all the interesting stuff. But there's a difference when you react to something authentically and it seems real and you behave like a fucking human being. Like Cheryl Underwood went and had these conversations with Tony Hinchcliffe and Shane Gillis, and like you saw an authenticity in her and wanted to support her. And people can see through phoniness even I can see through phoniness fairly easily. So it oozes off of you when it comes out like this. It seems weird too, because it seems like, maybe it was a misunderstanding and Naeem was just spouting off on a podcast. Jay tells a story on here. I don't think we have it in these clips, but he tells a story where Naeem turned to him. They were sitting next to each other on the roast, and Jay looked a little weird. Naeem turned to him and said, "Hey, are you all right, man?" And I guess Jay said, "I'm fucking terrified." Like he was really nervous. And for Naeem to have that story, to know that, a thing that no one else knew in that moment, like Jay admitted to him he was very nervous, and to take that and be like, oh, he's an opportunist and he hates Kevin and he's a phony. That just seems like a shitty thing it just seems like a shitty way to behave when it was entirely unnecessary.
Up next, Kevin.
Okay, yeah, so Jay reached out to Kevin just to kind of make sure he's like, do you think this of me? So he explains that here.
What this inspired to happen was, so the night I saw this, I texted to Kevin, and I was like, hey, if this Naeem being a shithead, I go, but if this is indicative of all how you feel, I would like to know that. Whatever. He wrote back, he's like, no, Naeem's being an idiot, I don't know why he's doing what he's doing, and then he FaceTimed me.
Yeah, so Kevin doesn't seem to think it's real, which is encouraging, I guess. Because it does seem like if I were in Jay's shoes, I'd be like, oh, obviously they've talked about this. Like, that would be my first thought. I was like, oh, well, Kevin must think, for Naeem to pick up on that, Kevin must think I secretly hate him. But I guess Kevin was just like, no interest in that. And the result is the last clip here.
Jay's house, yes.
Yeah, I thought this was a funny bit to end on here. So we'll leave on this. The idea of Kevin Hart visiting his old friend, Big J. Okerson.
What he actually said was, he was like, I was like, let's do dinner or something. He goes, well, I want to come to your place. I'm going to come to your place and have dinner. So I would like to come here and report what his face feelings was. He goes, is that a Caldera hot tub?
Dude, this is a beautiful house. So Kevin Hart, this is a trap house.
Right. I might have pristine naked putting cocaine in small bags in the living room. Just so he just understands. He goes, yeah, this is what you think.
I shit you not, like, an unquestionably beautiful fucking house, dude. Kevin Hart would come in here and he wouldn't touch things.
Yeah, I wouldn't Airbnb this shit.
Go,
I was desperate.
You go, is this cast iron?
He'd walk in, look around the foyer and go, Jay, you can always ask me for money, man. What the hell? You shouldn't be living like this. I can help, dude. I'm good.
Be living like this.
I put you on the roads, man. I can help you more. I mean, like, what do I gotta do to help get you out of this poverty?
What do you need to get yourself up by the bootstraps and think for yourself?
Anytime he would look for wheels underneath, it was very funny.
That's a good line.
But yeah, it's like, I think often you can tell based on who's laughing about it, who's taking it very seriously. You can tell where kind of the truth is and the reality of the situation. But yeah, I figured we touched on that last week, so we would get a final explanation. It seems like all is well. Thank God. We can all rest easy now, knowing that things are okay with Big J. Okerson and Kevin Hart. But yeah, that was an interesting thing, so I'm glad they kind of set the record straight.
It's good to know that stand-up comedy is a lot like high school. Everything's like high school.
Oh, I mean, very much.
We never leave, Mike. We're just stuck in class still. God damn.
That's what all this is, but it's interesting to me. People criticize it for that, but I find that stuff very interesting because I think it's just, I don't know, representative of other human interaction, just our relationships. And like, you can apply it to your own life. So I find that stuff very interesting.
Go to blindmark.net.
Welcome to Hamilton, Ontario, where hard drug use has become a part of everyday life on the city streets.
People became totally crazy.
Yeah, it's that root inside.
Crystal,
Crack cocaine. We all knew it was going to happen. This is what happens when you mix drugs with mental illness, with poverty. It all comes together into a terrible, terrible thing.
What happens if this city can't turn the tide? We're going to take a look at the crisis reshaping Hamilton. All right, so we are currently en route to Hamilton. We're going to be meeting up with Dan Miles. Some of you may remember Dan. He's been on the channel a few times. He also has an Instagram account called Intervention Intersection, and he's got cameras all over his house, and he basically documents what he sees in and around his neighborhood. He's caught murderers on those cameras, a ton of different stuff. Dan told us to come down to Hamilton because with the warm weather, he says it's getting pretty crazy. It's always been pretty sketchy in Hamilton, but he says recently it's gotten pretty bad. You know, open air drug use, the homeless problem in general. So we're heading down there right now. We should be with Dan very shortly, so stick around. All right, here we are. So we're going to head out with Dan. Dan, what do you think? What are we doing today?
Well, we're going to examine some of the things that are affecting the downtown core of Hamilton, the problems, the issues, the extreme drug abuse, drug sales. It's gotten exponentially worse. We've now had 5 homicides, you know, with firearms and whatnot related to Jackson Square. People are getting shot and killed up here, and the flow of narcotics is completely unchecked, and it's just taking over the entire neighborhood.
Really? So you would say most of the issues down here stem from drugs?
Absolutely. It's all drug related, and it's all based on, you know, the theft is based on getting more narcotics. The crime is based on more narcotics. Fentanyl and crystal meth are the 2 primary players out here.
Within minutes of leaving Dan's house to explore the city, we witnessed drugs being distributed and an ambulance treating someone outside a church. The church, known as Christ Cathedral, operates a program called the Cathedral Cafe, which provides meals to people in need. While the program's mission is to help vulnerable members of the community, some local residents claim it has also contributed to increased drug-related activity in the area.
This is the sanctuary city, basically, for drug addiction now.
This would be like the big pub where a lot of people would come.
That's right. Oh, look. And here we go. We're going to run straight into the paramedics. First thing, without any hesitation, right?
Like, are you responding to calls like this quite often? Or?
So I don't work on an ambulance anymore. I'm with the Social Navigator program.
Right.
So it's a partnership that we have with Hamilton Police who work with the heavily marginalized homeless population, right? So I don't. These aren't so much the calls that I'm responding to. These are ones that I've come across that require extra attention that I'm not able to give.
What do you think about the city right now?
Right now, it's, well, summertime, it's looking a lot better than the winter.
Yeah.
Oh, the churches, right? They got to get rid of that.
I gotta say, the streets.
The streets look like crap. Crime rate's gone through the fucking roof. The people that live in this neighborhood are old Italian and Portuguese people. They don't call the cops. When these people that come from all different parts of the country, they're not Hamiltonians.
Right.
There's not that many fucking homeless Hamiltonians. They get bussed in. So what they do is they just fucking exchange. Today you take 20, 30. Tomorrow they'll bust them going up, and they just keep doing the merry-go-round.
What do you think the city should do?
I think that they should get a new mayor, which is going to happen, I hope. But you see the degree,
Yeah.
the real capital of the world is what I call it.
Do police or anything ever give people a hard time for using drugs?
To a certain extent, but they're all going to have this stuff.
As far as I know, it's criminalized.
For like a certain amount.
You're only allowed to have a certain amount on you before you can actually get arrested.
Well, what's the most common drugs on the streets right now that people are using?
Fentanyl.
Fentanyl? Crystal meth?
Yeah. Crack cocaine.
If you don't have to answer this, but are you guys using? So what?
Yeah, because my kids got taken.
If someone came up to you right now on the streets and said, we'll take you in, we'll get you sobered up, and we'll get you into treatment, we'll try our best to get you off the drugs, would you guys accept that? You would accept that, eh?
Yeah.
What about you?
Yeah, I would do.
So why is the city? Do you think the city's doing enough to get people off drugs? Or are they aiding people into using drugs?
It kind of because they don't help.
They push you to use it.
But not done in general, but they don't help you, so you have no choice. Okay, I didn't live on the streets for a while. I didn't have a house, and then I became homeless.
Yeah.
You can't be homeless and not use because it's cold.
The drug addiction is absolutely correlated with the homelessness, 100%. And when you have apartments going for $1,800 out here, these people who are only getting $1,300 max, they don't have a hope in hell to begin with.
It's quite obvious. There's a lot of people using drugs out here, eh?
Yeah, definitely.
Has it always
Sanctuary City.
Sanctuary City, eh? Has it always been like this?
I don't come down here much. Well, when I'm working, it seems like that.
Thanks, man. Do you see a lot of crazy stuff walking around here?
I mean, it's freaking out that day.
Yeah.
I don't think they pay you enough for what you do. I've seen what you pick up, man.
It's like the needles and stuff. Pretty cool.
Yeah.
Dan took us to a farmer's market located inside one of the city's most popular malls, an area that has also been affected by the drug crisis. We spoke with a woman who owns and operates a Mexican grocery store and restaurant within the market. She told us that she has witnessed drug deals and other related activity taking place directly in front of her business.
I think they don't want it. I think they compare these people, but the way that you need to get these people is move them to another place. Like these people in other countries, they put to work in the farmers for contribution to the society. But they receive money and they use a lot of drugs.
They need rehab.
Yes.
They need help.
Yes.
Instead of helping them to continue using drugs.
Yes. Because right now they are totally dysfunctional, disconnect. Fentanyl is super bad. Fentanyl was created for a message. But the fentanyl that we have in Mexico is not the same what they are using here. This is worse. Worse. The people became totally crazy. So it's dangerous because they became more aggressive.
They sell drugs
Here.
inside.
Inside in the market. I catch it in video.
Is it? You have it on video, right?
Yes, and I send everything to the police. And right now, a lot of business are shutting down the business because they cannot handle anymore. Neighbors, even neighbors here, they are moving for another areas. So we don't have to. I don't want that the center of Hamilton die for this reason.
Earlier this year, a 14-year-old boy reportedly shot a 16-year-old inside the mall.
Police responded to reports of shots fired inside Jackson Square. Our officers arrived and found a 16-year-old male that had sustained gunshot wounds. This young male was transported to hospital where he was subsequently pronounced deceased.
The victim died just outside this tech shop. Do you feel safe out here?
No.
You don't feel safe, eh?
Are
you currently using any substances?
Yeah,
Hard and down? So that would be crystal and fentanyl? Cracking down, okay. Now let me ask you this. If someone came up to you right now and said, come with me, I'll get you help, I'll get you treatment, we'll get you cleaned up, we'll get you working, would you accept that help?
No.
You don't want to get clean? Not right now? But is it maybe something that you consider down the road? Is that something that you guys would consider? Yes? But do you think that the city should maybe put more resources into getting you guys off the drugs rather than just condoning it?
Yes, because sometimes they misdiagnose diagnoses that are there, but they can't detect it exactly because it doesn't have a favorite.
Right.
Favorites like a business.
Yeah.
Or like you go into your ears and that's exactly what the problem is. Like you really hard to freak it out. And I don't know, like that's why I felt it's like I get excited to supplement it. And when I'm on the drugs, which is medicine, like it helps work with that so that I'm not like falling over and smashing my head on the ground.
You said earlier you came here from Alberta 10 years ago.
About 10 years ago, like I was actually incarcerated for like 10 years.
Yeah.
So it's been longer than 10 years, but like when I went in, everything pretty much like went like to a standstill. Like even the dates and like all that, like everything shut down.
Well, guys, we've only been out here for a little bit, and look what we've seen. We're talking to people in the streets, getting the real story, boots on the ground journalism. Go to fixourcities.com.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to B&H. It's just me and H. I don't know where T is, but I'm scared, Mike. Yeah, and Cardiff's kind of try. Yeah, I think Cardiff wants to keep it light, but I'll just rip the Band-Aid off and tell you guys. Did you say anything about a purple coffin? No. I'm trying to just give you a straight joke. Very sadly, blissfully, and to some people, I'm sure, but unfortunately for our pal Rocco, the Colorado Rockies had a record 29 doubles yesterday, and he was left no choice but to overdose on McDonald's. Oh, the kid went out the way he wanted to. He sure did. I bet he gave a speech as he was eating the 29th one. He stood on top of the table and dedicated this one last cheeseburger. I wish I could pull the name of the Colorado Rockies baseball player out of my ass right now. He quoted Lou Gehrig without even knowing who that was. He said, "Today, I'm the luckiest man." Yes, much more. I know he is retarded or something. He'll be here soon to bring you all a Dabbleverse update, I'm sure. Oh no, Rocco won't be, and Tukey won't be here. Something will be here. But someone will be here. Fortunately, someone will be here. I think he's here. That's very exciting. Hello? Who are you? I'm worried about that. Yeah. You have to turn on your virtual camera.
I know, I'm trying to figure out all this tech stuff. I'm not as good as it like the rest of you. God, I'm so nervous. I feel like a cat in a room full of rocking chairs. Oh, God.
I can't do it. I'm out. I don't know if I know that reference. Hold on. What was the reference? I'm a cat in a room full of rocking chairs.
I'm so nervous. I feel like a cat in a room full of rocking chairs.
Doesn't he get it? Because a rocking chair is the terrorizer of cat's tails.
It's the mortal enemy of the cat.
I never knew that. I haven't. Why did you put the show?
Hey, everybody, it's me,
Hacky the Destroyer. Hacky just comes in, swoops in, and shows. Please, Snowy's on the line if you like to know.
Who?
Snowy.
Snowy, my man.
Hi, Hacky.
How's it going, fellas? It feels good to be getting a call up for the big show. Very excited.
I will say this right off the top. It's going to be near impossible to have any sort of natural conversation. I was going to say, wasn't the show really kind of moving towards just three guys talking? That was potato filter. I understand, but I think I've been pretty real of a person. More real than one mic, most cases. For sure.
What do you want me to do? My regular voice for Hacky?
Yeah, I think that's fine.
All right, that's fine.
So it's limited edition, Hacky. Again, only available on Patreon.
Can I still do the mouth breathing?
If you want. If you enjoy it. You seem to like it. Thank you. Now that voice is easier for you to do.
With the current state of my voice, it's easy. I still don't have my voice.
What's wrong with you, by the way? You're sick.
Dr. Steve says I have polyps and they could be cancerous.
Don't get a note from him. You're not going to want. Yeah, the blowback. A whole headache. You don't want to do it. Just don't get him involved. He's probably already said too much.
He diagnosed me while he was in jail. I FaceTimed him. I took a flashlight and put it in my mouth.
So are you like again, I don't want to get to baseball too quickly in the episode. We usually save the baseball segment for later. Room show.
Oh boy, sports. This is where hockey shines.
Like a pitcher getting Tommy John surgery just to change their arm angle. Will you leave the polyps to make the hacky character better?
Well, that's the problem. I might not. See, I'm kind of.
He doesn't know what voice he is anymore. He's a man without a country.
I don't know what to do. But that's the thing. I can't do Tukey. I can't do Tukey, and I might. They say I may never be able to do Tukey again.
That's a movie. That's a movie right there. Rex, the comeback story of the century.
It's funny. I get it. It's funny to you guys. I know because you guys.
I just picture the opening scene. There's Tukey laying over a chair in the doctor's office. Rocco crying.
Are you under the impression that people enjoy your show? Because
no,
like looking at the puppet and listening to the silly voice.
Yeah, I don't know.
Mike, there's a percentage.
Do you think I would have been as successful if I just came into this universe as Rocco?
No, but he likes saying it now.
I think you're a funny guy.
You would never have gotten noticed.
It was all the character stuff. I'm telling you,
I don't even think I would have been anywhere if it wasn't for the gimmick. Just kind of got you noticed.
Like, people hate Elva Relay, but they love TV. And it's the same fucking thing.
No, but I think at this point you could stop doing Tukey. And most people, but again, I think there's some people that would lose their shit. Like, there's some people that just love.
Oh,
they just love looking at the puppet.
I would think I could stop doing Elva Relay.
No.
Before stop doing Tukey.
And those people, and no offense, I'm sure some are watching right now.
They're idiots. All Tukey fans are idiots, Mike. Say it.
No.
Pledge your allegiance to the TSN.
Certainly not idiots. But I'm sure there's some kind of developmental disorder, right? If they're yelling at Elva Replay, bring back Tukey! We want Tukey, you asshole! Fuck you!
I don't think people would get angry, but I think they would be sad. Tukey's a big part of their life.
Huh.
Mm-hmm. Mike, you haven't seen, like, I've watched this fucking idiot with a puppet on his arm, with people just crying at Tukey's feet. Like, just in love with this. He treats him so well. Okay, Connor?
Yeah, right, cheese.
John Madden football. Madden is dog shit. Look at this shit. Fuck! Every year, it is the same damn thing with Madden. How does that even work? EA Sports. It's in the game.
People really don't like Madden. The game, not the man. We love him, and not Nicolas Cage playing the man.
Madden football is not a very good game. I get it. You get it.
Look at my punter. Look at my punter.
We get it. There have been plenty of negative reviews of the game, but I never thought I'd see the game get to a point where U.S. senators are writing to lawmakers using the words Madden, NFL, authoritarian regime, and national security risks in the same letter. But that's what I saw with my own eyes, and you'll see it too. And Madden could have even bigger issues than its subpar gameplay moving forward. Not long after this video drops, EA Sports is going to release Madden NFL 27, which is not the 27th Madden, nor is it releasing in the year 2027, but it's the 36th installment of the series. It's also the 22nd Madden since they became the only option for people who want to experience the NFL on a virtual plane. Today, Brandon Perna, wanted to reveal why Madden still remains one of the most criticized sports games, why EA can't really do much about it, and why Madden could become a national security risk. Yes, seriously, that last part is true. Please subscribe to this YouTube channel. Trying to get to 875,000 subs by the end of this month. So are we gonna do it? Jesus Christ. Oh. If you know where that footage comes from, you've been watching this channel for a long time. It's got Tecmo Bowl versus Madden, an old video we made here. Look, if you want to support this channel, a great way to do it is patreon.com/that'sgoodsports. Look, I don't offer a lot of extra We're going huge, guys. John Madden football was conceived all the way back in the early 1980s, debuting in 1988, probably after some neon spandex were ripped off in a heat of passion.
Okay, let's take a little breath and get ready to use that cardiovascular system.
But the game gained initial popularity in the 1990s and exploded in the early 2000s, a time of peak saturation for football games in the era of the PS2, Xbox, and GameCube. Madden was always top dog, but in 2004, NFL 2K5 released a product of similar, if not better quality, about 3 weeks earlier for $30 less. EA certainly didn't want to be undercut like that on the open market. Not only was it cheaper, it was better in a lot of ways. NFL video games from that era have always been painted as a two-horse race between Madden and 2K. And that's true to some extent, but the developers at EA Sports, it's in the game, were also worried about competing with NFL Game Day, which was my game of choice, and was a PlayStation exclusive that had the entire backing of Sony and its resources. NFL Game Day 2000 was the only video game that featured Denver Bronco on the cover, by the way. That was Terrell Davis, who soon after the release fell victim to the famous NFL Game Day cover curse. Oh boy, that one was terrible. So everyone at EA Sports battened down the hatches and worked their asses off to make a game that would keep them atop the food chain for years to come. Just kidding. No, they purchased exclusive rights from the NFL to use team and player names. NFL 2K was wiped off the map after their most promising installment to date. NFL Game Day, NFL Fever, and NFL Blitz were no more. If you can't beat them, just sign a contract worth hundreds of millions of dollars that says they no longer have the right to exist. It's a foolproof plan. This was obviously going to be a massive windfall for EA Sports, but it would be dishonest to say that this came out of nowhere for the NFL. Within 2 months after making EA the official virtual simulation of the NFL, the league also made exclusive deals with Visa, Gatorade, and Pepsi, which totaled over $1 billion combined. You might even remember a time when NFL teams all had different jersey suppliers. Can you imagine a team with the champion logo on their sleeve in 2026. By 2002, the NFL decided all uniforms would come from Reebok, officially ushering in an era of uniformity to uniforms. Unified uniforms. What a thought. While not Nike, at least Reebok was respectable. Cut to present day, and the NFL has an exclusive merchandiser in Fanatics. So my friend Urinating Tree did an entire video about. Plus, the NFL has an exclusive home for Sunday tickets and the same exclusive rights deal with EA Sports to the game that's been extended 4 times since 2004. Most recently, EA and the league agreed to a multi-year extension of the deal back in October of 2025. And surprisingly, EA didn't even want to do it, which I'll get to in a little bit. Something happened, though, when EA agreed to the initial exclusive deal that killed off its competitors. The Xbox 360 was set to release a year later in November of 2005, and the Madden developers had a decision to make for its next edition. Would Madden 06 be a completely new game built from scratch to take full advantage of the new hardware's capabilities? Or like NBA 2K did, would they gradually ease into it?
And Madden NFL 06.
Well, EA began developing Madden 06 before the Xbox 360 hardware was fully finalized. Developers rewrote the game's code from scratch, built a new animation system, and created entirely new art assets for the next generation of consoles. At the same time, the studio dramatically expanded its workforce, bringing in hundreds of new employees and changing the culture of what had once been a much smaller team. Former Disney animators and other new hires joined the company to work on the game. While the influx brought fresh talent and cinematic ideas, it also buried the close-knit culture that had been responsible for Madden's earlier success. More people working on the same thing does not always equal a better product.
Making too many baby cooks in the baby.
The strength of Madden 06 quickly became too ambitious. Basically, they bit off way more than the new console could chew. Developers packed stadiums with highly detailed objects, experimented with advanced lighting and animation systems, and tried to create a more cinematic presentation. Many of those ideas games frequently crashed or overheated, and teams spent months cutting features and scaling back plans just to get the game to work. Remember, this is the early Xbox 360. That 9 times out of 10 was going to get the red rings of death. And you'd have to wrap it in a towel like E.T. until it started working again.
Brand new Walmart in its fullest glory.
See that? 3-light red ring.
It ended up being a great gaming system, but it definitely had to grow into its full capabilities, and the Madden team tried to dive in with both feet. It was kind of like Sam Darnold when you think about it. Public expectations only grew when EA released an internal target render trailer that was never intended to represent actual gameplay. Consumers really had no idea what a next generation Madden was going to look like. So when that trailer came out, the expectation was that this was going to be the experience when you put the Madden 06 disc into your brand new console. And this is what the game actually looked like. It'd be like if I had John Hamm sitting here pretending to be me for a commercial for That's Good Sports, and then when you clicked on the video, you got this mug for a jump scare. It took an insane amount of effort from the developers to get out the next-gen version of the game to be packed.
Some people Mike Kelta hosts a show down in Tampa, been a radio guy forever. And, we featured him on the show before. He was doing a podcast with his wife for a little while. That was embarrassing. But Mike was a good sport about it. He invited me on the show. I did a phoner on Mike Kelta's show. So he seems like one of the good ones.
Then you immediately swore.
Yeah, not used to being on the radio. So,
Does he still do that show with his wife, or did he learn from? Okay, that's what I thought.
he learned. She hated it. We're just going to make fun. I was like, why am I doing this? Good question. Yeah, so they stopped doing that. But back in 2021, because Artie lives in the Tampa area, and so he was a guest on Mike Kelta's show. What are we looking at here?
Well,
Christian?
so he's eventually a guest. So the way that this starts is that they come back from commercial, and Kelta talks about how he saw an ad on Facebook for a show that was coming up in the Tampa area, and it was called the Legends of Comedy Tour, featuring Jimmy J.J. Walker and Artie Fletcher. So he's going to start talking to his audience and everyone there in the studio on my clip one.
If I said to you living legend of comedy and the name Artie Fletcher, would that mean anything to anybody? Anyone in our listening audience? Is there anybody here that thinks of Artie Fletcher? Now, Artie Fletcher is a comedian, according to him, that goes by the name, calls himself the New York Bad Boy, which right there should tell you it's going to be awful. Everything about it is going to be awful. To anybody who refers to themselves as a New York Bad Boy. Also, Artie Fletcher is like 75 years old and fat and dumpy looking. There's nothing bad about him except his bad appearance. And this ad pops up and says, don't miss this amazing night of comedy with two Hollywood legends.
Ooh. Hold on a second. I'm guessing that Mike didn't know about all the TV credits that Artie Fletcher has. He gets up to speed and apologizes for this.
Well, I think that he did need to be educated, and in clip 2, yes, it takes like a minute, but it's because Artie has so many credits, Carl, that clip 2 is so long.
Artie Fletcher, I'm reading from the ad again, one of the most talked about, must-see performers. You've got to be kidding me. Known for Law and Order. Now, if I were to say to you, Chris Maloney, he's known for Law and Order.
Yeah.
By the way, I have seen every Law and Order. I know Law and Order. No idea what Artie Fletcher was for on Law and Order.
I even Googled it, and there's no image or scene, like, of the scene or anything.
I turned down a spot on Law and Order. Robert Kelly did Law and Order twice and played two different characters on Law and Order.
I've seen Robert Kelly.
Getting on Law and Order, not that hard. You just have to live in New York and know how to act a little.
Are you guys, I'm looking at IMDb, are you guys saying you don't remember Stan from Law and Order?
No.
There was one episode in 2001.
Well, that's what he's known for in Law and Order. Yeah. You know, one of the most talked about must-see performers, known for Law and Order.
Season 11, episode 16, Stan.
Yeah. We all remember Stan from that one episode of Law and Order. I don't know.
I'm calling bullshit that woman's a big Law and Order fan, or that guy is, because how would they not know Artie Fletcher? What an important scene that was.
What's up?
Yeah.
So let's go ahead and jump ahead to clip 5, and Kelta is going to ask everyone there in the studio what they think it costs to see Jimmy J.J. Walker and Artie Fletcher. There's no Gallagher on this tour, no one else. It's just the two of them. And we'll play a game, and you guys can guess after the studio does.
Well, basically, Artie Fletcher is a big fat liar. Now, if I said to you, these two Hollywood legends, Jimmy Walker and Artie Fletcher, are going to be performing together, how much does that cost? But I will tell you this, it includes one house beverage. And there's limited seating, and tickets are available for the Living Legends Conference. How much does that cost?
$18.
And
$25 with the drink included.
All right, so those are the guesses, right?
Those are the guesses, yeah. So the answer will be in the next clip. Can I guess? Yes, please do.
Because he brought it up, and obviously they're playing along like you're supposed to.
Yeah.
Because he brought it up, I'm going to guess it's over $40. Oh. I'm going to guess it's 45.
Okay. What do you think, Chris?
$1.
Well,
I mean, the drink included.
I
they're definitely the drink. So let's see.
I like limited seating. Like, yeah, no shit.
Yeah.
Unlimited seating.
It's not a pay-per-view. Limited seating. So clip 6.
Okay. The price to see living legends, Hollywood icons, Artie Fletcher and J.J. Walker. $55 per person. 55 scam artist dollars per person.
Now,
Yes.
what if Artie wasn't on the bill? What would it cost to just see Jimmy?
And look, I don't think that Gallagher's a draw, but if you told me it was Jimmy Walker and Gallagher and there's no mention of Artie Fletcher, I'd be like, all right, that sounds high, but, that's probably what they both, they both
What kind of drink?
Right, seriously. Is there a well? We talking top shelf?
It's probably draft beer, if I had to guess. Yeah. So they spend a lot of time talking about this, and then because Colts is there in Tampa, he knows Artie. They're able to get Artie on the phone for our clip 7.
That's awesome.
Artie Fletcher.
Mike Colter.
You're live on the air. Please don't use your potty mouth. You are the New York bad boy.
Oh, God, I'm old now, Mike. I'm 66. Come on, man.
Oh, I would have thought you were over on that one.
I know, right? I feel it.
Now, Artie.
Yeah.
I was on Facebook last night, and I saw you have an upcoming show with Jimmy J.J. Walker.
That's correct.
Does he live down here now?
No, he lives in Las Vegas.
Oh, I know he's here every once in a while. He seems like he comes through a lot.
He comes here about. We try to do this. There's a third part of the show where we have Gabe Kaplan.
Oh, now that's that guy. Sure.
Yeah, the only problem with him though, Mike, is the guy is a raised poker player. He's got money. He's got big money, so he only really likes to do the church area and the synagogues, and then Jimmy and I do the rest.
So they speak with his people.
So I've never heard Gabe Kaplan as one of, on the roster. I know about Rainn Wilson. I don't think that lasted very long. Not Rainn Wilson. Rainn Kaplan. I knew he was a poker player. I've heard about that, but he likes to play the synagogues, Carl, because that's too much money. I thought it was real, and then I've heard these clips a few times in preparing them. I think it's a joke. But the first time, yeah.
It's a bad attempt at one.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
But Gabe Kaplan's not on this. So in clip 8, Kaplan really wants to know why this tour is called what it is.
Okay. I do have some issues. At what point are we calling this the Living Legends Tour? What among you guys are legendary?
You got to get when you say Jimmy. I mean, if you think about it, Jimmy holds a record. He's on television every single day. He's on some way or the other.
I'll give you the benefit of that. Good Times is very popular. I will give you that. So you should call it the Living Legends Tour with Artie.
All right, I'm gonna pause it real quick. What kind of statistic is that? Every day he's on one place or another.
I mean, if you're gonna say around the world, I'll be like, okay, you know what? And that's what Calta does. Like, I'm just gonna give you that.
Right.
Maybe. But I mean, when was the last time? And I know people don't flip through the channels the way they used to. But when was the last time you saw a screen anywhere in Good Times was on?
Not in this century.
Yeah, exactly.
Not in this century for sure.
Different strokes, sure, but never Good Times.
So you should call it the Living Legends Tour with Artie Fletcher.
You're right.
I know. And then
We know what kind of mind you are.
And then it says, wait, hold on, I got questions. It says, don't miss the amazing night of comedy with 2 Hollywood legends. Hollywood.
I think about that too. I gotta agree with you on that one.
All right. So far, you're being very agreeable, Artie.
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah.
Guys trying to sell tickets, sometimes you have to stretch the truth a little bit. I get you.
I didn't do that, Mike. I didn't place
Who
that.
did that? It's very typical of you. You do this stuff a lot.
New Yorker.
I'm also a New Yorker, but not a liar.
Did Artie Fletcher have no control over how this is promoted? Is that what he's pretending? Just like, yeah, I'm gonna put that Hollywood. I'm 66.
At one point, they go through the ad copy compared to ArtieFletcher.com, and it's the same. So,
Right. Yes.
so he definitely wrote it.
I think I understand you gotta write this stuff, but he really sucks at it.
Yeah, and Calta does a lot of those, like good under his breath, like, yeah, I'm a New Yorker, but I'm not a liar, And I guess because Artie's only
only 66. He still can't hear that. One thing that they go through is he talks about how he's in all these sketches on Conan, and Calta's wondering why that's not on the website. And then he asks him about Letterman. Now, this was a clip that you played as the tease on Wednesday, but I think it's important to the overall story, clip 11.
Okay. All right, what about Letterman? When were you on Letterman?
Okay, I was on Letterman. I also did sketch on Letterman too, but I did it for a guy named Mike Sweeney. This is probably why you were still in you're probably only about 300 pounds then, but anyway.
Will there be more of that humor at the Safety Harbor spot?
Oh yeah, I'm gonna do my own Mike Sweeney, my own Mike Cobb today.
When a fat guy calls another guy fat, great comedy. Go ahead.
I'm 66 years
Just
old.
cut to the chase. Did you do stand up on Letterman or not?
Yes, sir.
Where is that video?
In 3 minutes. Oh my God, I'll find it for you, Mike.
Well, why would you not lead with that? Why wouldn't that be the way? All right, forget it.
So I'm going to do more fact checking. Mike Sweeney. I'm no Adam Bush, but I do know a little bit about show business. Mike Sweeney was a writer on Late Night with Conan O'Brien and eventually became the head writer. He had nothing to do with Letterman. So he's got the name Mike Sweeney, but he's like, yeah, I filled in for him on Letterman. No, I mean, he didn't work on Letterman. He worked on Conan for like 30 years. It's pretty close to it.
And did you do like some sketches and stuff on Conan? Is that what he's saying? Like they just needed a body on stage?
I think that's accurate. Later on, we're going to hear how Artie turned up on Letterman. We get a pretty good explanation.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Because Mike Sweeney, if I'm picturing the right person, is not the same body type as
No, he's got gray hair, and he would be like Abe Lincoln in sketches, Mike Sweeney. Yeah, that's that. Yeah, and he would warm up the crowd for years. So the topic of Artie Fletcher's Tonight Show appearance is going to come up, and I thought you might want to remind people what the Tonight Show appearance is. So I included my 12A. We don't have to play the whole thing, but we have the video of Artie Fletcher's Tonight Show appearance with the great Jay Leno.
The Tonight Show with Jay Leno.
The show was much better when Ed Hall was the announcer.
Welcome to the Tonight Show on NBC, broadcasting from the NBC Experience at Rockefeller Plaza. I'm Jay Leno. We're all in for a real treat tonight. Sitting to my right, very distinguished guest. So, what can you tell us about yourself?
My name's Artie Fletcher, and I thought this was Conan O'Brien.
Well, that was fascinating. Now, where are you from?
My name is Artie Fletcher. I thought this was Conan O'Brien.
We can pause it there.
So, I think Vinny brought this on the show when we were introducing people to Artie Fletcher. So he did one of these Tonight Show tours where you get to sit down in the chair and they make this video for you after the fact. Make it like you're a guest on the show. And he posted it on the internet.
Yes, he posted it on the internet. And the producer for Cult's show finds this and is watching it while they're talking, and that is 12B.
Oh, good.
So he has a video of him sitting on the Tonight Show, the chair there with Jay Leno, but he's superimposed. No. It's not a real video.
Where is that?
That's on his acting reel that's down the bottom. It's the last one on the right. It is 4 minutes and 39 seconds in. It's so fake, Artie. Come on.
Artie.
Funny, because you guys don't know what you're talking about.
Is that real or is it fake?
Listen to me. Sarah Silverman, she wet and she's smooth.
threesomes and all that kind of stuff?
Yeah.
I guess so. I'm surprised at you.
What? I thought we went over this last time with the degenerate, Justin.
I don't remember that. Maybe I just.
Half man, half woman, right?
And so, what was it that attracted you when you first saw Melina, knowing that she'd been with so many guys and ladies? What was it that attracted you?
Jesse Peterson wrecked both Beta Cup Destiny and his brand new woman for their degenerate behavior in this debate, as Jesse Peterson calls out Melina Goranson and Destiny for sleeping with anything with legs and a While they try to justify their actions, Jesse Lee Peterson torches these two for being totally gross. Let's get in.
You ever slept with 50 men?
No, women as well.
50 men and women.
Yeah.
And what is that like? You said it's fun?
Yeah.
Amazing. I'm sorry?
Have you slept with 50 men and women?
No way.
Why?
Why should I?
Yeah, why?
What are you looking for that causes
No,
you to
why?
do that?
Why haven't you slept with 50 men?
Because I've been a slut maker, but
You've been a slut. Oh, so you have slept around with a lot of women.
yeah, I have a lot of women, but not that many.
Was it fun?
It was fun sometimes.
Yeah, see, so that's actually the same way.
And so you feel good, you have fun sleeping all with men and women.
Yes, as you have also fun when you're sleeping around with men and women.
I've never slept with men. And so, why do you say something that's not true? I slept with
Wait, what's wrong?
I slept with slut. Did you know that women who sleep around like that are sluts?
That sounds like a lot of fun in that case. I can be a slut. I'm having a lot of fun.
You don't mind? Will you be a
He's
slut?
also a slut.
So what?
He sleeps with men and women.
He sleep with men and women?
Yeah.
And so he's a slut maker.
No, he's a slut as well.
Is that true, Destiny?
I guess in your world, yeah, that's what I'd be, Jesse.
And so do you sleep with men and women?
Yep.
And why are you doing people? Both men and women.
Fun, why not? Why not, Jesse?
But why is it just fun to do it?
Yeah, sure. What? Yeah.
Once you get married, would you continue to do that?
Yes.
Probably, yeah.
Really? Destiny, I read that, and I don't know if I knew this or not. At one time, you were a Christian.
Long time ago, like until I was 16, maybe. I went to Catholic school.
And then what happened?
I grew up a little bit, started asking questions. I mean, you kind of lose your religion pretty quickly when you go through that process, I think.
Really? And you just didn't believe in God anymore?
Yeah, not much.
Oh, I see. And Melina, are you a Christian?
No.
Do you believe in God?
No.
Do you have morals and values?
No.
You don't have any morals?
You have morals and values?
No.
You kind of do.
Okay.
Like murder someone.
But not, yeah, sure. But not, I don't believe in that or anything though.
But do you have
It's not a very common thing in Sweden to like be super religious and like believe in God. We're pretty like not into that stuff.
Really?
Yeah, so like if you're I remember there was like one guy in my class that was religious and he got bullied because it was like pathetic. Because you're believing in Santa Claus, basically.
Jesus.
Yeah, but he did get bullied because he believed in God.
Wow. And did your parents don't believe in God either?
No.
What is it like to grow up without a belief in God?
I get to have a lot of more
Some free blinds, and we just have this unbelievable comeback.
Final table domination, ladies and gentlemen, to win the special hold.
Hey guys, epic video today, but I just wanted to give you an update on me personally and the channel going forward and my mindset. As you guys know, I self-funded and produced a poker show. We filmed it, we self-edited it, it will be released in 2027. But I spent $400,000, and on this channel, I've worked my ass off to make this money. That was a big percentage of the money I have. I still have a bit of a bankroll, but I'm wondering, like, was that the stupidest fucking thing I could have done? I have these doubts in my mind, but I know I acted on my intuition, and there will be a purpose for it. That being said, I'm ready to play poker, and I'm ready to study and work my ass off, and I'm rededicating myself to the grind. You know, on this channel, we started with micros, we've had a good career, winning in tournaments, cash games across all platforms. We've done really well, but in my heart, I feel like I could be elite. Maybe it's delusion, but I feel like I could be really, really good. I have that potential. So going forward, long term, the next couple of years, I'm putting all my resources into me playing poker and getting as good as I can. So I'm back in the lab, streaming, making videos. I hope you guys have been the next couple of years will be a long journey, and thank you for your support. Today's video is epic. Jam 10 and suited. Okay, that's a fine hand to see. That's a good flop. That's a really good flop. Jack is perfect. All right, let's go. Maybe that can start the session. All right, we got sevens here, 15 blinds. And it's interesting because big blind is committed. We see an open jam. This is very good. You can see small pairs a lot, suited aces. So we're really excited about this call spot. King Jack flipping. One of his outs are dead. A lot of outs to fade here. Turn. Beautiful turn card. Small card. Okay. Did it. We faded the world. All right. Well, that's crazy to check. Okay, this guy was short. We're flipping. That's an 8 for me. Interesting. I think it's a flush draw, but he actually picks up outs. Nuts. So we're picking up some chips in the daily special. Interesting one. He jams 5 blinds. I'm going to re-shove. Ideally, we force the big blind out of here. We're mostly flipping. Sometimes we can be ahead. This is a jam spot. Nice. Got some dead money in there. It is a flip. I'm banking him. Red is no good. I'm going to open jam with these two being short. I think ace jack offsuit wants to play shove. Snapped in the big line. Nice, ace 9. Perfect hand to be against. That's a great flop. We can spade as well. Turn. Beautiful. Yes. Let's go. Big double there. Let's win down there. I guess we call. Nice hand. Okay, we're going to jam here. Full equity. Ace king. It's a beautiful thing. Flipping here wouldn't be a horrible thing. Wow, we're getting really good. Wow. Wow. Wow, he raise calls Jack 9 suited for heaps. Dang! That's justice. That feels fucking good, man. What does it feel with Queen 9 suited? Let's just bet small. Ooh, what a beautiful card. Now, my bet size has to be pretty big. If I'm going geometric, it should actually be bigger. Aces, you guys. I got the birdies. 7 off the money. No slow play here. Let's play raise first in. Raise, call, top set. I got to bet. I think it would be a little sus if I didn't. So I obviously have a lot of hand, like the most hand possible. I'm going to continue on this card. Still want to get called by like king, queen. That last 6 steps. Of course, has flushes in position, but okay, we just take. Hey, raise it up. Just bet small here. Still feeling pretty good about my hand. He comes for pot. It was a little weird to fold that, but okay, defending. I got a piece.
Blonde God is going to see bet this. Small. I appreciate the small size. 6K. To bet, I expect them to bet big, like 35K or something. Wow, they bet so small. I'm going to continue versus the small size. Ooh, we hit a 4. Not playing lead, but that's an encouraging card. Call. Wow, that's why he was going small. He was milking me with the nuts. Bad river card. I'm going to be aggressive with the queen 3. Put the pressure on. He calls. Oh my god. What is happening? It seems like... Oh, we got aces with 3 blinds for a comeback. Okay. I got the heart as well. Flush with the straight on the board. Okay, back in here. Come on, 250 in cash. I ran into aces. Oh my god, aces into kings now? Kings now. What a spin-up story here. What a comeback. Right back into business. Oh, ace king suited now. Let's memorize this one. What a freaking comeback here. Okay, ace king suited. Comeback. Queen 9. Yes, we got him to reach Queen 9. Ace on the flop. Gotta play the spade. River is. Yes. Yes. There we go, you guys. Yes. That was huge. We're so back. Okay, 7s. Jamming here. 7s. Calls. 3s. He calls 3s. Great spot. Let's go. Boom, boom, boom. Big double there. We are off to the final table. We got wrecked on the bubble down to 3 blinds. And we just have this unbelievable comeback. Wow, that's a really big 3-bet. Could just jam. You could just call, play the hand in position. Probably leaning towards that. Let's have ourselves a call. Now he checks. Very interesting. Jacks, ace king. Versus that crazy big size. I didn't feel like we had to jam. We get the same hand to fold. Gotta just have ace king, right? Wow, ace 7 offsuit. Yeah, let's just call here with jack 10 suited. Solver wouldn't play much call here. On final tables, it's going to be like aggressive pre-flop. I think we can play call. 2 shorties here. Okay, we're going to continue. We're in position here at a really good price. Jack. Alright, I'm going to play it aggressively here. Versus, I mean, 4-1 in position versus the small 4-bet. Jacks, which is interesting. Wasn't expecting him to check or check back. Spades. Calling. Do we bluff? I feel like we should. Just has so much like ace queen, ace 3, ace 2, all this stuff. And for sure his ace high. Yes. Oh. Wow. Final table. Oh, chance for ladder. Oh, this will be a ladder. Okay, we got our first ladder here. Let's go. Ladder us up, baby. Other jam here. Kenny McCormick. Calls. 7s versus King Jack. It's a flip. We're cheering for the 7s to get to 7-handed. Great turn card. River, red is scary. Let's go. Ladder us up. Hey, the black 9s. We don't really want to like raise, get in the 9s at the final table. Just gonna call it on this one. flopping overpairing the nine of clubs on this board. Interesting. He checks back, which is great. I'm gonna bet small. Still kind of like my hand here. Let's just put a really small bet here. Nice. Get paid off by ace king. That's beautiful. Let's go. Hey, a pair of tens. Couple of pillars. Raise it up. Yeah, no speeding I've tangled a few times. Okay, it's a bit of a concerning flop when he's flat small blind. He leads for a big blind. Call. Okay, straight draw now. Small bet. It feels like king, queen, ace, queen a lot. Not really getting jack vibes. Happy to just call in position. Ooh, river straight. I like this. Yeah, it feels like king, queen. I'm going for half pot is nice here. We know he doesn't have kings, queens. He does have some queen jacks suited. Yeah, we just take it down. It's a really nice hand. Okay, suited ace. These are some of the best bluffing hands. Maybe no raises. I'm gonna 3-bet him. Put a little pressure on him. I cover him. Should be opening the spot like relatively tight though. He still has hands like king jack and jack 10 suited. They're in a tricky situation. Nice play, nice play. Oh, what a dream hand on the button. Oh, I love 3-bet bluffing. So when we get a hand like this, aces, guys. Now does the blonde god do something? Pretty good spot to 4-bet bluff, honestly. Oh, I told you, this is a good spot to 4-bet bluff. Now do we call? Now that's interesting. Usually there's less slow playing, but if I think they're 4-bet bluffing, I could just call. To slow play or not to slow play? If I jam, we're just up to 70 blinds anyway. That might be the less various way to play it. I'm gonna jam. I'm not gonna slow play here. I'm gonna jam the Rockets. Oh wow, yes. Aces versus kings. Crazy. Ace, ace. Wow, always a sweat. Always a sweat. Let's go! We cooler the chip leader. Dude, we cooler the chip leader. Aces versus kings. Sick. Now the world is our oyster here. Oh, the guy's tilted his balls off. Now we got ace king here. Wow, we got $1 million, and the next biggest is this guy. We're jamming. I think he could be 4-bet bluffing here. Here we go. The best would be he folds. Wow, he gets it in too. I got ace king. He's got kings. Wow. Oh, we hit the ace. It's destiny. Let's go. What is this? Back-to-back hands. Unbelievable. Wow, 1.6 million. That was crazy. It was legitimately insane. Ace kings all in. Let's get final five. Okay. 1,242. Big hand here. Okay, small bet with the tens. I'm more 5x in my range than normal because of how wide I am. There's a small raise. Okay. Checks. I like betting small here. You can get called by all sorts of stuff. We're very good shape versus. Hey, take it down. Absolutely cooking. I got ace jack. This is sick. Look at this. This is literally the dream spot. This guy min raises. It's a little bit scary. I'm gonna jam here. Yeah, his min raise is a little bit scary. Oh, it's king queen red. King right there. Okay, it was a small one. Jamming here at the final table. He snaps. I got ace queen. Oh, he has kings. That's a big hand, sir. That's a big hand. Nice hand, nice hand. Can't do much about that there. Oh, we have an elimination. Wow, mixed nuts. Okay, get the ladders out. Top 4. Defend. I feel like leading this hand is cool on this board. Yeah, I'm going to keep bluffing here. The spade comes in. Definitely bluffing this river as well. Yes. Big river bluff. Let's go. Raise the ace deuce. Okay, big flop. Hit the ace. We have the diamond. We know he doesn't have any better aces. Those are all going to jam against my wide open range pre-flop. Plays min raise. I like my hand. Nice, we're ahead. He just has the draw. We're playing defense as well. Big turn. River. No. Okay. He lives. Raise, and that's a big flop. This is a very big flop. We have a queen and the flush draw. Very big flop. Just checking back, though. It's 2.4 pretty quickly. There's a lot of jack 10, king 10. It's unfortunate I have spades. Calling. Ace 3. Kind of felt like that, but nice small bet to him on the river. Okay, I got my hand here. Let's go. Bottom table. It's king ace 8. Lovely spot. King! Let's go. Let's go. Thanks, Josh. We'll see you soon. Bang! Mid-raise? Blind on blinds? I'll just play call. I'm very curious that he mid-raises. I'm going to bet a little bit bigger here. Mid-raises. Nice bluff. Nice bluff. We just attack with small sizes now. So. Okay. Definitely bluffing here. Oh, wow. He trapped me there. Fuck. Wow, he's really, really strong. Nice hand, nice hand. Maybe we should shut that one down. Okay. We're still fine. 1.5 million. Damn, he fucking trapped me with the boat. He just never has an ace there. I jam. Calls. Okay. 10-8 suited. I got hope here. Yeah, just like that, things have been reset a little bit. Wow, what a disastrous 2 hands. I just doubled him up and then I doubled them up. Could just rejam. That seems a little excessive. All seems good. We have an ace. Thank you guys for joining. If you're new here, hit the follow button. Check call. Club rolls off. Nice. Checks back. I don't think we have to go massive for value here with ace, no kicker. No, let's still go pretty big, though. Let's go 150. Oh, they get it in. Is this heads up? GG in the grands. Okay, we're heads up. Good game. Let's go, baby. 2.7 locked up. We're chip leading here, heads up. Now, I've been working on my heads up game a lot. We won our last match. How can we do here? 2-1 advantage. Well, this is a good hand to start. All that pressure, not dealing right. It's over. It could be over. Wow. Jacks versus ace queen. That's a jack. To win the special, hold. Final table domination, ladies and gentlemen. River. Send it. Bang! That was fucking epic, man. What a final table. Winner, 3.5K. We closed the deal.
Sixes, all right. Fire 2.4 here. We are playing a lot of hands here.
some cards, yo. I mean, it's like an okay sixes. You're like, it's not like you're super excited. You don't want anybody to re-raise you, that's for sure. But I'd like to flop a six and get it in. Let's go. Burrito Santorini. Santoni. Burrito Santoni. Burrito Santoni. Alright. That's Burrito Jams. We gotta go for it. Alright, that's an interesting flop for us. Let's see. So that's a flop that really benefits our range, and we are going to apply pressure as a result with a big bet on this flop. There is concern, like, I mean, listen, he's facing bigs. If he has like 10-8, 10-9, that's going to be a tough continue for him. But as played, when he calls a big, we block no straights, block nothing. So we're going to shut this one down, I think. I'm going to shut this one down. I mean, maybe, really, yeah, we don't have any showdown value. I don't think he has king high or queen high. Maybe queen nine.
Well, with the NBA free agency period set to open tomorrow night at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, the NBA trade market is very much already open, and, well, business is being conducted daily. We, of course, first saw the bombshell trade because it was a pretty lukewarm, tepid trade in my estimation. Giannis Antetokounmpo to the Miami Heat. We saw the Minnesota Timberwolves doing, well, God knows what the hell they were doing with that LaMelo Ball trade. And now, yes, the Boston Celtics are seemingly engaged in several different trade discussions for the services of Jaylen Brown. Many thanks to Prize for sponsoring this video. And let's be honest, Jaylen Brown wasn't really seeming all that happy in Boston as it was. He was talking about how last year was his favorite year in the NBA. That despite the fact they didn't get out of the first round of the NBA playoffs, and they actually choked away a 3-1 series lead to, of all teams, the Philadelphia 76ers. Yet last year was Jaylen Brown's favorite year because, of course, he didn't have to share the ball or the spotlight with teammate Jason Tatum. So look, there was already rampant speculation that potentially the Celtics would be willing to move off of Jaylen Brown. And, well, those whispers became actual conversations whenever they tried to trade Jaylen Brown for Giannis Antetokounmpo. And if Jaylen Brown wasn't happy before, he certainly isn't going to be happy now after hearing his name bandied about in all kinds of trade conversations and discussions. Yes, I think the writing is on the wall, both for player and franchise, that Jaylen Brown simply has to be moved, and he has to be moved sooner rather than later. And of course, the Denver Nuggets, who are in utter disarray right now, their entire franchise is falling apart around Nikola Jokic. So they are trying to trade pretty much anything and everything on their entire roster outside of Jokic. Of course, they have surfaced as a potential trade partner and a destination for Jaylen Brown. One such trade in particular is gaining such traction that even Bill Simmons, of all people, are talking about it.
There's a lot of smoke billowing around Denver in general. Some I believe, some I don't believe. Murray and Cam Johnson for Jalen and Hauser.
And Simmons is even endorsing this deal on behalf of his beloved Boston Celtics.
I think I'm on Boston. I'm signing up for that trade.
That's how you know that this trade would be an absolute disaster for the Denver Nuggets, of which I'm going to break down the reasons why I think that.
But first, guys, not only is NBA free agency about to be heating up, not only is the trade market already hot, the World Cup is also now into the knockout round. With the link in the description. And seriously, I have to ask this question again. What the hell are the Denver Nuggets doing? What the hell are their front office doing? What is their ownership thinking right now? The Nuggets already, with $215 million committed next year on their books, that is with an estimated salary cap to come in around $195 to $200 million. Oh, and by the way, that $215 million on the books already doesn't even count a single dollar towards Peyton Watson, who is their prize free agent that they are allegedly, reportedly, gearing up to offer somewhere in the vicinity of $28 to $30 million annually, which would plunge the Denver Nuggets directly into the second apron. So a lot of things need to happen for the Denver Nuggets this offseason because that entails them throwing $28 to $30 million to Peyton Watson and keeping everything on the books. That entails just running it back, keeping the same roster as they've had predominantly for the last 3-4 seasons. A roster which now hasn't been out of the second round in 3 years and won just 2 total playoff games. Last year, in a 4-2 humiliating at the hands of the Minnesota Timberwolves in the first round. Obviously and quite clearly, this team shouldn't be concerned with running it back. What they should be trying to do is blowing it up. And first and foremost, in my humble opinion, that should be getting Jamal Murray out of town. Please, for the love of God, get him out, get him off of the contract books. Please, it is time to cut ties with Jamal Murray. Playoff sinker, who is one of the worst perimeter defenders in the entire NBA. And there is no doubt that Jaylen Brown, in my estimation, overall, would be an upgrade over Jamal Murray. Just in the fact that Brown plays substantially better defense than Jamal Murray. And one of their biggest issues, the Nuggets' biggest issues, has been their perimeter defense. But still, I think this proposed deal is more of just a net neutral move for the Denver Nuggets, and I really don't think it gets them to where they want to ultimately be, which is, again, to be title contenders, because you're getting rid of Cam Johnson, who the Denver Nuggets should take Cam Johnson out of their mouths. The Denver Nuggets front office should stop trying to peddle this guy in the form of a salary dump or as a throw-in to bring in Jaylen Brown. Cam Johnson profiled as the Nuggets' third best player last season. He was third in plus-minus, third in on-off, and I think he should be one of the 3 guys that the Denver Nuggets are actually trying to keep right now. Just build around Cam Johnson, Peyton Watson, and Nikola Jokic. That's it. Get rid of everybody else. Blow it all up. And if you're going to get rid of Jamal Murray, I don't think it should essentially be for a 1-to-1 option with bringing in Jaylen Brown. While, again, I think Brown is an overall upgrade primarily because of the defense, they are essentially just the same offensive caliber of a player. Similar averages last year. Actually, the all-important advanced analytics, which Jaylen Brown was poo-pooing the other day and talking about how they don't mean anything. Well, that's probably because when you look at the advanced analytics, that being PER, BPM, value over replacement, and win shares, well, basically, Jamal Murray is a better player, at least last year, stacked up against Jaylen Brown's last year. Also, as I'm looking at Jaylen Brown's on-off for the season last year, he was a minus 4.6 during the regular season and an atrocious minus 31.4 in the playoffs. Meanwhile, of course, Jamal Murray has played his entire career with Nikola Jokic, so the fit there is probably better, and you would be losing that pick-and-roll option, which is the primary source or one of the primary sources of the Nuggets' offense, the pick-and-roll between Jamal Murray and Nikola Jokic. So this is really, to me, again, more of a neutral move because you get Brown's defense, but you lose Jamal Murray's better offensive fit around Nikola Jokic. And if you are finally seriously ready to move on from Jamal Murray, if you're the Denver Nuggets, which I think they should have been attempting to do for years now, you have to get more back than just one piece. And Sam Hauser isn't getting it done for me, especially since I just highlighted that Cam Johnson would be part of this outbound package going to Boston in order to bring Hauser and Brown into town. I think, look, the Denver Nuggets should be shopping primarily Aaron Gordon, Jamal Murray, and Christian Brown. Three guys who, in my estimation, are unreliable come playoff time and likely overpaid. Christian Brown and Jamal Murray vastly overpaid, in my opinion, even if they're at full health. And Aaron Gordon potentially not overpaid if he can ever get on the court. But, well, seemingly that is never going to happen because this guy's hamstrings are made of fruit roll-ups. So you need to ship those three guys out and bring, quite frankly, whatever you can back. No, I'm not talking about draft collateral or any kind of first-round picks or anything like that. Nothing that will help Nikola Jokic now, of course. What you need to bring back is viable and serviceable defensive pieces that could fill out basically your roster 1 through 8 around Cam Johnson, Peyton Watson, and Nikola Jokic. So even if this trade ultimately isn't that sexy sounding for Denver, I think if you bring back 3 to 4 serviceable defensive role players who are long, rangy defenders that could defend guards or forwards, bring 3 to 4 pieces back like that you could put around those three guys and start building there. You're going to save a bunch of cap space moving forward. You can maybe go out onto the free agent market then at that point, add something else in, and that should entail either cheap ball handling or potentially a high-level rim protector that could play either backing up Nikola Jokic or in tandem with Nikola Jokic on the floor at the same time. You do not need offensive stars. You do not need big names. You do not need sexy or splashy deals to be made. Nikola Jokic can run the entire show offensively. He really doesn't need that much around him from an offensive standpoint. Just put together a solid top 5 net-rated defense around Nikola Jokic and watch them contend again for NBA championships. They should not be talking to the Boston Celtics in a potential Jamal Murray trade. There are other teams that need him, and they possess better packages to send back to the Denver Nuggets. I'm talking about the Orlando Magic, the Detroit Pistons, the Portland Trailblazers, hell, even the Houston Rockets. So look, if you tell me this is the only way to get rid of Jamal Murray, fine. Begrudgingly, I guess I'm in on it. But otherwise, they should be shopping Jamal Murray to other teams that possess packages which can actually, get Denver better and improve their outlook for the 2026-2027 NBA season. Guys, many thanks for tuning in. As always, please do make sure you are subscribed with notifications turned on at this time. As again, we are on the cusp of NBA free agency kicking off tomorrow. And of course, there are still several trades that are being discussed around the association. So the next week to 2 still promises to be a very busy and intriguing time in the association. And guys, I am here for you to keep you up to date on all of it.
John starts off his show last night with this weird rant about friends. And it starts veering off in this whole other direction, and things come back around. I was glued to this. I'm like, what is he getting at? What is he talking about?
It's so weird. Now, I don't have any problems with my friends, but sometimes, what is their interest? What is their best interest? Is it for me to fulfill their enjoyment, or is it for them to get enjoyment? So, for instance, now we all know I have very close friends.
We can even name them, John.
Here's one in the box on the floor.
Yeah. I dropped a friend last night. It exploded on me. All right, I'm going to put you on the spot. Adam, can you name John's friends?
Yes. Beer Sales Jerry.
Mm-hmm.
Ditka.
Yep.
Ava.
Nailed it. That's it. Check this out.
Him and Dan.
No, him and
They
Dan
haven't
have a
spoken in a
picture.
long time.
Yeah. Him and Dan doesn't help with the show. Those 3 all help him with the show. Those are his friends.
Vegas Beer Sales Jerry, Ava, Dick, among various others.
Sure.
That support me.
The list goes on.
Could you imagine doing a show just like, tons of friends, right? And I named 3 people. Like, cool.
And I appreciate their support. I do.
Okay.
But what Pinky did today, and I would say this to Jerry, Dick, Ava, it doesn't matter. Have a lot of friends.
What?
In the Dabbleverse.
Okay. Oh.
What Pinky did today, maybe you don't know what he did.
I don't.
So maybe I should show you.
Okay.
Later that same evening.
So this is what Pinky decides to do. Now, listen. I get he's mad.
Okay. So is anyone else confused? He's like, listen, I have really good friends. I don't get mad at my friends. But Pinky did something really shitty today. And it takes forever to find that thing that he pulls off and shows us. And we'll get back to that and figure out what that is that Pinky did that was so bad. And I'm like, what's going on with the friends talk? Why did it start with these friends who are loyal and
Right, should I be providing their enjoyment? Or
right?
What the fuck was that?
Yeah, what was that? So I'm glued to this. Like, what is he talking about?
This is what Pinky decides to do. That he deems is funny. And I'm going to show it because I want to show you how sick this fucking asshole is. Let's send Stuttering John's mom something in the mail, celebrate her 89th birthday. Stuttering John wants her to be part of the Dalver, so let's make it happen. Address is in the Reddit clip below. Okay. That's all I have to say. That's all I have to say.
So he can't mess with him.
Right now, as a Messiah agent working directly for Netanyahu, what is your game?
Release everything. Release every email. Let's get to the bottom of this. That's no, I think you held it back. People are not happy.
Well, there you go. Jeffrey Epstein says release it all. So
I actually give money to charity. I didn't want to be associated with Epstein's victims because that would be drawing attention to people thinking I'm Epstein, and I'm not. So I give it to.
well, you are.
Okay. Anyhow, I give it to a charity that I'm involved with.
But why don't you give the money directly to your victims instead of just a generalized charity? Because then it might go to somebody who didn't experience something as bad or as monumental.
Well, I'm not him, so I don't have to give it to the victims.
We don't have to do this game the whole time. I've actually opened it and decided that this is one of your first.
I appreciate that your eyesight's not that good when you think that I'm him, but I'm not. Sorry.
You appreciate it?
No, I appreciate that you have me here.
Well, because you're Epstein.
No, I'm not.
It always has a big 2, big 3. Chess has a big 1. It's like basically the way it's always been.
And why is that?
It's inexplicable. Nobody quite knows why Magnus is so good. It could be a mix of like photographic memory, so he remembers patterns and positions in games from decades ago, and also he just has a better intuition. You drop him in any chess position, give him 1,000 chess positions, he'll find the best move in 1,000 position sample size better than anybody in the world.
Could he have made it out of that position that I stupidly put myself in?
No, that was probably like I could probably beat Magnus consistently up a rook, but if he started the game against me down like a bishop, which is a substantial disadvantage, with a clock, I think he would.
Would he beat you on the clock, or would he beat you?
A mix of both, because I would be also afraid of him. I would change my play style. Yeah, I'd be more afraid of. Yeah.
How much does that play into it? How much is you would always hear this with like Mike Tyson and fighting, where like certain guys lost the fight before they even got in the ring. You saw with Michael Jordan, fourth quarter, he comes back in the game, and then guys would get a little spooked.
Yeah.
Do you get the yips with your decision making in chess?
100%. Me especially. It's something that I've realized also since like late 20s, 30s. And I'm not used to playing and competing with such a spotlight. Like my whole life, I just kind of go to tournaments. Nobody really knows who I am.
And now everybody knows who you are. They're watching your game. All this pressure.
Yeah. And also, I go home from a tournament game. Hikaru, who's the number 2 player in the world, already covered it.
That's right.
So the number 2 in the world,
by the way.
Yeah, he's like, coming to my game, like, here's a good, good moment, bad moment, and then, that's way more pressure than I thought. And for opponents of Magnus, especially guys in their late 20s, 30s, 40s, like his generation, yeah, totally. Like, definitely afraid of them.
Fold?
Yeah, they break at some point.
And how does that manifest on the board? Like for someone who knows nothing about chess, like what is a decision that they're making? Are they more defensive? Are they more?
Yeah, it's 2 things. So you'll get into a long game against Magnus, 4th hour, 5th hour. The board is simplified, but he's known as an endgame god. That just means when half the pieces have been traded, and there's no structure, nothing you can memorize anymore.
That's his time.
He somehow knows where the pieces go better than you. And so you're looking at something 5 moves down. He's looking at the same thing. You're like, damn, I feel like he has something there. He's gonna get my pawn. He's gonna get his knight to like this square. And what's amazing is like, I won't go for that. I'm gonna do something else because I feel like in that type of position he'll get me. But the computer is like, hey, there's nothing there. Just go there. Just go to this like position that doesn't look
So
very.
if you could take the emotion out of it, you actually probably play better against him.
Yeah, everybody would. Having said that, we're like living in the midst of his worst tournament ever in like 10 years.
He's in Norway tournament.
Yeah, he's playing in Norway and he's lost 4 games, which hasn't happened in 11 years, and he's losing to the next generation. And it's gonna happen. I mean, Father Time is undefeated. At some point, he will lose more than he wins, or he will lose more than he's ever lost. But that hasn't really happened yet. He's won the world championship like 20 times.
Can he pull himself back up in this tournament, or do you think
he won't win it?
He won't win it because it's a points.
Yeah, it's just a point thing. It'll be the first tournament in 23 or 24 tournaments.
He's Calgary versus Wesley. So
no, this is the
next match.
It's a specific match.
This is the next match.
So they have him at 64.
He's still a favorite. I mean, he's like, this is the worst tournament he's played in 10 years. He's still a 2-1 favorite.
Yeah. But I was talking to someone that kind of gave me some perspective on this, specifically with classical chess, that when you're the best for that long, the will and maybe the motivation to get in and study, 5 different openings and get into your opponent's, burner account to learn how they play, that will kind of goes away a little bit. Whereas if you're a young guy, when you're playing Magnus, that is the only game you're thinking about.
Yeah.
But for Magnus, that's just another game. And so you have this sort of motivation disincentive that happens, I think, when you are the best for that long. And I wonder if that's what's happening to Magnus now.
100%. And he's a father.
Right.
Everybody wants to get him involved in the next chess project.
Yeah, he's probably got businesses, so he's not applying himself in the same way. And also, I imagine, given the amount of content that he has on the internet, like I imagine every game that he plays publicly is scrutinized, right? So it's like I imagine you could probably memorize most of his openings, the ones that he uses classically. You're starting to recognize patterns at the end game, as you said. Like, I imagine if there's some young kid who's been studying one person, it's the best person. So he's probably the most known player in his tendencies, right?
Yes. And yet, having said all of that, it's still the story that he's underperforming as opposed to he's getting outplayed.
Right.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
They're framing it as he's playing poorly instead of these young guys are playing
Yeah.
good.
But that's still kind of true.
Really?
It hasn't, because it's one tournament. And so we are so used to, he lost a couple of games in the middle of the tournament. His odds of winning this tournament are now like 10-20%. He just like roars back and wins the tournament.
Is there like a thing that happens? I've noticed this with stand up. I've noticed it even a little bit like with paddle. Where are you in rooms with like incredibly like successful people, titans of business, and because you're better than them at something that they really value, do they have like a very different social dynamic with you? With like a Bill Gates or someone who likes chess, like does he act like a little like fanboy around you or something like that?
I've never met him. I have a very different and fascinating dynamic with successful people than a Magnus would have.
Okay.
His dynamic is, oh my God, you're such a genius. Like that's what, and so he gets invited to, he was just like, it was the most random thing. It was a clip of him and Eileen Gu at the science, I don't know what it's called, it's like a science development conference, and they introduced an award for some sort of research.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, like that's cool. That's the stuff that he gets invited to.
it wasn't. Yes, but exactly what the fuck it was.
Well, look at the fear in John's face. Like, look at that. That's a human being, another man standing up to him. Sorry, a man standing up to boy John.
Right.
All right, here we go.
I'm sorry, I can only take so much of KC, right, Joe? I mean,
Wow, John and Joey C as pals.
Hey, let me set this up. So do you remember the time that John got a little creepy with Mrs. Catalano and Joey?
Sure.
Oh, yeah. Trying to present a scene for about 30 seconds. You're not going to get anyone further left on the woke stuff in this. He's a walking parody of the left, and he is still not enough because he has a differing opinion on Israel, Palestine. Don't be that version on the right where nothing they do is good enough. They eat their own. Don't eat your own. Scott Wiener, a rep in California. His name is Wiener. He does all the gay stuff. He was at the Folsom Street Fair and the S&M here. This is a guy who, by the way, made it more difficult for people to find sex offenders because they wanted to protect the queer community. This is a man who made it no longer a felony for people to knowingly infect someone else, potentially with an HIV-riddled load. This is San Francisco. This is the guy. Well, guess what? The revolution, they always eat their own because now he's too Jewy to be with the gay folks.
I think your legislation on trans issues, your legislation specifically sex offender registry is fantastic.
Wow. Praising it.
I really applaud you for that. And I think you deserve to be here for that.
Supporting sex
But I
offenders.
think your housing policy and specifically your housing policy aligning with hippies. And I think your policy, the genocide in Gaza, and I think your policy on the genocide in Gaza.
Oh, yeah.
is terrible.
Trying to present a scene for about 30 seconds.
You do not belong here. You do not belong here, Scott, anymore.
I hate your bowl cut, bro.
Is that a bro?
Come on, it's Pride Month. You've been terrible. You've been terrible. You've been terrible in Gaza. You do not belong here anymore, Scott. And it breaks my fucking heart. It breaks my
Well, that looks exciting.
You're someone who wrote good legislation for queers. It's so fucking terrible on Gaza. I want to support someone who on Gaza. How could you do that? How could you betray queers?
Now, here's the point that I want to make here. You're not going to get anyone further left on the woke stuff in this. He's a walking parody of the left, and he is still not enough because he has a differing opinion on Israel-Palestine. Now, put aside your opinions on that. The right-wing equivalent of this is someone like Donald Trump and this administration doing more on immigration than any other administration in history, to be clear. Doing more on DEI, doing more on government waste, but then you say, you know what, it's not enough because insert Iran. Insert whatever your pet issue is. Don't be that version on the right where nothing they do is good enough. They eat their own. Don't eat your own. Things got even worse for Wiener, by the way. It's a rough day. He got kicked out of a Coldplay concert. Now, to be clear, he didn't get in trouble for the affair because it's the most decadent, degenerate culture in the world. They all have open relationships. He got in trouble because he was at a Coldplay concert.
Hey.
Well, no, it's because they got, Coldplay. They're not woke enough now because remember they said that we welcome both Israeli people and Palestinian people.
Remember that.
They devour their own. Do better than them.
I don't understand the comment. The guy maybe goes, I can't. How at the very end we cut it off. How could you do that to the queers of San Francisco by supporting Palestine?
By supporting Israel to one.
And by the way, that's the queers of San Francisco, and two, they don't allow queers in Palestine.
Yeah. So who do you think is going to replace him? This is what we see with the left.
Everything okay, Josh? You look a little down.
Sorry, my wife said I need to take a break.
It's a prairie dog. That's all.
Doing something untoward.
Yeah. That's really funny. My wife said we need to take a break. So I'm sorry, I'm laughing a lot.
That probably seemed really thoughtless to me right now. Probably should have been taking your foundation.
What? How is it taking a multivitamin gonna help get my wife back? How does that mean?
Think of it this way, right? You take foundations, clinically proven with clinical ingredients, with lab tested, right? You'll have better overall health. And then one of the clinically tested ingredients in there is garlic, which improves cardiovascular health and blood flow, including. Whoa! So then you wouldn't have any. No. And she wouldn't be so disappointed.
No, that's not the problem. I am excellent in that
That's
department.
not what I hear, Casanova.
What did you hear?
I heard, frankly, that you were an imprudent lover.
I don't even know what it means, so that's not even
It
possible.
has to be bridal depression. It has to be, you have to. It has to seem like you have. No one's ever seen tigers do this before.
So, Gomon is clearly taking a well-needed rest, and Pickup's just sat next to her.
But Gomer's family is not alone.
Oh, there's 3 girls. There's 3. No, 4. No, there's 4. There's 4 cubs. Mind you, how many cubs does Goma have? 2 cubs. Okay. Now she has 4 cubs today.
Nearby, the drones have spotted another tiger. It's Jubilee. Normally, mothers with cubs avoid other tigers. But Gomer appears to be looking after Jubilee's cubs.
Since I'm working in the job, I never seen like such kind of things. One mother living up with another. This is definitely something different.
Sharing parenting duties could be a response to the threat posed by males, helping to keep the cubs safe while one parent is busy.
What is happening?
We have eyes on 5 cubs through Robbie's drone.
5 cubs. There are 5 cubs. So there are 2 adult female tigers with cubs. And one of them's looking after all the cubs while the other one's eating. No one's ever seen tigers do this before. I was about to say, tigers are solitary big cats. Are they? I don't know anymore. They're supposed to be incredibly territorial. Females do not cross paths unless they absolutely have to. They don't share cubs. They don't share parenting duties.
All of this is unfolding just 50 yards over there. This is not what it says in the textbooks.
You just don't imagine that there's things to learn still about the most iconic animal on the planet. But there is. And it's here. It's hard to see how big a Bengal tiger is. A male could reach up to 258 kilograms. That is a spectacularly large animal. Pretty crazy. I mean, if it smacked you around the head, you wouldn't have a head. Hi, I'm Dan O'Neill. I'm a wildlife biologist, broadcaster and filmmaker, and I'm working on a new series called Tiger Island. Today I'm going to watch and react to an unseen bit of footage that's not in the show to give you a bit of insight into what it was like filming in the pool. I'm really excited about it because this was very cool and it didn't make it into the show, but this is when Sushila, the expert ranger and the only reason I'm alive, and I go to inspect a tiger's kill that has been left. So when we knew from the drones that this tiger had left the site, it was a perfect opportunity to go and inspect the kill site to see what it looks like, and it's very cool. And Sushila's walking very confidently, me a little less so. Chuckany and her cub right there who just made a kill. So what's cool, just watching her from the sky, this is something you'd never be able to see. A mother and her cub eating a freshly made kill. If we walk down this forest side, Max is on the other side of the bank. We might be able to get eyes on Jimmy and the cubs for the first time. Tigers have one of the coolest tongues of any animal in the world. They have these spiny structures called filiform papillae on their tongue, and it's these thousands of comb-like spines, which basically, when the tiger's licking that prey, it'll strip away all the hair, it'll strip away the skin, and allow the tiger to access the meat underneath. It's pretty incredible. is Sushila. One of the most fearless people I've ever met in my life. She's what keeps us safe. She lives in this environment. She's spent her whole life, 30 plus years, living in this environment alongside elephants, rhinos, and tigers. And that little stick, that's it. I'll tell you, there was a time when we were all sat in camp and a rhino started walking towards our camp, and they're dangerous. I think tigers are dangerous. The elephants and rhinos, they're responsible for the most wild kills of people in this environment. And Sushila, she walked out from camp with a little stick and just slammed it on the ground, screaming at this rhino, and it left. This is something we never usually do, because if the cat gets us coming in, there's a chance you could bump the cat away from the kill and it wouldn't come back. But we know from the drone team that she's far in this direction, far away from any line of sight to us. It's just so special. This is one of my favourite things about this production. It's very rare that any field biologist is going to have this much support to be able to explore a place like this. Incredible privilege to be able to walk on foot in tiger territory with relative safety. Is that a hog deer? Hold it down. Hog deer. It's a hog deer. The speed that an animal that size can eat is pretty incredible. A hog deer, it's not the largest deer there by no means, but hog deer is not. I mean, it's a pretty big animal, and in 35-40 minutes to eat half of an animal like that, it's pretty impressive. It's hard to see how big a Bengal tiger is. A female could be 100 to 160 kilograms. A male could reach up to 258 kilograms. That is a spectacularly large animal. Pretty crazy. I mean, if it smacked you around the head, you wouldn't have a head. Imagine the fact that they killed it probably 35-40 minutes ago. Almost. Heartbeat. The speed is incredible, isn't it? Yeah. I think we'll just quickly check out the kill to see how she killed it. Another thing you don't do. Talk about mistaken identity is the reason that tigers kill. So going up to a tiger's kill like this and then crouching down, tigers are obligate ambush hunters. So what they do is they hear sounds, they stalk, they get very, very close to their prey. They have a very, very powerful grappling force that allows them to jump onto prey, hold it down, and if it's small, they'll bite at the back of the neck, severing the spine for an immediate kill, or if it's larger, they'll come to the front and kill through asphyxiation. But it happens incredibly quickly, and once the tiger gets into its stalk and ambush and hunting behaviour, that's kind of it for you. What you want to do to avoid being attacked by tigers really is just be in their field of awareness. If the cat can see you, it's not really going to come for you. This is sort of long grass where the cat stashed its food and then crouching down to a sort of come and kill me position, but we
Pennsylvania, kind of in the middle of nowhere, off the grid, past Altoona, Pennsylvania. We were at Denny's barbecue, and we had that. We're at their actual food truck. Now we're in Heritage Cove at the campground. They're doing a Thor's Hammer Burger Challenge. I guess a stack burger with chili cheese fries on the side, 5 pounds total. That will be the challenge. Is there a time on this one? I think you have an hour to finish. No. Okay, so an hour for 5 pounds. Hey, there you go. I love stack burgers. I love chili cheese fries. So it sounds absolutely delicious. Dan's gonna get one, and I'm gonna get one. They're kind enough to invite us out here to the food truck at the campground, which is actually pretty cool. So we're gonna get this medium rare. They've got it going right now, and hopefully we should have some fun. Like I said, it's a Memorial Day weekend. Holy cow, there's a lot of people out here. Very good. Pretty deal with those little trailer things that kind of go around. But anyway,
can't even go camping because it's intense.
Oh, yeah, have you ever been camping? I heard it's intense. But,
Yes, this is John from Double J Barbecue. Alright, so for the Doors Hammer Burger Challenge, it is 12 patties. Each patty with everything and stuff, the burger will weigh about 3.5 pounds. And then on top of that, there is a pound and a half of fries with pulled pork, chili, and cheese sauce. So everything equals out to being 5 pounds total of food. So that is the Thor Hammer Challenge. We came up with the Thor's Hammer because my dad and I both, we kind of like Marvel, so we're kind of sticking with that little theme and stuff. So,
Okay, has anybody finished this challenge yet?
nobody has finished this challenge yet.
Okay, cool. And how long do we have to do this?
So for the challenge for both of you guys got 30 minutes.
Oh, we got 30 minutes this time.
Yep.
Okay.
You got 30 minutes.
Okay.
how you gonna eat? How you gonna put your mouth around?
That's what she said. Don't drop it.
I saw it. So, big old tower of burger. And you got pork belly, cheese, bacon, brisket. Oh, I just broke my board.
Did you?
I broke something. My burger just fell over. Hell yeah. Excellent. And a chili cheese, something on something fries because there's stuff in them. Love stuff. Yeah.
30 minutes. Yeah, this is undefeated.
It is.
30 minutes. Yeah. How much money you got? Can we do it in 30 minutes? $2.
Hell yeah, $2. Got $2.
I don't pay for the diesel and get us back out of the campground. You guys are ready? We're ready. You guys are ready. All right. So without further ado, the Double J's Thor's Hammer Challenge.
What is that? Double J.
32. You ready? Let's do this thing. Got 30 minutes to get this done. Looks delicious. I'm gonna tell you to eat that.
Yes, squishy fat.
Yeah, that's good pork belly. That's good first side.
Oh, fuck.
Thank you, Claw, first side.
It's not the bottom. First side. Something fried.
Yeah, pork belly sounds. Burgers are soft.
Are they like liquid maggie?
Not
bad.
They're hot, yeah, but.
Meaty.
Yeah. Can you park the food truck outside my house? Great. We'll walk outside, eat a burger.
No.
honey pound cinnamon roll? We did that together. Yeah, 33 minutes, 34 minutes. No. They like to stay here. Maynard.
det var besøket faktisk. Det var ganske frustrerende, men det gikk akkurat. Ja, så da gikk det da holdt det akkurat. Men det var liksom sjokk og komplett. Altså, så nå skal jeg gå og fikse det.
What happened? You did a fucking copy. It makes me jump.
No, he's going to change now. And he got stuck in traffic, he said, so.
Life is full of exciting events.
The WNBA, the Women's National Basketball Association, has a big racism problem. I'm sorry, let me be clear. An anti-whiteism problem, an anti-white racism problem, ever since Caitlin Clark, the obvious white woman, became the star, the savior of the league. And around here, we don't just use the word racism because it makes people think that it's white people being bigoted or hateful towards non-whites. But obviously, any group can be racist, but because that term has such negative connotations towards white people, when someone says racism, the first thing that you think of is white. We use the word anti-whiteism or anti-white racism around here to be more
Hi everyone,
specific.
welcome to another Men of the Deeps Monday. My name is Stephen Hughes, conductor of the Men of the Deeps. We're here to update you on a few things today. First of all, it starts our summer season. We're going to be at the Miners Museum all summer. Come see us on Wednesdays. We start July 8th. We play 3 Wednesdays, we take a few off, and then we play 3 or 4 more. We'd love to see you there. It's been a busy year for the 60th anniversary, and one of our projects is a book, an anthology, a legacy book for 60 years of the Men of the Deeps, and one of those chapters is about China. So while we were doing all this, we had to go digging through some artifacts, and we found some really cool ones. For instance, one of the records the Men of the Deeps did, Men of the Deeps 2. I have a cool display here. If you could move a little, Jordan, and check out the first one. You've seen the record before. It's pretty neat. Really nice graphic design on it, lighthouse point there. But now if you look over there, the same collection on a cassette. Thought that was kind of cool. And if that's not enough, we go one more over, and we've got the final collection on 8-track. This is from 1976, the same year that the Men of the Deeps took off to China. And I found a really cool artifact. My father went to China. He joined the group back in the late 60s and early 70s. And this record was his first record he ever did with the Men of the Deeps. And when he was over there, he bought a bottle of Japanese whiskey to take home. Right now, we looked it up. The bottle of whiskey would be valued at $500. I'm going to show you what that bottle looks like. A little drum roll there. And the reveal of the whiskey bottle. Check that out, eh? Japanese soldier. And we've got all these really cool artifacts that we're going to be able to talk to you about in our books and write about them and share stories about them. One final story about this record. My father got in the plane to go to China, and they finally got the records in their hands, and he was so excited because he had sung a solo on the record called The Government Store. And he ripped the record open, and he had a look on the back like this, and on the back it said The Government Store, soloist Raymond Hope. It was a misprint. Anyway, these are some of the fun stories you're going to get to hear in the book. We're going to be at the Miners Museum all summer. We hope to see you guys there. Check in with me next week for another Men of the Deeps Monday. We got so many stories and so many things to talk about through this 60th year. Thanks a bunch, everybody. See you next time.
Some rough girls, man. They got tattoos and some hardcore hoes. That's some nappy-headed hoes there.
Yeah, well, I think got him suspended. That was back in 2007.
We've got the Spanish Katie. Not that many, Katie. Not that many.
Called Don Imus's remarks divisive, hurtful, and offensive. Imagine a presidential candidate caring what a shock jock radio host had to say about a WNBA game. MSNBC, which simulcast Imus in the morning on cable, dropped the show then, so he did basically get fired the following morning. Al Sharpton and Reverend Jesse Jackson met with Les Moonves, the CEO of CBS, who then announced the cancellation of his radio show, Imus in the morning. So he did get fired. He got canceled. So that's the headline in his obituary on ESPN when he died in 2019. Don Imus, DJ fired for racial slur at Rutgers players, died since 79. Of course, that has to be the defining characteristic. That's all that he's known for is the evil radio host who called the WNBA players nappy-headed hoes. Apparently, the WNBA is now 30 years old, which has been subsidized by the NBA. Otherwise, it would have went bankrupt many years ago. And so they snubbed Caitlin Clark from the official poster of the 30th anniversary. Here is her teammate Sophie Cunningham admitting the obvious, that she's being targeted because, well, she's kind of watering it down, but we all know why.
Oh, during real time last night, I did not see that happen. And I don't, none of our team saw it happen because I promise you if we would have seen that happen, we would have had her back. Unfortunately, this kind of shit happens every single game to her, and the league and the refs do absolutely nothing about it.
It's been a minute since you got fined on this podcast.
I have, but then you see the videos of literally kneeing and cheap shotting C in the throat. If she did that to any of our teammates, we'd be pissed. But they're definitely targeting her, and the league and the refs do nothing to protect her.
But why are they targeting her, Sophie? Why? Just say it. The anti-whites are getting especially upset because now Sophie Cunningham is a rising star, and like I said, she's not just white, she's blonde with blue eyes, and just became the internet's favorite meme because of this instance.
I was just kind of pointing, and she's like, don't you point at me. And I was like, oh, should have said that. And I didn't say a word.
Yeah. As long as she doesn't turn into this clown whose name I didn't bother to remember, but she won an ESPY award years ago for her role as the star years ago as a WNBA player. And during her acceptance speech, she said this.
With the life that I have now, as a white woman who leads a black-led sport, and celebrated here, I want to show a light on black women. They don't get the media coverage that they deserve.
You're getting the media coverage because you were the best at the time. Imagine getting up there and just being like, I just want to turn the spotlight on black people. This would be like a black quarterback winning MVP and then thanking white people for creating football. It's insane. So sports commentator Skip Bayless, who admitted this.
I started watching the WNBA much more closely than I ever had, and I started to think, deep down in my psyche, wait a second, she's really good. But I'll be the first to admit, I felt guilty saying so on TV or on social media.
Well, John Morant just found out how little different NBA teams and people within the NBA actually think about him and his services moving forward as an NBA player.
What an idiot! Oh, what a loser!
Yes, that of course because breaking news, bombshell report. The Memphis Grizzlies are finally able to move on from the John Morant era. They have finally coaxed at least one NBA team into trading them for his services. Morant headed out of town on the way to the Portland Trailblazers. The Trailblazers, of course, have been linked to Jaylen Brown in recent days. It is yet to be seen whether potentially this might just be a setup deal. Maybe they are going to be putting together another package separately out to Boston now to bring in Brown, which would look like an utter disaster to me, trying to pair Damian Lillard, Morant, and Brown in the same backcourt would be utter madness and lunacy.
That's outrageous.
But we will see because this NBA offseason has been crazy already, as many of us have speculated that it would be. Hell, as it is basically every single season. And the package that the Memphis Grizzlies are bringing back for John Morant is, well, underwhelming to say the least.
It's a complete crap.
How does Jeremy Grant and Chris Murray grab you if you are the Memphis Grizzlies? That would be Jeremy Grant, an NBA journeyman who's in his 13th NBA season and has played for 5 different teams. He is sporting a current 13.5 point per game career scoring average and has never even remotely sniffed one All-Star game, which makes him arguably one of the most overpaid players in the entire NBA. This dude is rocking $35 million per year averages for the next 2 seasons. That's right, he's owed 35 next year, and he has a player option for $35 million the following year. Again, I repeat, a 13-year journeyman with 13 point per game averages who has never remotely sniffed an All-Star game. Basically a salary dump going out from Portland to bring back John Morant. Well, that and Chris Murray. And who is that, you might be wondering? Well, a 25-year-old who dropped all of 6 points and 4 rebounds per game last season. So a throw-in. We've got a salary dump and a throw-in. That is what the NBA thinks of you, John Morant. That would be for a guy in John Morant who, again, looked like the sky was the limit just a few short years ago. He made consecutive All-Star appearances 4 seasons ago while he was averaging in the mid-20s with about 6 or 7 assists per game and providing us, dazzling us really, with a myriad of highlight dunks. But, well, this guy is just an unmitigated cautionary tale. A guy who has been operating under the manual of how to destroy and tank your own individual NBA career since then, because in the last 3 seasons since those back-to-back All-Star appearances for Morant, well, he has played in only 79 total games of a possible 246. That, of course, because of a combination of things, most notably his own injuries, as well as his buffoonish off-the-court antics, which predominantly circle around carrying firearms into places that he shouldn't have them or flashing them on various live streams. Again, this idiot is running the playbook, how to tank your career for dummies, and he has apparently been doing it very effectively because the Memphis Grizzlies have been begging anyone that wants him to send them some kind of viable package. They have been canvassing the entire NBA seemingly for months. Hell, they have written to everyone outside of and maybe up to and including Santa Claus to get this guy out of town, and this is the best package they could get for him. This package from the Portland Trailblazers, which again contains basically a salary dump and just a throw-in player to make this salaries match up. Pathetic, embarrassing, and humiliating for John Morant. So I guess the question is now, the only one that remains is to John Morant. Have you been adequately embarrassed and shamed enough? Are you ready to stop acting like a hoodlum and start pretending to be an NBA player again? This is rock bottom, John. This is the signal. You have hit the bottom. It is time to make your Phoenix-like ascent up from the ashes in Portland if you are even capable of doing it. I guess we're about to find out next season in the 2026-2027 NBA year, where Ja Morant will begin phase 2 of his NBA career outside of Memphis and in Portland. And again, just who exactly joins him in the backcourt, whether that be an old Damian Lillard or a young and allegedly upcoming Scoot Henderson, who was the number 3 overall pick in the 2023 NBA draft, who has had his own inconsistencies and inavailability over the last 3 years since he was drafted very highly of that 2023 draft. So, look, the Portland Trailblazers look to be a mess right now. Maybe, perhaps, just an unfinished product at this point. The offseason is really just getting underway with free agency set to kick off tomorrow night at 6 p.m. So we will see what other moves potentially the Portland Trailblazers have up their sleeves. And guys, to do so, you should, of course, please make sure you are subscribed with notifications turned on at this time to stay up to date with all things in and around the NBA with me.
What's going on YouTube? I am back. So we're here to talk about some based dudes putting some fatiguers in their place and serving up that comeuppance, giving them some karma. Got some great examples here. One of the cops putting a beat down on a low-life scumbag who tries to attack them, and his obese girlfriend is there as well, screaming like a banshee. Plus we've got a based dude from Canada who's standing up and calling out badly behaved third world imports. We've also got some Sharkeishas getting their comeuppance as well. If you want to help me out, hit that like button right now. And if you're new here, hit that subscribe button as well. Help me get to 320k. Because I'm struggling here.
We're at a time when there's a lot of talk about what it means to be a man. You know, it's all out there. There's a lot of mansplaining going on.
Well, look, there's one person out there who knows what it's like to be a man. Okay? Big Mike definitely knows. But now let's get to this crazy out-of-control fatigue of this Tyrone. He's all hyped up. He's angry. The cops have to manhandle his obese girlfriend, and he takes umbrage at that and tries to attack the police. But that turns out to be a very bad move because the police can strike as a way to force you to comply. shout out to the police. They've got a tough job. But let's go to Canada, where we have the based Canadian. And as it says there on the screen, caught these guys dumping their garbage off the bank right outside our house. Chased them down and pulled them over. Made them come back and pick it up, then made them take it to the dump. Deport anyone who behaves like this. Yet governments in Western countries continue to import these people who clearly can't integrate properly. Now, you've got this guy, and this guy can't take it anymore, and lets him have it. But if you want to see an example of shoplifting stupidity, check this out.
Later.
One of the most prolific organized retail thieves in Western Washington is facing new charges. Janice Downs, a.k.a. Ginny Smith, a.k.a. Punchy, is back in jail after just getting released from prison in January. Bellevue police say one of the best clues came from a TikTok video made to Young Miami's viral song Spin That about boosting and scamming. Bellevue police say this video shows Janice Wiley holding two stolen Louis Vuitton purses. It was posted 5 days after detectives say her daughter, Janice Downs, and an unidentified suspect stole the bags worth more than $7,000 from Nordstrom in downtown Seattle. And 2 days after Downs showed the purses on her Instagram account. Downs remains in jail on $215,000 bail. $75,000 of that is for a fugitive warrant out of Oregon. She's charged there with 16 counts of organized retail theft, aggravated theft, and theft.
So those two guys tried to shoplift, but that was a very bad decision. I have to pause it there. I wish I could show you more, but I can't. But as you can see, the time on the screen there. Yes, and those two guys get the shit beat out of them for that 2.5 minutes. The filter is holding on for dear life. Check this out.
Now I'm in a situation where somebody being racist to me, the other person will always think I'm an animal, you heard me? Everybody around me won't say shit belongs in the zoo, because I'm a cut the fuck up, because you don't get to judge me because I'm black. You don't get to follow me around the store because I am black. You don't get to say I steal because I'm black. And you don't damn sure ain't gonna tell me I gotta move because I am black. Bitch, make me move.
Look at her arm, and that's still there. Like I was saying, that filter is working double overtime. And also the fact that her eyes are lopsided. God, I hate to see what this woman looks like without that filter. God help us. But what is she even talking about? Still acting like you're hard done by in 2026. Get the fuck out of here. No one's believing that anymore. complete lack of effort they put into creating these cakes. They're probably thinking, what the fuck do we put on these cakes? They just chuck that Berlin fist on there. Yeah, that'd be good enough. And that one there is literally a fucking and that one there is literally a fucking hamburger. What the hell would it got to do with Jews? This is diabolical. But that right there is the cherry on top. Putting up a watermelon cake. Shout out to Walmart. Walmart is doing more damage to this holiday than we ever could. Yeah, finally. Well, that's what's going on. Hope you have a good day as always. And as always, Harambe.
The moment that time swerved, a Bible verse came to my mind. You know, you're trying not to be fearful in those moments, but it's very hard to fend off fear when all of a sudden that airplane felt like a paper plane. So my wife and I, our two boys, were flying from Florida, where we live, up to Nova Scotia, where I'm from, into the flight about half an hour when suddenly the plane veered to the left, and then after a few seconds veered to the right. And I've spent my whole career flying with Air Canada, so I know turbulence when I feel it, and this was clearly cockpit, like someone hit the controls out of control. And it felt like if you were in a car and someone suddenly turned the wheel, like just like that, because those planes are so small. And then that ding noise where the captain can summon the flight attendant to the cockpit went off a few times, like kind of urgently. And the flight attendant went up, went in, closed the door. A few minutes went by. The plane was kind of moving erratically here and there, but not too violently. Everyone was kind of looking at each other with a lot of nervousness. And then the cockpit door flew open, and the flight attendant was dragging the captain out by his armpits. And he fell down on the floor in front of me. And at that time, he didn't look like he was breathing, and they were screaming, he's not breathing. And his face was like gray, green. And I just was like, I gotta get out of the way. So I dashed to the back of the plane where my wife and two boys were. For some reason, I was sitting in the front. And then I was just stricken. I looked at my wife and I could barely talk. And I was like, the captain's dead. But then within a couple seconds, he was violently reacting. And I want to stress violently as in physically violently, but he was not angry or coherent. Like it was not clearly not an intentional kind of reaction. He was kicking and flailing and hollering, and so me and a couple other men sort of flung up there, and we're trying to restrain him. He was kicking at the windows. He was clenching. He was resisting us like very strenuously, like as if someone had an adrenaline response.
What's going through your head as that was happening?
Well, the moment that plane swerved, a Bible verse came to my mind, which is pretty apocalyptic. Like I was like thinking, it is appointed unto men a day to die, and you know, you're trying not to be fearful in those moments, but it's very hard to fend off fear when all of a sudden that airplane felt like a paper plane, you know, when it was out of control, and all of a sudden the pilot's on the floor. It took me a few minutes to kind of realize, wait, one pilot is on the floor, there is another pilot flying the plane, and this guy's out of the cockpit. We're fine. At some point, there was an announcement that we'd be making an emergency landing at Logan in about 10 minutes, which turned out to be about 30. And the duration of that 30 minutes, we had to physically restrain him. Whatever he was going through did not end until pretty much the plane landed. And then he kind of realized something really bad had happened, but he wasn't really all there. And all of a sudden he started saying sorry.
So you guys made an emergency landing, and then presumably he was taken off the plane.
So 4 or 5 Boston City firefighters came on the plane. They were sure happy to see them. They escorted him off. At that point, they were able to help him up and walk him off the plane. I was just very grateful. It could have ended really badly. And really, we saw a lot of great character from everyone that was there. The staff, the other passengers. People were really concerned for the captain's well-being. People stayed calm. You know, we are not a people of fear. We need to be brave. The world is chaotic, no matter where you go at any time.
Oh no! What near?
Ja, da, klipperne. Nee. Is 3 of you, she's not enough. Yeah, it's a puppy. I see.
And two or 3 weeks backwards.
Yeah, they back. Yeah, but there's still a lot of here. Yes.
I think this one, I think another one there.
It's not even dead. Oh, shame.
Yeah.
His leg is broken, no. Oh, no. Oh, my word. Shame. Vooruit op die ander. Oh, no. Kinders met zo'n 'n maar 'n spring en soek nog steeds. Wil jy nie in? Ek gaan 'n bietjie vorentoe, jy weet dit. Ons weet van 2. Ag, sjoe. Kom my kamera wil doen. $65 million years ago.
Well, how to save my life on it.
John's not just back. He's back and better than ever. This version of Stuttering John, I wouldn't have been the trailblazer that I was with Stuttering John content if this is how he was all along. He'd be like, oh, we have to fucking make fun of this asshole. This guy's all over the place. It's ridiculous. So this morning, he went on Patreon for the first time since October. He made a video just for the people on his Patreon. And he did it from his bedroom that I believe he grew up in because he's still at his mom's house. Dude, have you seen this yet?
I am not. I'm so happy because he made it private.
Okay, yeah, check this out. This is insane.
Why, hello, my fellow patrons. This is the only.
My fellow patrons. Such a
Tukey, I know you're not feeling well. If you want to go throw up now.
No. gray. His complexion, he's now red. Yeah. He's now red in this one. All right. I'm sorry. I want to kill him.
Why, hello, my fellow patrons. This is the one, the only Stuttering John, lying in bed on this beautiful morning in New York. I'm at my mom's, just chilling, waking up after 11 hours sleep. Because I got so fucking sunburned. Oh. You ain't kidding. I went to Tobay Beach with my good buddy, Danny. Hitman Dan, up to, if you will. Who I never served. A dues payer. Although the dues payer would like to lie to you about that, because the dues payer is always full of shit. Well, tomorrow I'll be broadcasting live.
And Rudy says, did he just squeegee? Oh, God, please don't put that in my head. Yes.
His hair has now gotten to like where it looks like he's wearing headphones.
You're right. You can almost do the Princess Leia thing. That's pretty impressive.
Thanks for covering your tits, John. It's a moo-moo.
All right. Now, this is the big announcement. This is the reason why he's making this video. This is exciting.
From Kevin Brennan YouTube network. Because the powers at YouTube decided to not allow me to monetize. Not really sure why, but for some reason they have not allowed me to monetize. So, Kevin, being the good friend that he is going to allow me with his great producer, Adam, allow me to do my show on his network.
Prepare to get ripped off, Adam.
At 1 p.m. tomorrow. So again, this is only for my Patreon members, although I'm sure somebody will post it as they love to do, because I'm so fucking interesting, even while I'm in bed.
John's promoting that he's going to be on Kevin Brennan's YouTube channel tomorrow, meaning Monday, at 1 o'clock. And he's like, this is just my Patreon members, all 32 of you. When do you want to promote this to? Everyone? To get as many people watching as possible?
Yeah, maybe some new viewers.
He loves to talk about how I'm a very smart marketer, compared to you, yeah. I'm the marketer of the year, compared to Stuttering John, who's just like, all right, this is a secret, everyone. Tomorrow I'm going to be doing a show on Kevin's channel, and I want to get as many super chats as possible. Don't tell anyone. Whatever you do.
Carl, this is a guy who decided I should go online and make a video before I should get up and put a shirt on.
Yeah. I know, he's amazing, isn't he? He really is something.
This is intimate.
So, John's, when he did his show, he finally on Friday did his show. People have probably seen it. I think it's still up. But it's the Hypocrisy Police with Stuttering John.
Filming Eons, one of the What 80s comedy would you...
Who are these.com. Should have registered that, John. Anyway, thank you, Benny Paulino, for registering hypocrasypolice.com. Much appreciated. So, John is upset that he's not able to get donations on there, and he thinks that it's because YouTube's inept. Their ineptitude, he calls it. YouTube's like, oh, John, you decided to take all your content offline and go away for $8. There's rules to monetizing your YouTube channel. You have to have viewers. You have to have people watching it. Or else YouTube's like, okay, this isn't a monetized channel anymore.
He seems to only have the energy to bitch about it, but not look into it.
Yeah, I know. Whenever they ask him, why is that? He's like, I don't know. Sure you do.
For some reason.
Just for some reason, okay. So, he goes on the show, and he brings on Chad Zuma, and he says, he keeps putting up his Venmo. And he says, you can send me PayPal, you can send me Venmo, I just can't super chat me because I'm not monetized on YouTube. And so, for whatever reason, Chad starts getting the donations to his Venmo, and John's not really getting any. And this gets John pretty upset with what's going on.
Which is weird because he has money.
Right, you would think you wouldn't be begging for money for 3 hours straight when you have money, but John, as John says, who doesn't want more money? no more money, so he's got me there. It is one of his better jokes. He's like, that's why I'm a substitute teacher, because it pays more money.
We now make $106,000 a year. Okay? Why do you find that funny, you fat fuck?
So John's explaining that his salary for the LA Unified School District is $106,000 a year, but he also likes to throw out there that he makes between $6,500 and $7,000 a month. Those two things don't align. I mean, this is pretty simple math for a math teacher, you would think. And I don't, Tukey, maybe you know better than I do. I believe John is still a substitute teacher. Am I wrong? Is he a full-time teacher now? Is he getting a salary?
No, I believe he's still a substitute teacher, and he tweeted the other day bragging that he makes $2,000 a week.
Right. Okay. Well, that would line up more.
$8,000 a month.
Okay.
That's what he said. Even though every month doesn't have 4 weeks, but
right. You can round it off, sure. Okay. All right. So what we're watching right now is John's trying to explain how much money he makes, and Chad's just laughing, but he's not really paying attention to John. He's kind of looking down. So John obviously is distracted by Chad laughing at him.
I'm just why are you giggling?
It's just funny. God, if you don't think this is funny, then you're stupid. It's funny. You're talking like you're doing a WWE promo. Like you got it. And then I got this, and I feel like a dick when it says, "Don't split this with John."
So Chad just showed his phone, and his Venmo is pulled up, and it's a $299 donation to Chad. And the note is, "Don't share this with John." Watch Chad's reaction to this.
I'm just thinking it's just insane. It's insane that people are sending me money and I'm sending you money. It's just crazy. Okay, I'm sorry.
If you beat me, you better send me some.
Split it.
Fucking quick.
I mean, I don't know. I can go. I can leave. I can leave the show. Trust me. I can go.
No.
No, if you want me to go, I don't. I'm not. Cock block.
No. $6 for $10. It's fine.
I can go. I mean, I got.
I don't care. Doesn't matter.
Obviously.
Jesus. You're my guest. Make money. I don't care.
But I'm not even like promoting it. I'm not like saying it. Like I'm not like here.
I don't care. I'm happy for you.
Okay. All right. Just want to make sure.
You fucking prick.
See, I knew you'd turn.
You fucking prick. Yeah, you fucking prick.
That's pretty cool. I like that.
I've used it as a sound effect on Siren for years.
I don't.
So Chad is just fucking with John throughout this entire live show. It's 3 hours long, and it's magnificent. I sent Chad a note and said, "Kudos. This was a really good job that you did."
He found his calling.
He really did. Senator Joe will make anyone a star. I'm convinced of it. I've said this many times. This is not hard work that we're doing.
Yeah, fucking with him is very easy.
Yeah, it really is incredible. So you can see right there, John's reading his thing with $10. Chad's like, $300. And throughout this, there's so much to talk about in this episode. I pulled out the segment about me because I thought that would be interesting to talk about on this show. But there's so much to talk about. Throughout the entire show, people are donating 18 cents. It's 5 cents. And he's going, "Oh, that's 5 cents." He's reading their names and shit. It's so fucking funny. I'm just fucking with John. It's so funny. He's like,
Uncle Replay said 69 cents, but he never got a shout out.
poor Ella Replay. It's so fucking funny. And meanwhile, Chad is cracking up laughing because he just keeps getting these huge donations. He keeps showing them on the screen. He got $3.99, then $4.99.
It's Christmas for Chad.
And John is seething. He is seething the whole time. So
I'm sure he hides it well, right?
nope.
No.
Not even with that mask on could he mask it. So this is near the end of the episode, and John's trying to figure out how much money he made. He's going through his PayPal and his Venmo. It's hilarious.
Let's see who can put me over the edge. $191.25 on Venmo. And I feel like a kid going through the pillowcase of the candy they got. And then I got a Kit Kat, 3 Musketeers, and I got $296.05 on PayPal. If I get $5 more on PayPal, that'll bring $300.
Okay, so then this turns into I just need $5 more to break 300 on PayPal a thon. because that's how he talks about that for the rest of the episode. And it never comes in, which is great. Because I'm just like, yeah, go fuck yourself. But the best is then what Chad's trying to do is trying to flash his total amount of money that he made during the show when John's not looking. But then John catches wind of it and he sees what's going on.
Not $4.99.
$5.
So as John's still screaming that he needs just $5 more. And this is Chad showing $4,233 on his phone.
On PayPal. And then I'll be happy. There you go. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? They're not going to give me a vig at least?
I appreciate everyone donating. I mean, you pretty much. I mean, 4,000 is a lot of money. I feel bad.
That's got to be the most you ever made ever.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. I'm fucking. I think I owe you. I really do. I owe you.
Artie Lang gig.
You ever come to Florida? I will take you out for a steak dinner or whatever you want. Anywhere.
How about you just send me like 300?
Oh Jesus. I should.
That's not what I said. I'm taking you out to dinner.
What do you get? 4,300? You can send me 3, you prick.
Oh, yeah.
All right. I'll send you 3.
Oh, no.
I love when John wants money from people. That's when the insults are flying. Hey, you fucking prick. Send me $300.
Oh, let me get my checkbook.
I know. That's what he used to do on his show. He used to bully people when people were super chatting. He's like, you fucking assholes aren't even super chatting today. I'm like, well, now I want to give you all my money.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. What's wrong with this guy?
So, how the mighty have fallen.
Yeah, I like that John just wants to wet his beak, though. Because originally they were talking about splitting stuff, and then John's like, no, you don't have to split it with me. That's fine. And then he's like, oh, come on, what about the VIG? Can I get 10%? Come on.
Remember when we talked about splitting?
Yeah, oh gosh. John he's so upset that he can't get these super chats and that he's relying on Venmo and PayPal, and it's just not the same. People want to see their name show up on the screen and their whatever they're goofing out of or whatever. So people aren't as motivated to do that. But they are motivated to fuck with John in other ways by sending Chad money. Now, do I think that Chad actually got $4,000 during the stream? No. Not for a second. But John does.
No.
John thinks he did. That's the important thing. The important thing is that John thinks that. And also, I should bring up Tony Mazur's on the show at this point now, too. And Tony's also claiming to be getting Venmo. He's like, Jesus, guys, send it to John. At one point, Tony gets a $200 Venmo, and he goes, yeah, he wants to know what it's like working with Howard Stern. And John goes, send the money to me, and I'll tell ya. so fucking funny. Oh, it's just one of the greatest things ever. But
Did Donald Trump help out Ed McMahon when Ed McMahon was having financial difficulties?
I don't know.
Perhaps. Yes, I believe he did. Perhaps John could reach out to former President Trump if he's having so much financial difficulties.
I'm sure Donald Trump would love to take that phone call. I'm sure.
Absolutely. He knows the number. John, you have the number. Give him a call. He'll help you. I'm telling you, I believe he helped out Ed McMahon. He has a fetish for helping Tonight Show announcers.
Drunk Tonight Show announcers.
Yes.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, I mean, Donald Trump's a great guy. We all know that. This is probably the highlight of the show. Let me get to this first. Because John has the... Chris, you're not going to like this. The most snot running down his face you've ever seen. It is a trail all the way from his nose to his lip. And he doesn't even realize it until he sees himself on the screen. And I'll just point this out because I thought it was funny. He's looking at the screen, but it's not mirrored. So he wipes the wrong side. I know. It's such a dumb point, but it just made me laugh even more. This is phenomenal.
Hey, pal, their pal will work too. You know, I'm doing this for free.
Go back to Uber, Bob Levy.
Oh, here's $5 from Joseph Crawford. Down with the dues payer. Done with the dues payer. Or it's down with, because I don't know why it would be. Why back a loser? Why back a loser when you can back a winner?
Well, in a single word, LOL. Or, well, I suppose that would technically be 3 words, just like the proposed Super Team Triumvirate the Golden State Warriors are trying to amass in the Bay Area. Well, I guess it would actually be a big 4. That is, if Draymond Green counts as a big anything these days. Regardless, though, ESPN dropped a hilarious, laugh-out-loud report that is likely coming straight from the mouth of Rich Paul himself as a pathetic way to enhance LeBron's bargaining capabilities with the LA Lakers. Though Paul and LeBron's agency Clutch Sports do represent all of the principal parties involved that would be needed to pull the trigger on the superest of all super teams we have ever seen. Well, that is, of course, if you time travel back to 2018. And yes, I am, of course, talking about the report that allegedly the Golden State Warriors are planning a trade pursuit of Anthony Davis out of Washington in a way to help woo LeBron James to Golden State. Of course, Draymond Green, principal LeBron James jock sniffer and bootlicker and fellow Clutch agent, has already been burning the midnight oils, doing his best to recruit old LeBron to Golden State, as has Steph Curry, who is no stranger to helping to recruit superstars to try and build super teams. But reportedly, those efforts just simply hasn't been enough. Therefore, look, the Warriors are trying to move LeBron's needle a little bit more and potentially.
To respect everybody's opinion at least and let them
I know I
express
can
themselves.
respect this opinion. What's a transgender person? Somebody who feels that they are the opposite gender. I've already described this many.
So we're gonna sterilize kids because of a feeling.
No, we're not sterilizing anybody.
That's exactly what's happening.
Like you're a child. Like if I look back on all the things I did when I was 16, that's a terrible decision.
Where I come from, you cannot just talk to people like this. There's respect. There's respect. Like you do not know about respect.
What is going on, everyone? James Klug here. Today I'm going to go meet up with Billboard Chris, and we're going to be talking to UCLA students about how children cannot consent to puberty blockers, and then discuss the same topic with average people on the street. This should be a good time. Let's go talk to some people. Huge shout out to our friends over at Allegiance Gold for sponsoring this video. Children cannot consent to puberty blockers. Do you agree or disagree? What's going on, man?
Oh, well, like everything, it's a spectrum. Can 1-year-olds consent? No. Can 2-year-olds consent? No. Can 9-year-olds consent? No. Can 12-year-olds consent? I personally would say no. Can 16-year-olds consent? That's where we get into different conversations.
Do you mind if I ask 15 and up, or just are we going to do 16 and up?
Well, it's a lot like, it depends a lot on maturity. If you were to set an age, I would just keep it at 18. But does it mean that it's criminal to make for a 16-year-old to take puberty blockers or a doctor to give a 16-year-old puberty blockers? Not at all, especially if they've had a thoughtful conversation with their parents and their doctor.
So the primary point would be 16 and up, and therapy sessions. The parents agree, yes, it's totally
I would think that therapy sessions would be unnecessary.
Unnecessary?
Unnecessary, yeah.
What if a child has mental health comorbidities?
If a child has mental health what?
Comorbidities, other factors going on.
Other factors. Well, if they were to infer their judgment, and they were to infer their judgment to a degree where their parents would need to get involved regularly in their lives, then they should be able to make many decisions for themselves, not just whether to get puberty blockers or not.
It's a cute jacket,
Thanks very much. Do you have any other materials?
No, that's pretty much all I got. I'm keeping a lot.
We got a big genius here.
I'm a really smart guy.
We got a super genius here.
I'm a genius, I know.
So tell me, why do you think it's okay to sterilize kids?
Well, no, I'm talking about jackets, man. So we're gonna stick with jackets. Maybe 80s haircuts too. What is your 80s haircut?
Let's go with the mullet.
Ooh,
I'm
not
not a Canadian, so I like to get a
I'm Jerry Cole man myself. I love those little nice little tips. They're beautiful.
I'm not trying to play tricks on you, but he's shaking.
I'm not shaking.
This happens all the time.
It's hot outside.
They get this
I'm wearing a jacket and pants. Of course it's hot outside.
They get this adrenaline rush because they're so unused to seeing anyone
I'm indecisive.
fruit that it's shocking to them, and they have to try to
I'm
stop it.
absolutely. Oh, I'm totally shocked, man. I'm blown the away. I just can't believe it, man. Like,
is that why you're behaving like this, or you want to have a normal conversation about this?
No, I'm talking about what I want.
So just clarify your stance right there. If you're suffering from other comorbidities, perhaps you would change your mind on your initial position. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Thank you for the reasonable take. If you start digging into this, you will find that literally all of these kids have some other mental health.
So I've dug into this a little bit. But you know what? I believe the exact number is below 50%, right?
No, it's way higher.
And
It's
also,
almost all of them, honestly.
Okay.
So about 50% of these kids are on the autism spectrum.
Okay. Do you know what the percentage of kids today that have some sort of mental affect or comorbidity, as you said? Comorbidity, sorry.
I don't know if we have numbers on the whole general population.
It's higher than it's ever
Pretty
been.
ridiculous.
It's
Oh, I know.
near 30%.
There's so many kids on antidepressants and all this sort of stuff. The world's a mess.
Why are you disrupting? Why do you not want to talk about this?
I can't read.
You can't read?
I'm not surprised.
Cannot read.
That's not coming out the shot me at all.
Can't read.
I'm not an ultra activist. I wouldn't even classify as an activist. But I do see things pop into my stream on TikTok and Instagram, on YouTube sometimes. And the comments I see are some of the most disrespectful, harassing, bullying comments I've ever seen. And look, I would never take away anyone's right to say things, even if I think those things are awful. I do think that could, do you not think that could explain some of the anxiety, depression, some of the mental disorders that you see in the transgender population?
No. We're talking about what came first here, the chicken or the egg. So you're talking about people who are already identifying as trans who are now getting bullied. It's not that they were getting bullied, so they identified as trans. But let's back this way up. Okay. So first of all, bullying, very bad.
Bullying,
people should not be bullying anyone.
That's a good take. Good take, you guys.
We all agree on
But
that.
also, shouldn't take away somebody's right to bully somebody. With an extent. To an extent.
Different topic. Let's keep going.
Different topic.
Free speech conversation later. That's
Bullies
fine.
suck.
I can't read the
Well,
sign.
it says children cannot consent to puberty blockers. Do you think it's okay to stop children going for puberty blockers?
And can you make that analogy into the 70s haircut thing and kind of, merge those two ideas together?
All right, you guys. Take a few moments to talk about today's sponsor, Allegiance Gold. Now, if you've been watching my videos for a while,
Hold on. My man. Okay, I'm going to let you answer. Sorry, I shouldn't have cut you off. But why are you the wrong person, first of all?
Because I'm not transgender.
Okay, so if we're going to sterilize kids and cut off body parts, we should be able to define what a trans child is, whether we are identifying that way or not.
There is a good bit of discussion in the transgender community about what a transgender person is, which is why I say I'm not the right person to ask. I could easily say, not being gay, that a gay person is somebody who likes somebody of the same sex, right? That's obvious.
Yeah.
But there is some discussion, some debate in the transgender community about whether a transgender person is somebody who simply changes genders by will, which I completely disagree with, or somebody who has gender dysphoria.
Between the puppy and the signs, we're gonna have a lot of conversation.
That's right.
What does it do to? I only know what it does to males. I don't know what it does to females.
Okay, so for
armor.
Let's do it.
I was like, I know that it.
Armor with the facts.
As for boys, it stops you from being too.
So she's just in her tunnel. It's very tentative. But so far, so good. Just nice and easy when it works. I think she's going to do it. Her head's poking out. She's literally just poking her head out. Yeah, what's this? All yours. Sit right outside her area. Green stuff is great. comfy today. So much for her to process. You got it. She's outside. She's just so curious. It's brand new to her. She's looking around this and like, what is this place? She's never seen this. I mean, this is the first time she's been outside and yeah, she's never walked out before, ever. She's getting so confident. What the?
So much time to accomplish that. Come on. Just play it in. Come on, drop. Yes!
Yes, it luckily dropped. But this was an emotional roller coaster. If you want to see the full uncut video with my explanations, watch this video right here. And don't forget to subscribe for more videos like this.
John has a brand new show. This is exciting. It comes out.
Jean-Marc thinks that these outlying dogs play a vital role as sentries. Barking alone can be enough to see off a single wolf attempting a sneaky attack. But what will happen if a whole pack of wolves attacks? It's 3 o'clock in the morning. Out on the hillside, the dogs in the centre of the flock look relaxed. While the others are pacing around the edge. They seem nervous. There's something out there.
Là, the wolf is in.
A group of wolves is heading straight for the flock. The alarm goes off. And the other dogs rise to the challenge. One from the middle charges out to help see off the attack. The leading wolf flees. Now all 4 wolves are in retreat. It's a great result for Jean-Marc.
We have seen the dogs chasing the wolf off, so it's very successful and mostly for kill, so I'm very happy again.
Our collar cams have shown Jean-Marc the importance of selecting a good mix of dogs.
So we have different personalities in dogs. This is just amazing. We have some dogs that, they're very strong, they are bold, and they will go and they will run after the wolf. And other dogs who are very shy and they are afraid by everything. So we are observing now a team of dogs, how they are working. And of course, if a dog is a little afraid, he will bark and maybe give the alarm. So in a pack of dogs now, you need different personalities, not only one.
In this video, we're heading down to Mississippi to catch some gigantic hogs in remote control live traps. But lucky for us, we're teaming up with my Uncle David, aka Y'all, the #1 hog trapper in all of Mississippi. He's been trapping hogs as long as hog traps have existed. But let's not waste any time. Let's get right in there with him and learn about how these hog traps work. The live trap is essentially a round hog pen, which is lifted off the ground and held there with a trigger. Just outside the live trap, we're going to have a camera, which is going to be live streaming to our phone, so we can can see everything that's in the trap whenever we want. Also connected to a phone is the remote control ability to release the hen whenever we want, whenever we decide it's time, leaving y'all full control over when the trap drops and how many pigs are inside when he does so.
KG, yeah, I'm not trying to brag,
Mm-hmm.
but you are with the #1 known hog trap in the state of Mississippi, just so you know. So, I'm nervous. Oh, we got hogs coming to the spot. We also got a lot of raccoons. My channel, y'all is known for the Mississippi mud when it comes to hog trapping. And we got a big storm last night and you showed up today. So, it's perfect.
Yeah, perfect. And to make sure the pigs come into the trap and go right in the center where we want them to, we bait it up with one of Pig's favorite foods. We ended up setting 2 traps. One for sounder number 1 and another for sounder number 2. If you don't know, sounder is just another word for group of pigs. But then we moved on to Hogzilla. Hogzilla is a giant hog who's been rooting up this old man's yard. And with him being alone and potentially being trap smart, we opted away from a live trap and instead started planning a thermal spot and stop, which will be taking place just a few hours after the sun goes down.
So,
Alright, give us an update. What is happening?
Alright, so on the big muddy trap, we got some schultz and a salad they're eating right now. But we have more that's been coming to the spot. So we just got to decide if we want to wait or do we want to catch now.
So this is pretty much the screen that you're looking at whenever you decide, do you want to drop or not?
That's right. It's live right now. We're watching live. And if we decide to catch them, we try to drop or we can wait on.
Which button drops it and what does what?
So we'll hit here and then it'll come up, you confirm it, it will confirm it, and then it will drop.
And then we got it.
Then we would catch it.
But at this particular spot, the way you scouted, you know there's more and bigger that we're waiting on?
Yeah, I know there's a really big hog, and I know that he may come in with this group, and we can catch him hopefully. So that's what we're watching right now. Could happen later tonight. We'll just keep an eye on it.
There we go. Alright guys, so what we just saw, the pigs are already showing up at the trap, but we're not going to be setting it off just yet. But in the meantime, we're going to be pulling out the thermal to do a spot stock on Hogzilla. We got night vision, we got thermal, and then we have the gun with the thermal on. Yeah, this should be capable.
I think so. From what we've seen today, I think from what I showed him today, I think I'll get a shot on hopefully big one or two.
As we were heading down to Hogzilla, our phone sent us a notification that the pigs are still there, but this time there's even a few more.
Now we saw 4 earlier, and now we're getting 5 and 6. They kind of bully each other, kind of spread out. One wants to come in and eat, and then we can't because the other one push back.
Once we arrived, I took a look around with the thermal. Didn't see the big hog yet, but I did see a couple raccoons. So for now, we're just going to head back to the truck, watch the trail camera, and just wait until we know for sure that this big hog is rooting in the yard.
When you see these hogs, you can see, of course, you can see the back on them, and then you can see the snout, and you can see how the front of the snout flares out. That's from those uppercutters pushing that lip out. And when you can see that on a hog, you got to realize they're standing in how much deeper water. Book.
So the big boar hogs make it hard to trap because they run everything out?
Yeah, they want to eat, and they don't want to share. Here's a live feed camera view of what we're trying to trap at.
A lot of raccoons. Yeah, that's a lot of raccoons.
There's a lot of them. And when those hogs go up, they run all over. But imagine you had a top of this trap, hold this down about 2 foot, and they go in there, and start taking it. You talk about they love them people. Alright, so we got a bunch of small hogs coming in right here, and he's hanging out with the big one. Calm down. I think with 7 hogs, 7 out of 9, but he's not letting any of the other ones eat. We potentially may just drop on this hog. He's big. He's a big hog. Just give me a few minutes and let me think about it. We'll let him get more in line. So they're still close to the edge right there. We don't want them that close to the edge.
So when we're thinking about dropping on something, do you want there to be like no witnesses?
I would prefer no witnesses. I would prefer them not be brought up against the cage. In that way, you don't have to worry about potentially they're scared or spooked. I prefer them be, fairly a ways. So they're not as spooked, yeah.
Because if one's just outside and he watches the whole trap drop,
He takes that as a danger spot for feed, so there's no need to feed there anymore.
So after patiently waiting, Hogzilla finally showed up in the yard.
Alright, so just pulled him up. He just pulled up. 8:36 p.m. It's 8:37 now. Hog's standing there in the field.
Right where he's expecting.
Right where he's at. So what we're gonna try to do is get out of the truck right now and see if we can't slip down by this building. Hands out north in our face here and see if we can't put a pop shot on his forehead.
Alright, who's shooting?
I shoot.
You shooting?
I think so.
Alright.
Let's go.
Alright, let's go. One thing to know about hogs is they actually have very poor eyesight, especially at nighttime, which makes stalking up to them really easy, especially if the wind direction is in your favor. Which instantly kills the pig and drops him straight to the ground. And the aim point to hit these areas is right through the ear or just barely behind. I think you got it. You do not move a muscle. We just happened? Dude, we just smoked for like 65 yards.
This hog's been feeding right here in this yard for a month. And we just now was able to get to it. And we got with your candle, we come in here and waiting in the pickup truck, watching hogs in the trap. This dude shows up in front of the camera. We sit down here around the old barn, got on the belly, smoking.
That thing.
One shot, one kill.
The raccoons didn't even know what was going on.
Didn't even know. I just kept on just hell. I was like, please don't mess up in front of Kendall.
It worked.
We'll check, make sure he's down. We got the can out here, got the lights on it. We'll be able to see him real good shortly. I was over here trying to figure out the safety and all that. Please don't mess up, please.
You think that's a big one?
He's big.
Is he?
He's big. He's big. Look at that right there. Go ahead, KJ.
No, you got it. Do whatever you're gonna do.
Oh, man.
I think he's pretty big, huh?
Yeah. Uppers, lowers, good cutters. Big old snot.
Here he is compared to my crop. So,
Them KG socks.
his head's pretty big. If a hog like this charged you, could he do some damage to you, I guess?
Yes, that dude, if he was to charge you, those cutters would have you cut before you could do anything. It just have you cut. Gashed open pretty bad. Normally in the wild, they'll just kind of go the other way. But you never know. You know what I'm saying? It's a wild animal. So, and he don't look like he'd be scared of nothing, KJ.
And what is your guess on how much this bad boy weighs?
I'm going to go 254. I'm not going to be light on this one. My eyes may be big because I hadn't caught a big hog in a while. I'll say 254.
Alright, we'll see you up there.
Got the doors open on the truck.
Alright. Gun got it done. You got it done. Now we're taking him home. This pig will not be damaging this yard anymore.
Nope.
Hopefully.
Like I said, with this show, with the yo-yo show, rain comes, hogs go down. Don't want to run into my truck. Oh, son. Look at that. That's one trap we're waiting on hogs to come to. Hogs down is kind of freezing up a little bit because of the weather. I honestly didn't know we were supposed to get this. Let's see what this other trap do. Alright. We can go for this.
Wait,
I'm stopping that for it.
okay. We're gonna drop it on it. You think it's time?
I think it's time.
2 big pigs?
Yeah.
Whenever you're ready. Get them?
We got them. They rubbing noses. No matter how many we got the big one. We got a Big one in the back. Big one in the trap.
And now, as long as those bad boys don't figure out a way to get out by the morning, they should be there.
It's over with.
Do you think that big hog is bigger than the one we got tonight?
I feel like he's competing with that one for sure.
Wow.
Yeah. So it looks like we got two big pigs and 3 or 4 shoals. That's 6 pigs. You know what? We'll have to look at that. But I think he got that one right there. Yeah. So he's done got trampled by one of those other ones. He's knocked out. Yep. He got hit by one of those other ones. I can go back and look at it, but he got hit. He's knocked out. He's probably dead right there. He's not. Yeah.
We'll roll the instant replay, though. As soon as you dropped it, when they ran into the side, the whole cage moved.
Yeah. It just boom.
There we go. One dead hog in the back.
Hopefully a bunch of them in the morning.
I would say that's pretty good.
Pretty good. Pretty good. One thing better than rain. I mean, that shower when we get home.
Alright, guys, it is that morning. We're here early, but we don't want to give that big dude too much time.
Yeah, we don't want to give him too much time to think about it. He's been in the trap, what? 10 hours. About 7 hours.
Yeah.
8 hours. So we don't want to give him too much time. He gets tired of being in there.
When daylight comes, they start getting jittery.
They want to go back to the shade and all that, so we're going to get him out. So what we'll do is we'll pull him up there, and when we get up there, they're going to run around like fool. I don't think you know all that big hog. You know, they got like we want to stop us and don't get a bullet in.
Okay. And although we just caught an entire sounder, on our way to the trap, we spotted an entirely different group of hogs, which just goes to show how dense these pigs really are in this area.
I didn't bring the big gun. Brought the 22. Every single time.
Go ahead and well, I'm talking. Keep going.
Yep. Now we're good. Now we can be slow.
There's the 2 big ones. Because those 2 actually pose a threat of jumping and climbing out. Alright.
Got the old 22 to knock him in the head. Oh, head knocker. Thing about this right here, son.
Yeah.
You just gotta hold it. It knows what to do. It knows what to do.
It's like shooting pigs in a cage.
People always say, it's like shooting fish in a barrel. I was like, depends on how deep the water is. You can't see it yet because of all the mud. This dude's got giant cutters.
Does he?
He's a man. He's not as big body. He's not thick like the one we killed last night. That dude has got cutters. All right, we'll get the rest knocked down real quick.
All right.
Ew. That stuff on you, Cruz. It gets on your skin and makes your hair fall out. Huh? Alright, watch out, Cruz. Slippery slide. 1, 2, 3.
sounder number 1 have officially been eliminated. But our job's not over. We still have sounder number 2, which is still on our list. But for now, let's go hang up these 2 giant hogs, see how much they weigh. What did it say? Uh-oh. Woo! 300?
Yeah, that's what I said. You thought I heard it.
300?
That's what I said. That's what I said.
That what you said? You so smart. You just like your mama. You so smart.
It's 3 a.m. and finally the second sounder of hogs finally shows up to the trap. But now, we still gotta make sure that they're all in the trap. You see, if the pig is just barely inside the trap, he can actually escape before the trap fully falls. Meaning we have to be patient and wait for all the pigs to be inside the trap enough to where they can't escape as it drops. But after patiently waiting, they finally moved into the middle. Alright guys, last night we had a pretty successful drop. I wasn't awake for it. We actually had to get up at 3 a.m. just to set off the trap. And as cool as these traps are to set off on your phone, that is one thing about them, and that's that you actually have to set them off on your phone. Whether that's 9 o'clock, 11 o'clock, 3 o'clock, you at least got to be awake for it. But regardless, the good news, we got the pigs.
We got the pigs.
We're getting some gas, and we're going to head on down there, get the pigs out, get them taken care of, and yeah, that's the group we were after. And we got them. There's the pigs. Alright, pretty solid.
Was that 8?
Yes, 4 big ones, 4 small ones.
That's it. That's what we wanted. We want that. I want at least 6. If it's 80 we've caught on this piece of property since first 80 pigs. Like 150, you're 40 to 130. A lot of hogs. Keep coming here. That's how you manage them. Catching sounders like that all at once. Trying to end that problem.
Alright, now we're going to put some bullets in 22 and knock them in the head. We're here to see us do some more hog hunting, this time out of the back of a truck and even a helicopter. Or right over here for hunting down nuisance alligators, which have become a serious problem.
Hey y'all, they got so much for watching. Make sure you go to KG Outdoors, get yourself some sick merch, like his name, sharpest and coolest one I ever found.
Acting reel that's down the bottom. It's the last one on the right. It is 4 minutes and 39 seconds in. It's so fake. Come on.
Artie? Because you guys know what they're talking about. Is that real or is it fake? Listen to me. Sarah Silverman, she went and she spoofed Conan O'Brien. Conan O'Brien said me over to Jay's to spoof Jay. That was so long ago.
Hold on a second. What was the word he was using there?
I don't know.
Sarah Silverman did what to Conan?
Here's again, listen, I was in show business in 1999, which is when these videos are from.
You were a page. I know.
Yeah, no, exactly. I was around show business.
Yes.
Hey, I got a check. And at the NBC Experience store at 30 Rock, there was, you could sit at a desk and Conan used to do a bit called the desk drive, and you could sit there with him and Andy Richter. And I guess, maybe, if Artie's telling anything that is truthful, Sarah Silverman must have done
We had
that.
an amazing call heads up at the ladies event at the World Series of Poker last night. Aubrey will...
But none of us actually paid for it and actually brought it home. Certainly none of us posted on the internet. And so that's where he did this. And he's saying, well, Sarah Silverman did the bit with Conan. So I did this for Jay. And he's going to talk about how this was
What was the word he used? What the fuck was he talking about? There was a... let me find it real quick.
Yeah.
There was a specific word that I did not understand.
He spoofed Conan O'Brien.
Spoofed. I don't think that he's using it correctly.
Oh, is it definitely not? Because why was this thing brought up right there? And the blind thing brought up right there? This is all just like distractions.
And that's how your beloved chatter gets the donation.
I mean, Harrison Young brings her up pretty regularly, but at least he has a
Right.
reason.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's retarded. He's literally a retard.
He's on the spectrum.
Yeah.
Artie tries to explain the Leno clip a little bit more in clip 13.
Okay.
Well, what about the Tonight Show? When were you on the time? Who was the host of the Tonight Show? Jay Leno. He didn't know I was coming.
Oh, was he surprised to see you?
Funny. Tell, man.
Oh, God, Artie Fletcher's here.
He's not really wearing that super nose. That's fake. You can't tell me that's real. Anybody in the world, look at that. That's totally fake.
Artie's leaning into this and pretending that was like literally him on the Tonight Show?
Yeah, he's saying, like, no, everybody can see the clip. I'm on the Tonight Show.
And it's so poorly done that it shows the Tonight Show worded to an interview, which is not how that show is formatted.
Nah, nobody watched Leno's monologue. I don't know what you're talking about.
That's so stupid.
Yeah. But later on, I don't have any clips of this, but they're like going around YouTube, and all these families like posted, "Here's my kid talking to Jay Leno at the NBC Experience." So Artie, Artie is starting to get a little fed up from these people that are doubting that he's a showbiz legend. Clip 14.
Nobody even listens to you guys anymore.
No, we're the number one show in the world. No one
This
listens.
is the most listened to show in the state of Florida. Remember when you were buying your own time on radio and you got me in a fight?
Yes,
You said you would be syndicated before I was.
Yes.
What happened there?
My job, due to you, I have no career.
No, because of you, you have no career.
My job, I will always survive in this business.
You are not surviving. Who do you live with?
I live by myself.
You don't live with your mother? Weren't you in Gallagher living at your mother's house?
Hey, man.
Well, you're about time. I would have killed myself too.
Italian. Wow.
That is true that him and Gallagher were living together.
For years, apparently, with his mom. And that's another one of those Carlton Knowns that if he speaks like this, that Artie's not going to hear it. He's like, yeah, I would have killed myself too. All right. So we're finally to the breaking point, Carl, that, Artie can only take so much. Let's hear clip 15.
Listen to me. You are an embarrassment
and you are raping these people for $55 a person for tickets and advertising it as two Hollywood legends, you are neither a legend nor a comedian.
You will buy advertising for your show. You're a star wannabe. That's all you are. Gotcha. You're original. Hollywood, you got some original.
Artie, I have never lied to people to listen to the show. I have never said to them, I was on this show and on that show. Artie Fletcher is a goddamn fraud and a liar. And I went for $5 to see him, let alone $55 to see him. I can't speak to just Jimmy Walker. Jimmy Walker may be turning out the best shows of his life. I don't know. I haven't seen him do comedy in years. But I will tell you, Artie Fletcher is a big, fat nobody.
This guy's a phony. Yeah. I bet he sold more tickets. Mike Cobb just sold more tickets than that Facebook ad could have.
Because if I'm listening to this in the morning, I'm like, you know, I kind of need to shut up.
I would go to anywhere. I would love to see that. Oh, yeah. The WATP locals would
If were to actually tour, I think I would be like a deadhead and just follow them around and see them in every city. Artie's gone and the insults pile up, but clip 19, somebody had an interaction with Artie that they want to share.
The green room is the green room situation, and not only did he smell like a homeless person, but he tried to get me to give him money so he could teach me comedy and take me on the road with it and all that kind of stuff.
Oh, he used to teach comedy classes. That's right. I think he used to do that at the Improv. He used to teach comedy classes.
Yeah, he wanted like $500 to each show me the way. And while he was talking, I was almost throwing up and wanted to tell him that, but I didn't say a word. I just kind of listened.
Now, did you pursue comedy, or did you say, no, it's not for me?
I work around it. I work in entertainment.
Okay. I mean, look, I was going
to say it's Christian Black.
I can neither confirm nor deny.
He walked in the room. I could smell the homeless thing from the hall. He came in the room, and then I met him.
Oh, awful. Thank you. Appreciate the calls.
I'll have to ask Vinny about that.
Yeah.
What smelled real bad. Yeah, that's interesting.
At one point, Carmen, I guess you could call her the hole on the show, she mentions that a friend of hers went to see Artie Fletcher, bought one of his CDs for $10, which that's shocking, but got home and there was nothing on the CD. So he just was selling back CDs for $10.
You can put whatever you want on it. Put the checkbook on it.
I'm not going to lie, Carl, when I heard Wednesday's show, and I was so annoyed that the great Adam Thoreau blew up my spot by sharing an allegation about Artie. But it is okay. Because Artie, I have 3 different clips where Artie tells this story, and this first one is not the one you played. This is kind of the best one.
Can we get caught up to speed, though, real quick, about the allegation?
Well, I want you to hear how he's first not going to say the allegation. And then I will confirm it after you play clip 20.
Okay. I'm not even saying the first story. Remember the first story we heard about him?
Oh,
yeah.
I will never forget.
What's that? Evidently, there was, according to Patrick Melton, who used to work at the Improv, and Johnny Bedsource.
Oh, Patrick Melton's involved in this.
Yes.
Interesting.
Yes.
Okay.
Let's let it play through and people kind of get what the rumor is. And,
Too bad Patrick Melton's dead, or else we can ask him about this directly.
There was a confirmation that something happened inside the Improv Club that involved Artie. That several people have backed up. And when Jim Florentine was on the show years ago, Jim Florentine is the only person I know that admits to being friends with Artie Fletcher outside of Gallagher and J.J. Waddle.
He made sure to drop Jim's name.
Yeah. Because he knows we're friends with Jim. So, but I will tell you, Jim Florentine's very honest. He's like, he's just a nice guy, that kind of thing. But I go, do you know the story about him? And he goes, nah, I can't go. Let's call him and ask him. And then we called and asked him. He was a stuttering prick. He couldn't get out of it. He was like, blah. I don't like you, Artie. I don't like you because you're a liar. Not because of any other reason other than you're a big fat liar.
So I held a seance and I spoke to the ghost of Patrick Melton.
Okay.
I asked if this was him in the story. I sent him the clip. And I was like, or, maybe there's another Patrick Melton, maybe Calter's misremembering, and Melton's ghost gave me the permission to say, oh no, it's me. I'm from Tampa and have much experience with Artie. And I can confirm he was busted blowing a cook named Brian at the club. It was a big known thing back in 2008-ish in Tampa comedy.
Okay, so I know that Patrick's from Tampa. I know his connection to Mike Calta, so I assume that was the Patrick Melton we all know and love. What's crazy is that story that Mike Calta just told. When Vinny saw us play that clip from Adam Thoreau on the show, he goes, I'm in touch with Jim Forte to see if there's any truth to this. So if Jim must get bombarded every few days. Is Artie Fletcher gay? Like, another one of these calls coming in. No, the wild thing about this is, we heard from Artie Fletcher's roommate that he was a ladies' man, he'd bring women home. Although he did tell that story. All right, now I'm starting to think about this a little bit. This is a little suspect. He was straight to the apartment. Well, okay, that's a good point. The other story that I'm remembering right now was when he was asked if he ever fucked a celebrity. Starring John Aston.
Today, I'd like to give you a ton of free value, if that's okay with you. I'm Phil Galfon. I've been playing high-stakes poker for 2 decades, and...
Right. And they were back at the hotel afterwards. And he's like, I could have fucked her, but I just got drunk and passed out. I was like, that's not what straight guys do. Should I get some pussy or this pillow's really soft?
If you jump ahead to clip 23, this is from a little bit more recently. This is... Well, this guy just the other part of this that I thought, wow, you wouldn't really fit when Mike Calta said this, or Mike Calta on Wednesday. I was thinking, okay, you can say this guy wants to suck someone's dick, but who's going to let this guy suck your dick? Like, you know what I mean? Like, Artie Fletcher does not present well. And I can't imagine there's a guy who's like, I want that mouth on my hard cock. Maybe he was presenting. He's like, just suck my dick. Stop talking like it's all your breath. Hey, Brian, can we finish table 8, please? Everyone said, Brian, thank you for stopping his act. It was the only way that you could
Can you gargle my sperm before I talk to you anymore? Because your breath stinks.
So,
I'm sorry, where are we going? 23?
Yeah, at 23. So, in studio on the Mike Calta show, Don Jamieson, Jim Florentine, and Bobby Kelly. And this starts off, the best part of this is that Calta can't remember Artie's name to start the conversation within 23.
I can't think of his name. What's his name? No. The guy that I don't like that is friends with Florentine. I just said his name was Florentine. Artie Fletcher. Thank you. You realize you're synonymous with Artie Fletcher now, and well, Don knows him really well too. Well, then here's the thing. What is it about?
Oh shit, that's right. I forgot about that connection.
This clip was why I said you should probably want to talk to Don.
Yes.
Yeah.
Likes Chad, and no one likes her.
I love Jim the whole meeting, just like, I don't want to talk about Artie. Talk to Don about it.
Don's got some thoughts.
Yeah.
Chad, and no one likes Artie Fletcher except for you. You're the only one who's good to these people. I feel bad for
Chad.
I don't know.
In the studio, they're just not letting him talk.
But no matter who likes or doesn't like somebody, they always like you're always nice.
He's a nice guy. Yeah, I don't know why. I mean, like Artie gave me my start when I first started to get all these crummy rooms, Pennsylvania and stuff. He took me on the road, So, no. You think Artie Fletcher is gay?
No. Listen to me. I have no knowledge of it whatsoever. The story was that he got caught going on down on a cookie. That was lined up by some people who worked there. Now, I have no knowledge of whether that's true. So I tried to call Artie one time on the air, and he didn't quite say no, but he didn't say yes. So I don't know. Jim swears no way. So I don't know.
Okay. So,
I mean, one thing I don't look forward to, of course, is the story about the guy with the wrestling 8x10s that was able to get Jim's pants off in exchange for some sweet wrestling photos.
yeah. And
So
I think
you would
once...
think if Artie was gay, he definitely would have tried to suck a testicle or something.
Yeah, I think Robin Quivers once talked about having a huge balls or something, so that probably is why he's so popular in that community. We get one little bit of follow-up in clip 24 on this same topic that I'll let you guys decide whether or not Artie Fletcher is gay based on this.
Yeah. Well, you never heard that either?
No, I've never.
No.
He actually used to weasel some pretty good stuff back in the day. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
And Artie's whole thing is he'll go up there and just grab your penis and think that's funny.
Well,
So then it's like, you know,
I know guys like that.
you do.
Yeah,
Okay,
like
so
that's a New
you
York
would say,
thing.
like, what is wrong with you to do that? So,
Yeah, but guys like to just be shocking and do that.
Yeah,
kind
but
of thing.
grab it or
Yeah,
tap
little
it.
tap.
A tap is not gay. A grab is gay.
What
What
about
about
grab
this?
it?
Like that's sexy. maybe the new thing is going down on the cook. That's just for a goof.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. Jokes.
Yeah.
That's a
Like-
new prank.
So I think there's only one way to look at this, Carl. And that is, of course, the word gay.
I'm going gay. Yeah. All right. Well, I guess we have to do further investigations into this.
Yeah. Yeah.
No stone will go unturned.
No, exactly. Yeah, you can get Jameson on the case, and Vinny has such a long background with him. I'd be surprised if this is like an original thought that he never thought for a second. Well, maybe.
I could probably trick Jim Forte into coming back on the show. Nobody tell him I want to talk to you about Artie Fletcher.
That's
all right. No one say anything. Well, that's excellent work. Thank you for finding those clips. I know Vinny's very excited that you're on the case now as well.
Yeah. Chad's mixing up a lip, made sure to let Vinny know on Twitter that I was doing the segment today. So.
Yeah, Vinny was very excited about it. So I'm glad he
It's July in the deserts of Nevada in the western United States. The hottest time of the year. Bands of wild horses, Mustang, are converging on one of the last remaining waterholes around. Now, water not only offers them the chance to drink, it can also bring power. If a stallion can control access to water, he will secure the rights to the entire herd. So stallions try to dominate these pools, fighting off rivals who venture too close. A stranger. He's travelled 15 kilometres to be here, because the pools where he's come from have already dried up. With him come his females. If he can't provide them with water, they will leave him for the white stallion, who already dominates this pool. So, he will have to fight. jaw would mean a slow and painful death. A missed kick, and it's all over. The new arrival has won. And his prize is more than just a chance to drink. He has provided for his herd and in the process stolen his rival's females. The white stallion's rule is over. They hunt in silence. The hand sign indicates that one of them has found the track of a group of kudu. These are the San people of the Kalahari Desert, the last tribe on Earth to use what some believe is the most ancient hunting technique of all, the persistence hunt. They run down their prey. They start to feel the rhythm of the animal's movements from the spacing of the tracks. The group is not moving fast. The animals have taken fright. They will concentrate on the bull. He will be carrying a heavy set of horns and therefore will tire more quickly. To do that, they need to separate him from the herd so that his tracks won't be confused by those of others. The sun is directly overhead, and the men sense a change in the kudu's pace. He's slowing. After hours of tracking, they've entered an almost trance-like state of concentration. At times it's impossible to see any sign of the kudu's tracks, and the hunters must imagine the path it will have taken. The heat is hard on the hunters, but they're now close enough for the next stage of the hunt, the chase. This is the signal for it to begin. But only one man will undertake it. Koroe, the runner. It's now a test of endurance. Who will collapse first, the man or the animal? This was how men hunted before they had weapons, when a hunter had nothing more than his own physical endurance with which to gain his prize. Running on 2 feet is more efficient over long distances than running on 4. A man sweats from glands all over his body and so cools himself. A kudu sweats much less and has to shade. And a man has hands with which to carry water, so during the chase he can replenish the liquid he loses as sweat. Hours pass, and Kuroe is getting closer. But then the kudu runs into thick cover. Tracks have disappeared. Kuroe tries to step into the mind of the kudu, and himself reenacts the moment when it heard him approaching as it tried to rest in the shade. He deduces the direction in which it must be headed. It's close by. The chase has lasted 8 hours. Hunter and hunted are both at the end of their strength. Neither can go on much longer. And then the kudu collapses from sheer exhaustion. It's close to death. Kuroe's spear throw now is scarcely more than a symbolic gesture. The hunter pays tribute to his quarry's courage and strength, with ceremonial gestures that ensure that its spirit returns to the desert sands from which it came. While it was alive, he lived and breathed with it and felt its every movement in his own body. And at the moment of its death, he shared its pain. He rubs its saliva into his own legs to relieve the agony of his burning muscles, and he gives thanks for the life he has taken so that he may sustain the lives of his family waiting for him back in their settlement. These males have other things than grooming on their mind. Their attention is turned to the treetops. It's time to hunt. A large group of like-minded males are assembling. One of them drums. It's a signal telling others nearby that the hunt is about to start. Chimps elsewhere hunt when they see a good opportunity. But here in Ngoro, hunts often start whether or not suitable prey has been spotted. The males set off through the forest. They travel for up to 4 hours at a time, searching for likely victims. Pork Pie tags along. He's not yet an accepted member of the hunting group. This is what they're looking for, a troop of red colobus monkeys. The hunters take up their positions in the surrounding trees, ready to pounce on any monkeys that try to escape. They're closing in on the most vulnerable target, a female with her young. The clueless males do their best to fight back, but the chimps are much bigger and stronger. Some of the infants have been separated from their mothers. They're now easy prey. The males are the first to eat. They supplement the flesh with a few leaves, just as humans take vegetables with their meat. They'll share their kill with other members of the group, including the females. Why they should do this has provoked a lot of speculation. Although at Ngogo, males share more often with their allies, using meat to strengthen these bonds. The hope of collecting a share of meat may well be the reason for joining in the hunt in the first place.
So if there's no evidence for it, and you're not sure of it, do you think it happened?
I'm pretty sure it did happen. I'm just not entirely sure of the details of it.
And
I'm sure it happened. I'm just not
what's
sure.
the it in that sentence?
Like that she said some bad stuff
About you?
I think so.
Okay, do you want to comment on that?
Yes, you just said, I'm sure it happened. Maybe we should spin the game and be like, is J.K. Rowling anti-Semitic?
Okay, let's do that one. J.K. Rowling is anti-Semitic. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, move. You're in the neutral? Yeah. You're in the neutral?
Yeah.
You're in the neutral. Why are you on the... how come you're in the neutral?
I just don't really know anything about it, so I can't really make an opinion.
Would the default be neutral if you don't know about it?
I think so. I don't know.
How come you're on the neutral?
I'm of the same opinion. I don't think I know enough about the issue to have an opinion on it. Neutral means opinion, so.
I guess I'm struggling with if so that's Reed. You've never seen Reed before. If I said Reed is anti-Semitic, why would the default be neutral? That guy right there.
So he's anti. If he's
well, no, I mean, I'm trying to figure out why the default things is if I said there are ghosts in the basement, the default to that is neutral. Unless you want to make the claim, to say that person X is anti-Semitic, unless you want to say that everybody's anti-Semitic, and then it would be. Do you see the point? Why would the default be neutral?
I see what you're saying, but I think. But for example, the ghost recent example, I think it's because ghosts are they don't exist. They're paranormal. So the default opinion of that, you would know immediately that they don't exist. But I think if you're saying someone is anti-Semitic, that's a pretty bold claim to make. So I need to have information.
Okay, I'm coming back to you because I think, and I'm going to think before I go to him. It depends on who we think are anti-Semitic in the society. There's a lot of anti-Semitic that, if only 1/1000th of the people are anti-Semitic, I would think that the default would be there. But the more people who are anti-Semitic in the society, I think the default moves to the left, right? But I just think about that. Why do you strongly disagree?
The whole point of this exercise is it's not what to think, right? It's how to think. So don't be defensive about anything that we're doing. So I'm not going to come to a conclusion unless I have an example or some reason to come to that conclusion. Just because I hear something doesn't mean it's true. But, so just a moment ago you said, I'm sure it's true, right? So, and now you're neutral, so that's interesting. So wouldn't it be like you agree, you're slightly agree, or you really neutral those?
Yeah, of course you can.
So, okay, so the reason why I said I'm sure it's true. Okay, wait, now that you mentioned it, I'm like a little less sure. But the reason why I said it was because, like, I know, like, it's like a really big deal right now. Or maybe not right now, but it was a really big deal, like, pretty recently. And I know for a fact, like, it did happen, but I don't think I have.
What's the in that sense?
Like, as she said, like, okay, maybe it's not.
You know, somewhere tonight under prairie stars, a cowboy sleeps unafraid. He feels secure, believing that a deadly prairie killer will not cross this barrier here. A bristling barrier of horsehair rope. We received a letter here from a Mr. Jack Stubendorf, who lives in Cambridge, Massachusetts. He wrote, I am an ex-cowboy from the West. Many of the old-timers claim that a rattlesnake or any snake will not cross over a horsehair rope. Many times I've used the hair rope myself out on the range to circle my bedroll. Can you give me a straight answer as to whether this is a fact or just an old cowboy superstition? Well, Mr. Stuberg, the belief that rattlers will not cross one of these horsehair ropes has been persisting in the West for a long, long time. Now, we talked to some outdoors men here a little while ago, and they were equally divided as to whether it was fact or whether it was just fantasy. And we decided the best way to find out was to try it. This is Mr. Jim Danielson. Here's a naturalist and animal handler. And Jim furnished the snakes for this experiment. And right now, you're going to see what happened. You asked for it. Now, this is snake country out near Cascade, California. Jim Danielson rounded up one of the vicious assaults of the life. This experiment. Pacific rattlers and big reds and western diamondbacks, sidewinders. They're 10 slithering specimens. Mine was the rope detail. Into the horsehair barricade they go. And now let's see what happens. Over and out they go, one by one. Hey, watch this little sidewinder here. He can't make up his mind. I guess to him it looks like another snake. Well, we can't stay here forever, so over the top we go, and that leaves nowhere. Well, there you are, Mr. Stubendorf. That experiment, I believe, to me proves to...
To see a tiger hunting bull is extremely rare. To capture it on camera is virtually impossible. But Bagani takes me by surprise. I'm worried. She's taking a terrible risk. But as I watch, I see a new Bagani, a changed tiger. This one is the master hunter I knew at Ranthambore. She carefully moves her tail round the grass stems to ensure she makes no noise. Surely, nothing can stop her now. The fact that Bagani gives her kill confidence. There is no one who would dare take it. This really is her territory now.
Nile crocodiles can grow to well over 5 meters.
He's absolutely enormous. I am genuinely, completely overwhelmed. This is Henry. He was a man-eating croc caught by an elephant hunter called Sir Henry, hence the name Henry. He was caught in 1903, making Henry more than 120 years old. Therefore, the oldest living crocodile in the world. I am genuinely starstruck.
At over 5 meters, he's the length of a minibus and weighs a whopping 700 kilos.
Can't quite believe I'm being allowed to do this, but the keepers have told me that this is his safe zone. Oh, I mean, he almost doesn't look real until you see him reacting like this. You see the flexing of those massive muscles almost coming up off the ground. One of the places that really big crocs keep their weight is in fat deposits. And the biggest of those are going to be behind the head and here at the base of the tail. This is one of the key things that can see them through lean times. That ability to lie low for months, even potentially years on end without eating. But the business end is the mouth, the jaws, and the teeth. What a sound. This is the closest thing I have to a fangirl moment. It's the feet. Look at the scale of it alongside my hand. It's absolutely insane.
Good morning. Aloha, everybody. I didn't know how happy I was going to be being home until I left. So it's so nice being home. The waves are better, the people are better, the weather's better, everything's better. in between the closeouts and try to get my own little piece and just get a couple good turns in, and then that's it. Aloha mai kākou o tia keia. Ua he na lua ma rock piles.
At the beginning of the 20th century, there were around 100,000 wild tigers. Now, less than 4,000 remain, most of them either endangered or extinct. Tigers are the largest cat species in the world. Currently, there are 6 tiger subspecies. So, which one is the largest of them all? Once, there were 9 tiger subspecies. 3 are officially extinct. 2 of them, the Bali tiger and the Javan tiger, lived in the Indonesian islands of Bali and Java. Weighing between 200 to 220 pounds, the Bali tiger was the smallest tiger subspecies. The Javan tiger was relatively larger, weighing between 220 to 310 pounds. However, both tigers are now extinct. The remaining tiger of Indonesia, the Sumatran tiger, is considered the smallest living tiger. With a maximum weight of 310 pounds, its size is similar to the extinct Javan tiger. The Sumatran tiger is critically endangered, with only 400 to 500 left in the wild. Found in the Malay Peninsula, the Malayan tiger is also one of the smallest subspecies of tiger. The average
I look at my phone and I have YouTube notifications from Pest and The Final Boss, and the title I see breaks my heart. Mersh is back with Ice Dancer. Mersh takes Ice Dancer with him on the cruise. No, Mersh, no! You would have been better off a tow cell. Holy shit, man, I get it. Loneliness sucks. And I've never been like 45 and lonely, but I'm guessing 45 and lonely sucks ass. But does it suck ass that bad that you take back a retard who cucked you? And I don't say that as an insult. I don't say that as a dig. I'm genuinely disappointed. And I'm genuinely heartbroken. And I've seen this movie before with myself, with friends, with others, whatever. Not necessarily this situation, but like when a girl all your boys hate, and a girl who's... And by the way, your boys don't hate her because they're just jealous I've got a girlfriend and they don't get as much of my time. They love you. When you have guy friends, we don't say I love you, but they love you. We're loyal. We're loyal.
Running backs and then carries of all different yardages. And how the player falls in those different yardages compared with the league average. Lamar Miller, for example, had 43% of his runs go for at least 5 yards, which is great. And I never really thought about him last year as having a great season, but he has a very good-looking heat map here. He averaged 32% of your runs go 5 yards, and Miller is way higher than that. McCoy is 1% higher, so 33. Just in that one column, Fred's right at the league average if you want to know about him. Yeah, I'm not sure if it was from Chase Stewart. It might have been, but I know when the McCoy trade went down, you were out of town, and there was a lot of, I was digging into this stuff, like trying to, not make my head hurt, but trying to get as much information as I could. And what I felt like, with some input from people who are better at interpreting that stuff, I saw was McCoy wasn't impressive in 2014. In 2013, he might have been the top one or two in some of these advanced metrics. So there was a drop off, and whether that was mileage and something to be alarmed about, or just an anomaly of some kind. I guess that's TBD. We'll find out this year. He's playing for the Bills, so we'll see how productive he is. It's going to be a different offense, with different players around him. But nonetheless, last year there were some signs that would have worried. His map is pretty good for last year. Murray, 4, 5, 6 yards per carry, 8 yards, 8-yard carries. McCoy's right. So we have. I'm talking about McCoy there. I'm talking about McCoy there. Yes, yeah, they're definitely not good. Right. Yeah, I wouldn't worry about Murray. The schedule comes out tonight. We have a couple of.
Wait, oh my god, hold on. Big wreck. Oh my gosh, right in front of me. Yeah. And you know what? I bought a dash cam the other day and I got it all in camera. Yeah. How you doing? I'm gonna pull over here. Alright, thanks.
The Giants, the Cowboys. The Giants and Cowboys are both here this year.
cameo, and he's been going to Canada since he can't find new John content anywhere else. And he's been turning down a lot of the requests. He raised his rates at once.
But essentially, you have an active bear of any size. What distance do you start kind of thinking, well, it's time to get back in the vehicle?
40, 50 feet.
Yeah. If it senses danger or an opportunity to hunt, a polar bear can sprint at over 20 miles per hour. So, it's best not to try and outrun them. I'm just keeping an eye on this bear through my camera. It's skirted round, barely looking at us, but now that we are upwind of it, it's getting all of our scent blowing straight onto it, and it's suddenly very much aware that we're here. And it's gradually getting closer. So I think, make a call, yeah.
Wrap it up and we'll get back in.
That's a dashing distance for a bear like that.
These are bad bears. These are sub-adults, juvenile delinquents.
I'm gonna have to put my window up because of you, bear.
Yeah, if he gets a bit too close, you can start the engine. That's definitely a young male.
You beauty, but that's ridiculously close. 3 meters. Who needs one of those big long lenses when you can film a polar bear like this? Slightly messing up in the car because we've got a whole crew of people breathing. He's giving it a good old sniff. Oh, literally, it's a foot from my face, this beautiful young male bear. Oh gosh, that's just amazing. Hello. I'm standing up.
Okay, start it up. That's enough.
What's dangerous about that is that pushing technique, polar bears are immensely powerful. And when they get their paws onto something, they can punch through ice, they can punch through thick snow, and they could punch through the window of a vehicle very, very easily. So that's dodgy.
Snorting. Du bara skrattar. She's taking a tire up.
I think he's struggling a bit. French, there you go. Found a scrap.
In the high mountain meadows of Ethiopia, marauding gangs of male gelida monkeys are on the lookout for females. These bachelor bands are an alpha male's worst nightmare. This alpha is clearly outnumbered. he steps up to defend his position. Gelida harems can range from small family units of 12 to troops numbering in the hundreds. That's a lot of monkeys to take care of. Flipping his lip in a clear display of aggression. But the invaders ignore it, so he takes matters into his own hands. And flees to higher ground. But he has to come down eventually. The only solution, make a break for it. When he returns to his harem, he reaffirms his bonds with some grooming. Gelida females stay in their family units for life, banding together to forage, groom, and raise their young. It's a woman's world, where the males can be replaced. With the mob closing in, the harem's leader resorts to a chilling tactic. He picks up an infant and jumps back into the fight. He may be trying to entice the females to leap to the infant's aid and help chase the bachelors off, but the plan backfires. The single males attack anyway, and the baby is hurt. When he drops the injured infant, he faces an even more enraged enemy. His own family. He tries some last-ditch grooming to appease his females. But when the bachelors return, this time it's for keeps. The old leader heads for the hills. These fierce fights can go on for days and inflict fatal battle wounds. With the old alpha thoroughly vanquished, the new leader wastes no time in establishing dominance over his harem. In his final humiliation, the old alpha is allowed to stick around as a babysitter.
Episode's already told this story, but John goes, "Tell your Howard story," because that's John's connection to anything. So he needs let's talk about Howard.
This is funny because I don't know if you heard this thing. We were talking about that. So, how many times have you seen Howard? Because anyone's listening, Howard's on the same floor as you guys.
Me and Kenny walked by him last week, and that's the third time I've seen him in 5 years.
How does that go?
Wow. Kenny tells it like I didn't even really look at him. I was just walking past him in the hall,
Ronnie is like the greatest. And we talk to Ronnie all the time. That's Howard's guy. And Kenny is, was walking me down the hall, so it was this weird fucking passing in the hallway. And Kenny tells the story that Howard looked like he wanted to fucking strangle me.
Really? I just want to point something out. Howard doesn't want to strangle anyone. Howard's a timid, scared man.
And a germ freak.
Yeah, he may be tall, but he's not. Howard's not a guy like, I'm going to kick that fucking guy's ass. Like, that's the opposite of who Howard is. And Opie makes everything about, like, oh, I'm the biggest enemy for him. He hates me so much. He looked at me like he wanted to strangle me.
Right.
He's just like, is that what Opie looks like now? Jesus Christ. What's wrong with this guy?
It's like Steel Toe saying, I made so many people mad.
Right, yeah, he was seething in the hallway because I was there.
It was also a weird move, like when John tells other people's stories. He was speaking of an experience he had, but he had to tell it from this other guy's perspective, like he wasn't even there.
Yeah, good point.
Weird.
Yeah,
Very weird.
So Kenny told me that what Howard did was, yeah, but you were there. You were there.
I wasn't looking at him because he won't look at me.
Oh, okay, that must be it.
Howard doesn't even know that you're there.
So then John starts just making small talk for no reason because he doesn't know how to be a guest on a show. John just thinks that if he's talking, then it's content. Opie thinks the same thing, but back then, Opie was a little smarter and decides to get with the small talk and actually starts to get into the situation with Anthony Goobin.
Where do you live at now?
Upper West.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
And how many kids you got?
2.
Oh, cool.
So, just to finish, though, I don't think the door is completely closed with me and Aunt working together, and I don't think it's closed here as well. But that's up to him. I can't be fighting his battles anymore. I fought a lot of his battles. He knows that.
No, because I was just asking, because
I love the guy, but also we started wanting to do different things with the radio show. So he's doing his thing, and he's very successful. Of course he is, and we have had tremendous success with this new version. So.
Yeah.
And my whole thing is me and Jimmy are working really hard to make sure this doesn't sound like Opie and Anthony, because that wouldn't be fair to what me and him did together.
Yeah.
Opie used to say this a lot back then. He'd be like, yeah, we don't want this show to be like the Opie and Anthony show. But it was him and Jim and David Tell and Louis C.K. and like Colin Quinn and all the same people were still the guests and they were still doing the same format. It's just like he pretended to make an effort to make it different, but he didn't. He put zero effort into making it different. The only difference was the funniest guy was no longer on the show.
Yeah. A murder mystery radio play would be not like the Opie and Anthony show.
And
not this.
I remember, I think it was Louis C.K. when Opie was pitching, like, yeah, we want this to be different. I think it was Louis C.K. was just like, oh, well, then you got to change the format. You can't just say you want it to be different. You actually have to make it different somehow. Yeah. But now I'd rather just pretend I'm doing that rather than actually do it so that the Opie and Anthony fans get off my back about how the show's not as good as it used to be.
And I love how John's like, can we please get back to me doxing you? Where do you live? How many kids? What brought it down? What street?
I know, what was that conversation? Oh, cool. I got 2 kids. Oh, cool. Okay.
Yeah.
Because you know he wanted to say, I have 3 kids. Puerto Rican disappointment.
Yep.
He wanted to go into his act right there. All right, so Opie's talking about how Anthony invited him to do a show with him. At this time, this would have been huge news because Anthony gets fired. Opie goes out and does a show without him. And so it was put to Opie like, hey, come on my show. I'll come on your show, whatever. And let's hash this out and talk about it. And Opie was like, not doing that.
And one other thing that we can move on, like, people are like, why haven't you done a show? I reached out to him and said, look, we need to fucking talk before I do a show, period. Get a beer or dinner.
Yeah.
So that's on him. and then he made fun of like, he needs to fucking have a beer or dinner because of my show. Yeah, I kind of do. We had some things that maybe we should talk about.
So you guys have some.
No, nothing major. We just grew apart and we weren't talking when these mics were.
That would be compelling to listen to, though.
Yeah,
Because I don't think you guys would throw each other under the
talk
bus.
about that shit on.
I mean, the first time you speak is live. I think you know each other well enough that nobody would throw each other under the bus. There wouldn't be any. I mean, you know, Anthony knows you. It's like you're not gonna kill each other. I think that you would hash things out and it would be very interesting.
So thank you, Jim, for stepping in there. Opie's going, I want to talk to Anthony before we do a show live together. And Jim is saying what all of us are thinking, like, that's the conversation we want to hear. The one over beers or dinner that you're describing, that's the one that would be compelling for all of us. And Opie's going, well, no, first I want to see why he's mad at me, and I want to make sure he doesn't say anything that's too embarrassing.
That's what it sounds like.
Yeah, like
if there's two guys and one of them's like, I'll talk to you anytime, anywhere in front of an audience, the other guy goes, oh, I don't want to do that, like me and Aaron Imholt, then you know one of the guys has something that he's trying to protect and he's trying to gaslight his audience as he keeps going, we went to bat for Anthony. You know, we did everything we could for him. Will you talk to him on the show? No. Definitely not.
And if you notice, you know, Attell and Jim, you get the feeling they've been here all day long for hours. They're very distracted, doing lots of other things. As soon as Opie starts talking about getting back together with Ed, Jim sits down, Attell looks up, they stop what they're doing, and they just focus on him. Like something's happening. So John clearly sees the moment here and knows just what it needs.
I think you need a neutral party to make sure it doesn't get out of hand. John,
Yes.
I think you'd be a great,
Jimmy Carter.
I'll look at this one.
Yeah, I heard you guys get along really well. We're getting along, it seems. So maybe you should be the guy.
Well, you know what? Can I do it?
Sit down somewhere in Staten Island, something northern Italian.
No, it'd be perfect.
Yeah, bring Artie Lang in.
We'll figure out all sorts of problems.
David Tell keep playing cards until that guy goes home.
No, that would be great. We should. I could mediate the whole thing.
I don't know. I don't think Ed likes competition in general, and but yeah, I don't see him really, defending me and all that shit. He kind of lets these assholes continue with their bullshit. When one lousy thing from him would make a huge fucking difference.
Okay, a lot to unpack on this one. First off, Dave is fucking with John. Hey, maybe you can be the media adjuster. Yes! Why aren't they hiring me? Where's the offer? I'll sign the contract right now. It's like, he's fucking with you. He knows how desperate you are for a gig, and so he's taking advantage of that. John doesn't see that. He's just like, I'd be perfect for this. I'm the guy to do this kind of thing. But Opie at the end there goes, really, this is all Anthony's fault. If he would just go on and say that I went to bat for him and to not be mad at me anymore, then people will stop being mad at me. That's not how life works. People don't like Opie. If Anthony goes, guys like Opie. But no, I don't. Sorry. Can't make me like the guy. Also, Opie goes, I wish Anthony would do something. He did. He offered to do a show with you where you could explain everything. And you went, not unless we get beers first and talk about it.
Hey, that whole thing about me not going to bed for you.
Yeah.
You're not talking about that.
It's like, could you pretend that I did or something? So, it's crazy to me that, we have the combination of John wanting a job and Opie trying to cover his ass, both happening at the same time on the show. And John has a brilliant observation while watching all this unfold.
Well,
like I said, it's
so
fucking
weird, though.
complicated.
But I'll tell you, it's weird because I was telling my brother about this when because he picked me up at the airport. And I'm like, like I know you guys didn't talk that much off the air. But he goes, he's like, I find it so hard to believe because you guys were so great on the air together.
Great stuff, John.
Yeah.
So you found out that Opie and Anthony didn't like each other, but it sounded like they did on the air, right? Because they were pretty good on the air together. Yeah. We're all
I'm
way
gonna
past
blow
that.
your mind. I'm gonna blow your mind on Simon and Garfunkel right now. You're not gonna believe it.
It's so insane, and the fact that
Wait, Adam, what do you mean?
and the fact that John comes on and he goes, well, that's my brother was surprised by this. Stop talking about your fucking brother. Has nothing to do with anything. You're in the studio with Opie and Jim, Dave Attell, talking about Anthony, and you keep going back to my brother's a fan of your show. Whatever. No one cares.
Cutting off these people to add this point. And if you notice, at some point during that, John, I think his hands are flopping around, and he hits some gear, and Jim starts looking around like, what is that sound? And he looks everywhere but John, because it's like, it couldn't possibly be coming from our guest. Like, it must have been something else. No, it was John.
But John really is just a seat warmer. Yeah. He's adding nothing to this. He's just obviously taking things away
Look
from
at how
the
they're looking at
conversation
him right now.
Yep. Yeah, they're just like, what are you doing, man? All right, but don't worry. Opie's not putting this on Anthony. That's for sure.
I'm not putting any of this on Ed, by the way. I'm just talking about it.
Hey, listen, it's just like me and Howard.
I think the guy's incredibly fucking talented. It's an incredibly talented, funny fucking guy. But in 1999, I was ready to walk. I'm like, I'm going to go just do something else. And then my agent's like, is there anything we can do? This is crazy. You know how much money's on the table? I go, well, we're working with this new comic. Jesus.
Yeah, young Jimmy.
Young Jimmy. Well, this is...
Oh, Jesus. This is Jim. This guy is like... I haven't seen him
was your name back then? Jimmy Norbit? Norenstein?
So, Jim was on my first tour.
Huh?
Jim was on my first tour.
I can't hear it again. I can't hear John's fucking story again.
Whatever. Who cares? This isn't about you, idiot.
No, but he said it's just like me and Howard.
Yeah, did you notice that? And everyone went right past that. It's like, Opie and his breakup was just like you and Howard Stern?
I wish they had stopped and said how.
Yeah,
There
you
was
were the
one
call
fucking reason.
screener, you idiot.
One example of how.
And John will never understand this. He thinks, like, I was on the Howard Stern show. Yeah, Anthony had a show that was popular too. Yeah, his name was in it. Yeah, his name was the title of it.
Yeah.
It's very different than the call screener and the stunt boy from Howard Stern. You fucking moron.
There's like some meme about the bass player from Coldplay. Like no one knows who this guy is. He's probably the richest bass player in the world. No one knows who that is. John was a rhythm section player in a very popular band for a brief period of time, and he thinks it's like he's the Gallagher brothers,
right?
In Oasis. It's nothing like that. You're thinking of Howard and Robin.
It's Pete Richard and Coldplay.
There you go.
Who is that? I don't know. I just made it up. Maybe it's the bass player. No one knows.
Could be.
No one knows.
No one knows. No way you could find out.
Yep, there's no way to find out. So then John goes back to playing the mediator. He's auditioning for this new role he's gonna have.
Oh. Now I have to ask you a question.
But then we got to more of an understanding where we didn't have to do that anymore. When they realized that I hated both of them.
Like, it clicked pretty much right away. What was the issue that you guys didn't talk? What was it? I mean, I mean, there's got to be something.
No, that's the sad part about it. There's not like a he fucked me over, I fucked him over, none of that shit. He was getting a divorce, and like his whole life fucking changed. And you know, I was blown off pretty good, but right away.
Oh, really?
Stopped really socializing. So,
Poor Jim, he was kind of the kid.
There were rumors I didn't like. There were rumors I didn't like his girlfriend. So that's not true.
Well, Opie doing what he does best, taking full responsibility. Oh no, actually zero responsibility. And he started it off with like, hey, it's not my fault, it's not his fault, but you know, he changed his lifestyle, he stopped hanging out with me, he did a bunch of shit. People accuse me of a thing, but that's not true. Fuck Opie. He's never changed. Everything just happens to him. Poor guy. Do you imagine living a life where everything just happens to you all the time?
I'd be so happy to never have to take responsibility.
Right?
And I think we saw E-Rock walking by in the background. Did you see that right at the end there?
I was watching the Cubs game.
And did you notice?
He missed a fucking obvious strike three call.
Carl took responsibility for that.
He missed an obvious strike three. It's right down the center of the plate. I'm sorry, what were you saying?
No, I was just following the script. I don't know where you're at anymore. What page you're on.
I didn't know the ump was going to miss the call. I would have written it into the script.
Do you notice how Opie shot him down in the beginning?
Yes.
Yeah.
That was great. I think Dave was laughing at it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Now I have to ask you a question.
But then
we got
to
if you get to the end of it, you'll see E-Rock walk by.
But now I have to ask you a question. It's like that's not what we're here for. Let the man talk. I don't care if E-Rock's there or not. So John asked for a job yet again.
It was so complicated. Then it also is enticing. Well, maybe we'll continue and see what the fuck happens.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
well, if you guys do, I could use a job. And
the thing with these guys, and
Notice Jim does not react to this. He doesn't laugh or giggle or anything. If this is a joke, John's used it too many times, so it's not funny. It's not a joke, and Jim knows that. Watch this again as John goes, and by the way, I'll take the job. And Jim goes, yeah.
Well, if you guys do, I could use a job. And
the thing with these guys, and I've said this to Toby. I've had the thing of
he's pretending to laugh about it, like, guys, I was joking, right? I guarantee after his segment, he tried to talk to Opie, he talked to Jim, he talked to Sam, or anyone he could talk to. Be like, guys, honestly, I am available if you want me.
Watching them like again, like you said, the kid. I'm kind of in the middle, watching, not in the middle like the pit me guys, but just watching a married couple in a way.
Kramer versus
Kramer. And very different people. Remarkably different
people.
We're starting not really understanding each other, where we come from.
Yeah.
This just came up on Dan This is the Howard Stern Show from March of 2011. So John had been gone from the Howard Stern Show. He left in 2004, so we're talking about 7 years. Right?
Yeah.
And this is them talking about John's work ethic, which is always a fun topic of conversation. Thank you to Majestic Risk 7 for posting this video for our enjoyment.
All right. It's going to be involved.
You know, ever since Stuttering John left, he has so much free time.
Right. John used to keep an eye on him. And John never did his own work, so Gary did.
John doubled my work. I tell you, it's the only
gotta bring him back.
a person hired where it cost me more time to work.
Why did he double your work?
Okay, because he never did anything. When I gave him stuff to do, it was so fucked up I had to go back and do it. And my favorite thing was, we had a big sit down one day, and you were like, you put down the law, like everybody's got to pull their weight. And so John had to come to see me at the end of every show, and I would say, John, this is what I need you to do, and I'd hand it to him. I'd go to the bathroom, I'd come back, and I'd see Jason doing it. And I go, what happened? He goes, well, John gave me this to do, and I would say, I know, but I gave you something to do as well, so now Jason has double work.
So John thought he was both a writer and a boss for some reason. Even though no one reported into John, he's the one who's delegating the workload around there. He's got to be the lazy. I mean, we talk about how dumb he is and how drunk he is. I really think that laziness, it takes over all other aspects of his life.
He's not lazy about taking a shit, that's for sure.
He's
constantly in the bathroom there.
Well, that's also lazy, taking a long shit.
I know. Laziness is fear. I think he doesn't want to admit that he knows he can't do it well, or he doesn't even understand the task. So he thinks he's Huck Finn and like charming everyone into painting the fence for him, but he's just scared of everything.
That's true. Would a lazy man get to the bar at 3 p.m.?
Good point.
Would a lazy person go right from the airport to the bar on Easter? No, that's a thinking man.
Well, let's also remember that he had Vince buy him his Uber ride back to his mom's house when he flew in to visit his mom and was able to change the address to where the guy was taking him to the bar near his mom's house. Would a lazy man know how to do that?
Nope.
I have to go back, find someone to give it to somebody else. John was just the king of not fucking working. Here's the greatest story about John, about like his work ethic. He used to do that lunchtime show. Remember that lunchtime show?
Yeah, radio show.
Right. So
Steve Kingston's idea was to put John on for an hour or two.
At one point, he figured out, Kingston said to him, we don't want you doing this live anymore. We want you to record it. So when Robin went into news, John would go down the hallway and record the show.
Right.
And he would brag to all of us that he could be in his pool swimming by the time his show started, listening to it.
Wow.
That is impressive. He put a lot of work into it.
Yeah.
I mean, it was
A lot of
impressive.
energy.
You're right.
Yeah.
What I love about this clip, too, is that Gary's in his office, and he's got a microphone in there so you can talk to Howard and Robin. But he's, like, in the middle of his lunch break, and he doesn't realize, like, yeah, just stop eating your lunch for a minute. You're having a segment on the show. He says this thing, and he goes back and just starts chewing food again. Gary.
But they're also in a recording studio, but they gave him a drive-through window mic.
I was going to say, it's the cash register microphone.
And this is exactly what The Tonight Show did. The Tonight Show, after one or two live announcements, they were like, we're going to pre-record you.
That's what they start talking about, Adam. That's
wow.
precisely where they go with this.
Bragged about it.
Is that the bane of his existence? Every show he gets, they make him pre-recorded because they don't. Like, that's what happened on The Tonight Show. John got hired by The Tonight Show to be the announcer.
Yeah.
Within weeks, they decided he was horrible.
Well, he went through this whole thing. I think they gave him coaching.
We don't know the full story. How much of the story do you know, Gary? Because
How much? I just know that at some point.
I mean, yeah, I know. It's just like, oh, you're still talking to me? Yes! We're talking about Stuttering John! What's wrong with you, man?
weeks.
Not that long that they were making it pre-recorded.
Right.
Wow.
Which is really like, you're the announcer. That's your one.
He immediately shoves food in his face again.
Good thing it's not shrimp.
I feel like they didn't tell him there's a camera on him.
Yeah, right. It's like, this is what we make fun of you for, Gary. What are you doing?
Good gag.
It's so stupid. Let's watch that again.
Right.
Wow.
Which is really like, you're the announcer. That's your one big
Gotta
thing
go.
to do.
And that's supposed to be your live
going to be better if he was pre-recorded?
No one really ever knew. We weren't sure if he was stuttering, if they just didn't like the delivery of the night, or
They soured on him rapidly.
That is true. All right. Well, that's a fantastic clip. And again, just reminds all of us that John's been a horrible employee. We need Stephanie Miller on the show.
Oh, yeah.
We got to get Stephanie Miller on the show. I'm sure she would love to dish because he made her life miserable.
I'll try and reach out to her.
That'd be great.
That would be amazing. I want to find out about their kiss.
Oh, right. Remember? Yeah. He made out with a lesbian because he's just so irresistible.
There's no way that happened.
No. I actually have audio of what she said to him.
you know what? I miss penis.
That's Stephanie talking about, man, I just missed the dick, man. Please give it to me. Okay. I went on the Uncle Rico show last night, and we talked about this demand letter that we received in the mail. Both Shuli and I received this, and this is fantastic. This is like Christmas Day for me. I am so excited. You know, John has left the Dabbleverse. He's too good for this shit. He shouldn't be dealing with it. He's too big of a celebrity. He's too famous. He's going to be in Tampa this weekend signing autographs and taking photos for money. We have a friend who's going to be there. He might be at Point Dabble Point on Monday. So I get this letter in the mail, and let me just read a little bit of it to you. It says, Mr. Heberger and Mr. Agar, our firm represents John Melendez and has come to our attention. You have knowingly and repeatedly used our client's name, likeness, image, voice, video clips, and related icons/logos to promote your recent commercial event in Rochester, New York, the Rochester event, generating revenue from podcasts, promoting the event, and later rehashing the same or related content both regularly and at a follow-on event in April of 2025. Now, what's very interesting about this first sentence is that there's been 2 events in Rochester. Why wouldn't you list both DabbleCon and DabbleCon 2 if you want to maximize the payout for this? Did we promote DabbleCon 2 differently than we promoted DabbleCon 1? I'm confused. But either way, we had DabbleCon at County to Carlson. Don't know why they're not in this lawsuit. Anyway, so yeah.
What are you suggesting?
I'm kidding, Mark. I'm kidding. He's gonna kill me. He really will kill me next time he sees me. He gets very
Well,
upset.
now I have a name. Great. Okay, I got a name.
He gets very upset about this sort of thing. So it's great that they've tied together DabbleCon with Dabble House, and the reason why they've done this, and they're sneaky, but I figured it out, is because this is a violation of New York State publicity law, according to this letter. So us traveling to Florida and doing a live stream behind a paywall on the internet, I don't know that New York State would have a lot to do with that, or a New York State law. But because we did do some live shows in Rochester, now they're saying, and we'll also sue you for everything else you guys did too.
And the rest.
We did Sundering John segments in Nashville, Chicago. Should I be telling him this?
No.
Detroit.
Fucking Largo.
Philadelphia. Largo. Oh, Largo, yeah. That's another Florida one.
That must be what a follow-on event means.
Follow-on event.
What is that?
I don't know.
It's supposed to be follow-up, right?
I honestly don't know because it wasn't a follow-up or a follow-on. It was a separate
that
event.
doesn't make sense either.
A whole other thing that we did. Your advertisement, social media posts, podcasts, and video productions prominently feature our client's identity without his consent. You have even publicly acknowledged that this use was unauthorized and legally risky. Now that's you got to understand our sense of humor and our sarcasm if you're going to be paying attention to this shit. Because
And a lawyer has to understand that something's not legally risky. It's
you know, guys, legally it's a little. It's a gray area when it comes to this.
if anyone should know, it would be a lawyer.
Yeah. Seemingly flouting your own knowing violations of New York State law. That's what I do all the time. I'm just always bragging about how I'm breaking the law over here.
Flouting motherfucker.
Seemingly.
So anyway, it says that we are ready to resolve this matter before our client decides to take legal action.
Oh, that's so good. Please, he's going to hurt you. Help us help you have him not hurt you. This is bad. We're holding him back. We're holding him back.
Yeah. Like he really wants to do some horrible things, but we're telling him like, cool your jets. Yes.
These guys might be cool.
Yeah, let's find out if they're cool first. The unauthorized exploitation of our client's identity has been substantial and sustained. Your promotions. Then why are we just getting this now? This is the same thing with the SiriusXM lawsuit, where John's voice was on the Howard channels for 15 years, and then all of a sudden John's out of a job, and it's like, hey, I don't want my voice on your channel. We're suing you. And that was one of the things that even the judge said. They were just like, why not? What has changed?
It suddenly occurred to me I'm broke.
Precisely. So your promotions have, oh, this is great. Your promotions have likely generated over $300,000 in revenue, all derived from misappropriating our clients' fame for your profit. It's likely generated over $300,000. And Adam, again, I'm not an attorney. I know you're not either. Is likely a good word to use in a legal document?
No.
Neither
Neither is risky. These are not how legal documents you're coming forth with the facts, so you can't have generalities in there. Even the misappropriating our clients, saying, what does that mean? Placing your client's fame in another box. Like, what does that mean? None of it's. You can hear John arguing with the lawyer in this letter. You can hear that the lawyer's like, we got to do this one thing, surgical. And John's like, but my feelings, and they hurt me, and there was all this, you got to make it bigger and more and more. And they're just like compromising with these. All right, I guess I'll say risky. I guess I'll say just to like appease him because there's no case here.
Well, Adam, at the very end, it says, and you trashed his kids.
Well, that's what I was just going to say. The cease and desist that I got that we read on the show, and it was very funny, was also all over the place because we were colluding to get him fired, but we also did a thing to him online that wasn't cool. I mean, he listed like 5 different things I'd never done.
I got to say, this is slightly more polished than that one.
A little bit, yeah.
A little bit, yeah. But it still comes down to his confidence that the judge is going to say, not cool. Not cool, guys.
So we've likely generated over $300,000 in revenue. And this is funny because the SiriusXM lawsuit from the great Michael Park was ridiculous because they didn't ask for a dollar amount in damages. I remember the judge goes, so what are you suing them for? He goes, well, that's why we need discovery to find out how much money they made off of our clients.
That's not how that works. How much do you want? How much do you have? Your Honor, can we go home?
I'm hoping to discover a lot.
So it says, under New York civil rights law, our client is entitled to injunctive relief and damages for these unlawful acts. Section 51 expressly authorizes an injunction against continued use and compensatory damages for any injury sustained by the unconsented use, as well as punitive damages where the defendant knowingly used the person's identity in an unlawful manner. This is great. It cites in the Second Circuit's recent Electra decision. The court reaffirmed these elements and remedies under that case. Now, I didn't know about this, but they reference right down here a 2021 case, Electra versus 59 Marie Enterprises. And apparently, this is what Frog said yesterday on the Uncle Rico show. This is Carmen Electra. There was a strip club that had billboards with Carmen Electra's face on it promoting their strip club. It's just like, yeah, but 1998's Carmen Electra is not going to be there, right? It's like, so that would be very different if we were promoting that John was going to be at Dabble House.
There are independent marijuana strains sold in dispensaries all over that have Grateful Dead logos on them. That the dead have nothing to do with, that they go around suing and shutting down because you can't just do that. Not the same here.
Very different. What we advertised, we actually gave. We said we were going to be laughing at a moron who drools on himself, and lo and behold, there it was on the screen for everyone in abundance. The April event, and businesses openly and knowingly, in effect, daring our client to assert his rights under New York state law. See, again, John's just like, oh my God, I'm not even a litigious guy, but they're daring me to do this.
And also, this is supposed to be the Rochester event. You said clearly that's what we're referring to this as, not the April event.
They're trying to work in some other things that are going on.
Wow.
So accordingly, we demand the following by no later than Friday, June 13th, 2025, 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Are we in daylight time right now? Everyone gets that fucking wrong. I even put the S. I do a thing where I just write ETPT. Yeah. Because it's usually daylight time. Neither here nor there. It doesn't matter. Anyway, so it says immediate cessation. Cease all use of our client's name, likeliness, image, voice, video, and icons / logos in any advertising, promotion, or content. Well, good news. Today I played a video that was just Gary Dell'Abate and Howard Stern making fun of you. So I guess that's okay, right?
It still hurts my feelings.
Monetary damages. Compensatory damages of $300,000 and exemplary damages, I think that's punitive damages, of $300,000 accounted to a client for your knowing infringement and to punish your willful misconduct.
Wow. Because they can't prove damages. So it's to punish you.
$600,000 from these podcasts that are failing, that no one cares about, no one's ever heard of. Accounting of profits, a full written accounting of all revenues and profits you obtained from the unauthorized use of our client's identity to verify and ensure proper restitution. You sound like my accountant. Can I get it to you in a few weeks, man? Jesus Christ. It's going to take a while. Written certification, written confirmation under oath that you have fully complied with the above demands and have ceased any further infringing use of our client's identity. If you fail to comply by the deadline, our client will likely initiate litigation. This is another funny one. Yeah, there's a really good chance. Like, we're kind of testing the waters with him, and he's feeling pretty strongly that he might actually do this thing.
It's looking pretty likely.
It's looking pretty likely. And then there's more like wording in here to try to scare us and be like, oh, this is definitely going to happen. There's a lot of other cases that prove that this is what's going to go down. And then the last page here is just all the shit that we need to give him, which is a long list of stuff. This letter serves as a formal notice to preserve all evidence related to this matter. Each of you, including your respective affiliates, employees, and contractors, must immediately preserve all potentially relevant information. Well, maybe I should just get Alex Jones' attorney, who just sends it all over to them without even being asked for it. Failure to preserve such evidence may result in severe legal consequences. Listen, I don't care about legal consequences, but I don't like the severe ones. That's a problem for me. Including adverse inferences, monetary sanctions, and other judicial penalties under applicable law. This communication is strictly confidential and made solely for that purpose. Whoops. You don't have any control for me, sir. I'm sorry. You can't just send me a letter in the mail and go, by the way, it's illegal if you tell anyone about this. Like,
it's likely illegal.
I'll likely be very upset. Our client expressly reserves all possible rights and remedies. Nothing herein shall constitute a waiver of any rights or remedies. Thank you for your attention to this matter. And then underlined at the end it says, if we do not hear from you by the deadline, we will assume that you are not interested in resolving this matter without court intervention. Correct. I want this. So this is from Tabor B. Benedict, which does not sound like a real name. No, it was like Tabor Benedict. But I only want this to go to court. That would be the only thing that would be good to come out of this, is for this to go to court.
Live from court.
Yes. That's what's called a cold open.
Can you go back to that last page for 1 second, right at the bottom?
Yeah.
It was just like, he was like, we're gonna win, you're gonna pay us,
Yep.
but also, in all this wording, you could just give us money. You could just pay for our attorney's fees or any further relief you want. You can just avoid all this and just PayPal, Rumble, Rant,
Right,
Facebook
yeah.
Star, like whatever
They're
you want,
giving
just
us
give
an
us
out.
money.
Yeah, they're giving us a really sweet out. Like, by the way, I mean, nothing has to happen here. We'll never even see each other in person. We just like send that money, Western Union, just pass it along to us. So, of course, everyone's looking up this attorney. I follow him on X now. And I should point this out before we go any further. It is possible. There is a world, it's called the Dabbleverse. There is a world where John had nothing to do with this. Some guy just pretended to be this attorney and representing John and put this letter together and sent it to me and Shuli. And it's all just a prank and a goof. And this guy's name got dragged into this and he has nothing to do with it. There's also a world where Vince the lawyer knows this guy, knows he's a scumbag, and went, hey, I got an awesome case for you. You'll definitely win. I got to work with my buddy John Melendez. He's got this case against these losers. So it's possible that he took the case thinking that he might make some money on it. It's a Hail Mary shot or a lottery ticket, and scratch it off, see what happens.
They don't know you at all.
So if this doesn't have anything to do with Tabor, then that sucks. Because what we're learning about guy is pretty crazy. This is from the New York Post. This is an article. I hate the New York Post so much. They're so difficult to read, these articles online. There's our boy Tabber right there.
Is he related to Ray DeVito?
People have thought that.
Okay.
Yep. There's been some questions about that. There's been some hot chicks. And it says, Papa's ass, Tabber Benedict sent out invites for his going away party. So, let me read this article to you. Actually, Adam, can you read that? Are you close enough?
Yeah.
Okay, read this for us, please.
A pretentious Manhattan socialite hosted a swanky black tie optional bash in January, where he sipped champagne with his fabulous friends and boasted of an upcoming years-long vacation to Europe he was about to take. Tabber Benedict bellied up to the bar at Chelsea's Bungalow 8 with a woman on his arm and bent his friend's ear about the planned jaunt and all the places that he was going to visit. But the finance lawyer was hiding the real sinister reason he was saying his farewells. He was going to prison for nearly killing a man.
Oh boy, that's like a twist. That's like a turn right there.
Yeah. About 2 years ago, the West Village denizen slammed his SUV into a Long Island dad after a night of hard partying in the Hamptons and left his victim for dead.
Oh, that's not good.
Not cool, guys.
No.
The January 24th soiree was just 4 days before he was sentenced to as many as 10 years in the clink. He lied to everybody about going to Europe, one of his friends said. But throughout the party, which began at 11 p.m., Benedict, 35, played it cool, said some of the 150 attendees. The socialite who often appears impeccably dressed at charity events, who recently featured in a New York Observer story about Gats babies, described as preening prepsters who lure ladies and to the limelight as a lifestyle. People look at me and they're like, "That spoiled prick," says Benedict. Well, the picture, yeah. Who says his financial law firm handled $25 billion in transactions. The Scenester scored the space at Bungalow 8 for free because they know a woman who runs the door.
You gotta love the New York Post.
Said one of the attendees, so we're just going to run with that.
Right, exactly.
It wasn't later until that one friend heard that Benedict was making something up and that only a few people really did know the truth. The truth was that Benedict was partying at a friend's house in the Hamptons on July 4th, 2011, when his girlfriend demanded he come see her in Manhattan. Benedict took to the road at 8 a.m. with a 28 blood alcohol reading.
0.28 blood alcohol reading. That is dangerous.
Wow.
Yeah.
At 8 in the morning, more than 3 times over the legal limit, law enforcement said. While driving along Montauk Highway in East Quogue, Benedict drunkenly plowed his GMC Acadia into Steve Dorn, 45, a high school teacher and the father of 3 daughters who was cycling, court records state.
So he hit a guy just riding his bike while he was wasted at 8 a.m. driving into Manhattan.
I don't know why they keep referring to this dad as a thing, like a noun. They keep downplaying that it was a person.
Right.
This Gats baby then fled the scene as the dad lay severely injured along the highway. 2 other drivers on the road, identified as Bernac Daly and his uncle John Daly, not the comic, who were in separate cars, sped up to Benedict and blocked his SUV so he would stop.
How amazing is that? He tried to just run away from the scene of the accident. He plows into this guy on his bike and just, whoops, gotta go. Thank goodness these guys were like, no, you're not getting away that easy, motherfucker.
I'll be able to buff that out.
My car's fine, guys. Thanks, though.
The jet setter pleaded guilty to 10 total charges, including aggravated vehicular assault, DWI, and leaving the scene of an accident, and was disbarred from practicing law. Well, that's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Dorn, a father of 3, who was also a local lifeguard in the summer, endured a grueling recovery and only recently returned to work in the William Floyd School District as a phys ed teacher.
Ooh.
Shaping hearts and minds.
He was totaled.
Benedict finally faced his victim at this emotionally charged January 20th sentencing. I have a 9-inch laceration from my back that goes to my stomach, which we have as a lifelong reminder that I was almost killed that day. He left me on the side of the road to die, and then he fled to save himself. Dorn also pointed out that Benedict never apologized.
Yep. I fled to do more coke, I just want to point out.
Yes.
Well, I was wasted.
My girlfriend's vagina was going to dry up, sir. I hope you can understand.
There's a small window here that I can get this done.
Have you ever
Driven in Manhattan at 8 a.m.?
Yeah, right. You got to get there right before the rush hour.
This traffic experience has been very difficult because of the fact that Mr. Benedict has shown no remorse. He's never apologized. He's never reached out to me and my family. And to this day, I cannot do things with my children without constant pain in my back or hip. Dorn's wife, Deanna, told the judge that Benedict has changed our lives. Your Honor, ironically, it was on Independence Day 2011 that Steve and I lost our independence. Wow, he's destroyed Mr. Dorn's life and destroyed his own in the same breath. Unfortunately, we cannot go back. There is no time to change it. Tapper is not a wicked man, nor does he come from money, but he's worked hard all his life and contributes much of his time and money for free to helping others.
That's what his mother came to his aid to say.
Benedict's social cachet stems from high-profile parties such as the Walk